instructs them, well, why did you leave all these baby boys alive? You need to go back and slaughter all of them, but keep the young virgin girls as plunder for yourselves. And you might say, well, that was Moses, not God. But God is completely complicit in kidnapping those virgin girls and turning them into sex slaves, because after the genocide of their families and the murder of their families, God is a direct participant in the human trafficking of these people. He's saying you need to divide the plunder, the property, which includes women, or young girls rather. You need to divide that between the fighting men and the rest of Israel, and 1 out of every 500 belongs to me. So not only is God directly commanding people to traffic humans, young girls, as sex slaves, he's also taking a cut for himself. What's he going to do with these girls? Let's leave that for another day. But you mentioned another thing that I wanted to address, which is that God, why would God ban slavery if he knew people wouldn't follow him anyway? But God bans all sorts of things that people don't follow. God banned lying. Every single human being on the planet lies. I've never owned a slave, and a lot of people have never owned a slave, but every single person tells a lie, but God banned it anyway. God banned adultery. That still happens all the time. God banned cursing your parents, but people still do that. All of God's commands, people are bound to disobey, and God finds it in his courage to ban them anyway. But for some reason with slavery, he won't even hint that it's immoral. Instead, he tells us how to do it, who to enslave for how long, and how to trick them into becoming our slaves for life.
So go ahead, Sarah, you're going to say something.
I can let you do the response, and then if you guys want to move to closing statements, and then we'll go from there.
Okay. So the first part where you mentioned with Moses in Numbers 31, I'll even grant you that God, let's say, even though it doesn't say God commanded that last part, Moses said it directly. You would have to import the most cynical reading possible to assume there's any sort of sex slavery. That would be against the Torah. The only time that sex is permitted is within the bounds of a covenantal marriage. So you can't, there's no other time that sex is permitted. Even in the case of like David with concubines that he's not married to, that doesn't mean because God doesn't smite him then and there, therefore it's okay, it's not sinful. It's still sinful. The only time that it's ever permitted, as quoted by Jesus, right, in Matthew 19, is within the confines of marriage. And
sure.
then,
to be fair, I wasn't claiming that. And in Numbers 31, God says these young
you said
virgin
they made
girls,
sex slaves directly.
Yeah, well, sex slaves, wives, it's the same thing. Do you think these girls really have a choice as to whether they marry the men that murdered their family?
You can only marry one woman.
Yeah, each Israelite gets his own sex slave / wife. And of course, they get the 30 days to mourn the family that their new husband slaughtered.
Okay, that's a different passage, but it seems like
that was the one you brought up in Deuteronomy. But
so,
that would apply to Numbers. When they capture and kidnap all these young virgin girls, they're to be the Israelites' new wives. But yes, of course, they can only have one, even though Abraham had multiple wives. But presumably, even if they only get one wife and they give them 30 days to mourn the family that they slaughtered, then it's still problematic.
Right. And again, in today's modern context, we can see, because we've been revealed more of God, we see how that is not the ideal. But for the time, that was an improvement as opposed to the other cultures that were around. The outcomes of the captives were far worse for non-Israelites. There was another point that you brought up I wanted to address, but I don't remember what
I was talking about God banning, he didn't ban slavery.
That's right. Okay. Yes. So when it comes to like, why didn't God just like he banned certain things, people still do it? I can see where you're coming from. But specifically in the instance of slavery or other things, like God doesn't specifically ban, let's say, using hard drugs or other sorts of what we would consider as sin today, but doesn't explicitly forbid it there. It's possible that the most virtuous outcome was for God to do what he did. And what happened in the 18th and 19th century is humans via Christian values chose, without the command of God explicitly, to outlaw slavery. That's extremely virtuous. So it's possible that that outcome wouldn't have happened. It's possible that the outcome could have been worse. So again, back to the skeptical theism approach, as us not being omniscient beings, we don't really know what the best choice could be. We can have hypotheticals, we can posit counterfactuals, but that doesn't mean that they're actually going to be better per se. And then of course that gets into what is better. But I'll leave it there because I know we got to get to closing.
Jed, I did want to offer if you wanted to make one response to that piece, because I know he kind of left an opening there for you.
Only thing I would add is that Adam was saying how it seemed like he was saying it would be better for humans to figure out slavery is wrong on their own after thousands of years of people suffering and being subjugated in slavery. That would be a better scenario than God just telling us it was wrong thousands of years ago to avoid the whole thing. And to me, that seems counterintuitive. It would be better, in my opinion, to have less slavery overall, even if God had to spill the beans.
Okay. All right. And let's go ahead and move into closing statements. And if you are watching in the chat and you do want to join the open panel, I will be dropping the open panel link into the live chat here shortly. Now, it's only available on the horizontal version. So if you're watching on the vertical, you're going to have to shoot over to the horizontal to be able to access that link. Just a heads up. All right. Adam, if you'd like to kick off with your closing statement, please.
I go first? That's surprising. I thought the affirmative goes first. Okay.
On the closing, you go because the affirmative has the final say.
Okay.
On the way back around.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't really have a planned out closing. I'd rather keep it short and sweet. So the topic of the debate was the God of the Bible is an immoral tyrant. We defined immoral as being on the side of moral, being the distinction between good and evil. Immoral would be on the side of evil, as opposed to something moral would be good or morally permissible would be good. And then the form of tyrant, which is an absolute ruler who holds unlimited power and uses it harshly or oppressively. The term generally describes somebody who exercises authority arbitrarily and without legal or constitutional limits. I would say that Jed did not meet this burden in this debate. He failed to give a distinct and consistent normative ethical framework. In fact, on a few questions that I did ask, he had to reposition his ethical framework because he realized the inconsistencies in it. The secondary piece is God has a clear goal of desiring communion with his creation. So none of his actions that are done, no matter how you take them, what position you take on the harsh passages, whether you take the position that I take, the position that Jed takes, nonetheless, the motives are clear. It's not arbitrary. So the word tyrant would not be an accurate description of what God is doing. Though some of the things may seem harsh, at the end of the day, God has a good motive, which is to bring us all into communion with him in the kingdom of God. That is the goal of God. And as I just defined earlier, per Jed's definition, if his desire is for human flourishing, heaven would be the best thing for human flourishing, which would actually be that fits the definition directly. Now, Jed claimed that that's not actually a form of human flourishing. It's kind of tricky there. We didn't really get to discuss that. Perhaps we can do that at another date. But at a place with no suffering, that is actually the total opposite. There's no pain. So by his definition, the maximum amount of pleasure, heaven would be the best fit. That's God's desire. And so the burden of God being an immoral tyrant was not met in this debate.
Beautiful. Thank you, Adam. And to you, Jed, your final statement, please.
Well, thank you so much, Sarah, for hosting, and thank you, Adam, for the discussion. This has been fun, and I'm looking forward to the Q&A as well. So my position continues to be that the God of the Bible is an immoral tyrant, and I think I did a satisfactory job demonstrating this point, that the God of the Bible not only fails to adhere to my subjective moral standard, but he also fails his own supposedly objective moral standard, which is really subjective. God says that it's wrong to unalive innocent people. Shedding innocent blood is wrong according to God, but then God turns around and does that very thing over and over and over again in the Bible. He drowns babies and children who didn't deserve it. They didn't do anything to deserve being drowned, and God drowned them anyway in a worldwide flood. He slaughtered 70,000 people with a plague when King David did the census that God told him to do. He unalived David's son for David's sin. He orchestrated the rape of his wives. Now, of course, my opponent tried to alleviate God of all of his own responsibility by claiming that the Bible authors were inaccurate in their portrayal of events, even though he refused to admit that specifically what he was saying. And it seems like he wants to have his cake and eat it too, that the Bible is true in every way and it's inerrant, but it also includes claims about reality that didn't happen. It has misquotes from God, where the Bible author of Deuteronomy 20 says God commands the Israelites to completely destroy every single thing that breathes in these 6 tribes, but God didn't really say that. That was just the author imbuing God with war rhetoric of the time. So now we can't trust a single thing that the God character in the Bible ever says. And if that's the case, then none of us have any access to know what God says or didn't say, because the entire Bible becomes suspect. If every single thing in the Bible we could turn around and say, well, actually, maybe the author got this bit wrong, then we have no reason to think any of it's true unless we try to compare the events the Bible describes with the actual evidence we find in reality. And when we do that, we find that the Bible's chock full of inconsistencies and claims that we know aren't true. One thing that we didn't get to discuss was something that Adam brought up in his opening, which is that he said human beings do not have ownership of their own lives, and then God creating life means he has authority over life. Or that if, and I'm paraphrasing, but I hope I'm displaying his or communicating his point accurately, that God created life, therefore he has authority over our lives and gets to decide when they end. And I completely disagree with this assertion. Even under the assumption that this God is real and that he actually created us, I don't think that gives him the moral justification for ending any life in any way and for whatever reason he sees fit. And an example I want to bring up is that imagine if I created an AI robot and specifically designed it capable of feeling pain and suffering just so I could torture it for fun. Would that make me moral? I mean, it's my creation. I get to torture whatever I create. I would argue no, that just because I create something doesn't give me any moral justification to inflict suffering. I think that would actually make me a tyrant or perhaps a sociopath. And I think God is an absolute immoral tyrant. His goals, God's goals, matter more than our well-being. God wants to maximize worship for himself. He wants to see humans in the kingdom of heaven so that they can stroke his ego. And he has no problem unaliving people for any reason and causing tons of unnecessary suffering as long as it helps him reach his goal of maximizing worship for himself. Heaven is not maximized human flourishing because heaven isn't filled with humans. It's filled with robots stripped of their capacity to feel a normal spectrum of emotion. The shell of me that would exist in heaven is no longer me if I'm not capable of feeling sad about my loved ones being tormented forever. And any God that would torment someone forever as a punishment for finite crimes is a tyrant. And if I could plug myself, if that's okay, I'd love for you guys to go follow my channel on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Flying Spaghetti Auditor. I do mostly shorts about how the biblical God is super immoral, but I touch on other religions like Islam and Judaism as well. And I'm currently working on a long video, 20 plus minutes, about how God violates all of the 7 deadly sins, including lust, greed, envy. So that's going to be a real fun one. So make sure to subscribe so you don't miss it. And thanks.
Beautiful. I love it, Jed. All right. I'm already seeing a nice full panel backstage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Okay. I think there's might be room for one more back there. I can't tell. But yes, please feel free to head over and hit the link if you want to join the panel. Now would be the time to do so. In the meantime, we're going to read a few super chats to get through all of this. The maters were so incredibly kind this evening, so I love you all very, very much. And of course, hashtag round 2 for Vegas all along the way. Because we are going back at the end of the month, and I may actually be going back sooner. I'm getting word of this. Iatin saying with the Big Ten says, pay your tomato tax, folks. Many hands make light work. The topic tonight is fire, and I want the gauntlet. She wants the gauntlet. You want the gauntlet. We all scream for ice cream. And actually, I know that we had the idea that this conversation might have dulled out, but it actually, like, you guys did really awesome with the movement of the conversation. I was really excited like the directions you were going is very beautiful. Objective Ethics with the Big 20 says a little support for one of my favorite sisters, Sarah, and the good people in the chat who benefit from her hard work. I love you all so freaking much. Tom Carpenter says a little support from one of the bald misters to one of the sisters. Love you guys. Spin City with the Big 10 says picture fun. Yes, I owe you the picture of the train thing. And of course, Santa coming in with the Big 10 because he wants his gauntlet. And he is not backstage yet. He'll probably join us later. And Clem coming in with the 5 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. We love you so much. Thank you so kindly. Ayatin with the Big 10 says big thank you to both debaters for all of the work they put into this debate and the time they are spending to entertaining us. Yes, big thank you to both of you. And if all of our maters can go over to both of their channels, their links are in the video description if you need help getting there. Also, I know Uncle Guns will be dropping it in the chat here very shortly, just because I said this. But go over, give them a like, subscribe, share, watch from their end, send some love in their chat, and shoot some engagement. And of course, send them all your money. Spin sent in a big 30 over on the Pilled side, the Pilled channel. As a boot credit for later, of course. Tom Carpenter says the Big 20. If 10,000 self-aware animals live in a forest and you do not kill 1,000 of them, all 10,000 will die. Is it immoral to kill Is it immoral to kill the 1,000 or to not kill the 10 or to not kill the 1,000? Asking for animated effigy because I knew he'd want to know. Okay, so question to both of you. This is a nice little ethical dilemma.
Yeah, it's basically the same as the trolley problem, just with animals in a forest instead of people stuck on a trolley. The difference here is that if we're working with nature, generally, I'm of the opinion shared by the founder of Jurassic Park, Mr. John Hammond, that if we could only step aside, life finds a way. So when it comes to protecting animals and protecting nature, I think that we would be better off stepping aside and letting nature run its course rather than trying to get involved by meddling in animal affairs.
Fair enough. Adam?
I mean, I would have to ask more questions to be a pain to the person presenting the dilemma. But if there are no other details given, it would probably be more virtuous to do the deed of killing the 1,000 animals so that 10,000 will die, despite it being like an uncomfortable task. That would be, in this case, likely the most virtuous thing to do.
All right, fair enough. A nice little moral dilemmas. I love them. Christy says wrote the book called Death of Evolution. Or any idea what that is? No? Okay. And of course, Tom Carpenter sent out not 10, not 20, but 30 gifted Raging Tomato memberships this evening. The vertical side was definitely getting a lot of love over there, so he wanted to make sure to give the gift that keeps on giving. And all of you fine, amazing maters should continue giving the gift that keeps on giving and send your love. Kokomo gifting out a Raging Tomato membership. Plumpy gifting out a Raging Tomato membership, not once, but twice. Also, Nunnies in the chat. A shout out to you. Tom Carpenter says, if you're not subscribed, you have a chance of winning the lottery if you subscribe and go buy a lottery ticket. Yes, and that was his gifted memberships out for the lucky lottery winners. Tom also says, my moral foundation if you see a turtle on a fence post, someone put it there. And then we got some nice dad jokes coming in. Everyone knows I love my dad jokes. My moral foundation: broccoli is dangerous. Everyone who ate it in the 1800s is gone now. On a serious note, I thought about going on an all almond diet, but I quickly realized that's just nuts. I'd love to be a moral compass for people, but I'm afraid my needle is stuck on dad jokes. The road to hell is paved with good intention, so at least I can say I'm contributing to the infrastructure. Any thoughts with that? Because there is still, like in terms of you guys did go into the idea of heaven and hell, and in like it's kind of like you got to have a ticket to get in one way or the other. Did you want to further elaborate any thoughts towards that at all?
Well, this and now, I mean, the road to hell is paved with good intentions is classically just defined as like politicians saying they want to do these things that are going to lead everyone are going to lead everyone to hell. So I guess I'm not exactly sure what you're asking here, but I do appreciate the dad jokes as a father of three. So thank you, Carpenter Tom.
Anything from you, Jed?
No.
No, fair enough. He says, last one, I promise to forgive is divine, but maintaining a highly specific petty grudge for 3 decades is just excellent time management. Shout out to that. Okay, my morals failed. Here's one more. My moral high ground is less of a majestic mountain peak and more of a slightly elevated speed bump in a Walmart parking lot. Gotta love Tom. Nani says, loving this, and this, I actually agree with this sentiment. Panelists are finishing their thoughts without interruptions. Very refreshing. And also, this question is to you, Adam. What kind of tea?
Right now, I'm drinking hibiscus, peppermint, nettle, and echinacea.
Oh, very nice. All right, fair enough. All right, shout out to the two big hair. I like your name, and thank you for the big 2. Okay, gentlemen, are you ready to meet your panelist? Or panel, I guess.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. I know. I'll just give you some more emphasis.
That was kind of
Jesus.
light
Oomph,
on
oomph.
the super chat questions were kind of light on the actual questions this time.
You know what? I'm starting to think tonight they might actually love me more than they love you.
Oh.
Just this night. Not often, but they're just showing love this evening, and I'm really excited. I'll take it as a win. Here we go. Let's meet your panel. All right, and one little bit of housekeeping, because I know, Adam, you had an out at midnight. Well, now, are you East Coast time?
I am. Yeah.
Okay. So I want to, if you do have a few minutes to spare, I know I've got some atheists on board who would probably come straight towards you. So if you're okay with that, I'll let them direct, like just those people direct their questions directly to you, and then we can move on with everyone else around the block. Let's see, Clay, you're not atheist. I know you're probably okay. Effigy, I know you probably have questions for Adam, correct? Effigy, push the mute button on your mic.
Barely not that. It looks like he's frozen. His avatar isn't moving.
Effigy, 5, 4.
Yeah, we struck him down.
3, 2. Okay. Spin, I think you sit more on the Christian side. Chase, I think you could probably fall both directions. So I want to at least give you the opportunity if you had something for Adam.
Yes, I am. If you remember, I was here with Dr. Blitz last time. I work in theoretical physics, and I do tend to be more charitable than most, but I do fall more on the affirmative. And I do have one question. I have a few, but I'd like to start with one for you, Adam, which is when you said that God was clear whenever he gave the law. I have a little point of contention with that when it comes to Ezekiel 20, 25, and 26, where he explicitly says, "So I gave them other statutes that were not good, and laws through which they could not live. I defiled them through their gifts, the sacrifice of every firstborn, that I might fill them with horror, so that they know I am the Lord." This sounds explicitly like an admission of tyranny to me.
I mean, if you took that verse as a proof text, then I could see where you'd come to that. But I mean, if you take the scripture as a whole, I think like one proof text is not enough to do the work of making.
Well, I
God
mean, I don't know how many confessions it takes to be convicted of a crime.
So again, like when we're looking, I'm not familiar with that text like off the top of my head. I'm pretty familiar with scripture, but not every verse. As far like I would have to do the research into like what scholarship says on it, what the context of that part in Ezekiel is. I'm famously bad at reading the minor prophets. Just read them once to say I have, and haven't gotten too deep into them since. But I guess I'm not in a position to intelligently respond to that, rather than just taking the verse as is, which we can, but that's typically not a good idea when looking at an ancient text, especially a large one like scripture.
Okay. Yeah, and I appreciate that. And if it's allowed, I have a couple of more that are kind of quick like that are just so another one that I have would be when God repeatedly threatens to destroy Jerusalem with a famine to the point where mothers will eat their own children. And then he does in Lamentations. This actually does occur. My problem with this is not something we can claim that men did or men misinterpreted, because men couldn't have caused this famine. This isn't something that we can say there's a misunderstanding and God was misquoted, because he actually did do it. It does seem a little bit heinous to have the children, who presumably have done nothing wrong, be cooked and eaten by their own mothers at the hand of God.
No, I see what you're saying there. As far as like the actual act of people eating their children, I wouldn't argue that God actually like manipulated them and puppeted them into doing that. That was still their own free volition, regardless of the position. Like for me, for example, I'd like to say that I would starve to death before I would eat my child. Right.
Yeah. But he told them that he would make them do that, though.
Right. I think this is more going to be an example, like I talked about earlier with the David and his son example. It's going to be kind of a anthropomorphic language, because like the entire notion you have to, this is going to boil down to, is there such a thing as theological determinism, or is free will the virtue? Right? Is theological determinism true, or is there free will? And there can't be free will if God is making us do things. Right? You could say, well, in some instances he doesn't. I don't think it works that way. Even in like the passage which is usually brought up, which is where God says, "I will harden Pharaoh's heart" in Exodus, right? This is an example of God knowing if he brings these the plagues down on Egypt, he knows what the outcome is going to be, but he's going to do it anyway. So it's still Pharaoh freely choosing to harden his heart and to not let the Hebrews go. But it's still, God knows that this is going to happen. So that's kind of like a reflection of God knowing this is going to happen. He's going to do it, but ultimately he knows this will be the outcome. But it's still Pharaoh freely choosing to harden his heart and to not let the Hebrews go.
So we should blame the mothers for starving to the point of eating their children.
We should blame the mothers for eating their children. Yes, they chose to do that.
Okay. So God just facilitated the event.
So I don't even know that God necessarily facilitated the event, as opposed to maybe didn't prevent it from happening.
Well, he explicitly claimed he would cause it.
So again, that's why I appeal to some form of anthropomorphic language. I'm not sure that God like supernaturally caused a famine to happen. I think that there are some instances where the language is too clear to say otherwise, like the flood. I think that that's too clear to avoid and say he didn't actually cause flood. It's local, or like some people say there wasn't even really a flood. This is just overly hyperbolic language. I don't think we can get away with that there. I don't think that's what's happening there. But I think in that passage, that's a possible hermeneutic that we can take.
Okay, and can you quickly, and this will be I don't want to take up too much of the time for this Q&A, but
Sure.
what is the criteria for me? I enjoy reading my Bible. That's, if you noticed, Sarah even said you couldn't really tell which way I go.
Yeah.
I do tend to be a much more charitable interlocutor and take you, at your word and your expertise. But can you give me, as someone who likes to read the Bible objectively, some sort of criteria for which I can tell when the Bible's anthropomorphizing, when it's exaggerating, and when it's actually being clear? Because I'm not sure I can tell the difference.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not an authority on this. There are people way smarter than me that have studied, actual scholars who would be a better authority to go to. So the method that I'll use, that I've learned from scholarship, is if you look at things that are obviously contradictory, like I was mentioning to Jed earlier, if there's like in two sentences, there's a direct contradiction, or if you see something that is just clearly not in line with what was just mentioned, right? It doesn't even have to be two sentences. It can be a couple chapters later. That leads me to believe, okay, so what's going on here? Is this author stupid? Did they not realize they just contradicted themselves? And this is going on throughout history, and then people just kept following it? Or is it because there's something else going on here? There's a literary narrative trying to be portrayed for a specific purpose, and there's actually a reason that this is being portrayed in the way that it is. So you'll find somebody like John Walton is a good scholar on this. He can be a little bit too over the top on this sometimes, but I think he does a really good job, particularly with the tough passages. Like I said earlier, William Webb, Gordon Oat, I always get his last name wrong. You could read people like Paul Copan and Matt Flanagan. They're philosophers. I think that they take it a little bit too far sometimes on the conservative side, just like somebody like Greg Boyd would take it a little bit too far on the liberal side. But I mean, without taking a bunch more time talking about this, there are cues and clues that can be found. And then I refer back to the person of Jesus. So if we want to say somebody like Jesus, who kind of gave more clarity on the law, you've heard it said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, if you have hate in your heart for somebody, then you're a murderer, right? So Jesus clearly has a strong hold to virtue, what we would find to be the most virtuous, especially with the crucifixion. So keep those values in mind. I'm also a very philosophical, like that's my thing. I love philosophy of religion. I love getting into philosophy in all fields. And so I have that grounding when I'm reading scripture too.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chase. Excellent questions. I do want to hand it over to Ant. I know he is atheist oriented, so I know he'll directly have questions for you. Ant, go ahead.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Adam. I wanted a quick definitional question for Adam. Can you define grace?
Grace, trying to not screw up this definition here from a biblical perspective. Grace is like what it's offered as a gift. That's essentially what we're given. You're getting grace, even though you don't deserve something. You're given grace, so it's almost like forgiveness, for lack of a better term. So think of like somebody who makes a mistake, and then their parent gives them grace, knowing.
I'm sorry. I when I was doing quick research, what I came across was grace comes from God specifically. Like it's not granted by us to others, except in a colloquial sense.
Yes, it comes from Jesus. Yes, the grace is the gift of God through Christ. Like I read earlier, Ephesians 2:8-9. Yeah.
Would this definition suffice? Goodness, forgiveness, or blessing from God that you cannot earn, deserve, or repay through your own efforts?
Yes.
Okay. Excellent. My next question comes to, or next question, pardon me. Can you refuse this offer? And what's the consequence?
You can refuse the offer.
And what's the consequence?
Separation from God.
And what is that?
Hell.
So is this a real choice? Because it's either accept the terms or go to hell. This sounds like coercion disguised as generosity, does it not?
No, I mean it's still it's a general choice. I mean, there are people that truly believe they would be better off separated from God than with God. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a choice. You have freedom of the will to make that choice.
But if the choice is between accepting the offer or eternal suffering, that's a Hobson's choice. Nobody's going to choose eternal suffering.
I mean,
like not willingly. Like it's
if
really just going.
If Christianity is true, though, then they do.
But that's an if.
Well, again, like that's what I'm saying. When you're making this decision, right? What you're ultimately asking is, do I want? It's kind of a two-part question. Do I want to be with God? Is Christianity true? Do I want to be with God? If you don't think Christianity is true, you don't believe it. So there's no way to be it, to actually submit to Christ. But if you do believe it and then you choose not to, you're still making a choice. Like ultimately, it's all going to boil down to a choice. You can say the circumstances will either you're suffering in torment forever, or you're in paradise forever. So I don't really have a choice. If that's the case, then nobody would ever choose. Like it's the most rational thing to choose to try to be with God, right? But not everyone chooses to do that. So either, like what logically follows from saying that this isn't really a choice is you have a bunch of people that aren't rational, or they have a choice.
So I have the final part of my question on this topic. So why not just create a second paradise for the people that want to separate from God? Why does it have to be a place of suffering? Why not show your infinite grace by showing kindness to even those who do not accept you?
Well, how could you show grace to someone who doesn't want it? Like, is that loving to force your love upon them? Like, can you forcibly be in a loving relationship with someone?
But this isn't forcing anything on them, right? You're just saying, fair enough, go your own way, and here's a place where you can prosper, without me.
Well, that's
and then let them make
there is no prospering without God.
Well, then let them figure that out.
They will.
I mean, God, it's within God's power to make both things true, is it not?
So to make both things true, what is this? Are you saying
both places of paradise? Why would that be outside the possibility of his ability and power?
It depends on what paradise is. If paradise is only in the kingdom of God because you're in the presence of God, then God can't be like, you can't be in the presence of God's goodness and not in his goodness.
But perhaps that's only true for the people that accept God. Perhaps the people who don't accept God find that to be paradise. Perhaps it's the opposite for them.
I mean, it's possible that somebody could find paradise in their own way in hell. I guess that's logically possible. It seems.
I guess my point is, why does it have to be a place of punishment? It can just be a place that you can go your own way, basically, and God does not interfere.
I'm not sure. First off, I don't have a solid position on hell. Okay. I'm a little bit more inclined to think like C.S. Lewis, who says that hell is locked from the gates within. Like it's not like this. That's why I was kind of alluding to it might be a state of being where nobody is in there involuntarily. Everybody that is there, and when I'm saying there, I'm speaking either physically or metaphorically, whatever hell actually is. This is all according to their own desires. God, it's either, as C.S. Lewis says, either thy will be done being God or thine will be done being yours, right? So one of the other is going to happen. So that's kind of how that's the position that I tend to lean.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to take you too much time. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Shaman, I think you might actually sway both directions on this one too. Did you have a question?
Can you hear me now?
Just for Adam?
Well, luckily,
Yes.
I may sway both directions spiritual, but not in the other sense of swaying directions.
I did not.
Let's make that very fucking clear tonight. Thank you, Sarah.
Hey, don't knock it.
Way to make it weird.
Oh, look at Jed. You hear Jed? Jed's coming out confession style. Hey, Jed, you have something to share with the panel?
Hey, don't knock anything till you try it once, brother.
I'm a lesbian. Is that what we're talking about?
All
Look
right,
at Benjamin.
Adam is on a time limit, so let's be respectful of that. Go ahead,
Jed,
Shaman.
you should have started. Sorry, Jed, you should have started off like that. You got Adam on tilt now, 2 hours into this thing. You could have started off with things like that at the beginning. Actually, the funny part is I'm actually quite agnostic when it comes to the concept of God from the Garden of Eden, or how it's outlined in the Hebrew text, as well as the greater historical Semitic text of the Elohim collectively, and the variations of the Elohim, and the development of Elohim towards the Yahweh, because it doesn't really actually make much sense. Yahweh, or God, the God of Adam, who created Adam, specifically told Abraham that his name was El Shaddai, and so if a single thing that he told Abraham in his journey of becoming the one God of what would later be the Israelites, that was not in fact fully true, then the entire thing is built off of a lie. Because it's okay if, Benjamin and I, or Clay and I, we make little jokes and stuff like this, but when we're talking about things on a higher and higher level, we don't. A little lie from a lawyer could cause something, a little lie from a president, all the way up to a king, and, to a pope, and to God. We don't want a little lie from an angel either. So yeah, I'm actually kind of agnostic about that. But I wanted to just point out a couple of things for that last hour, and defend the multiple wife people of the earth. Multiple Benjamin. Is Miss Balderson there? Let's tell her, turn it up so she can hear this. Okay. And Clay. So in the whole Hebrew, in the entire Arabian, listen, the Arabian Peninsula of Semites have been always the same, guys. Okay. So we can't look at it through this like European, like Eurocentric, like lens of like one man and one woman. That's the way God intended. That's European stuff. Okay. Because in the Hebrew Bible, all over Deuteronomy, 4 places, Exodus, it prohibits and regulates, and nowhere does it say it's not allowed. I mean, Abraham had 8 children with 3 different women. Jacob had 2 wives that were sisters. And so on. So that's all over that. As far as the rape is concerned, oh my God! I mean, the rape is all over, like Deuteronomy and Numbers. The Benjamites were given the wives of the abducted. They were allowed to in Exodus. I mean, it's all over the place, and we can pull up texture. So we like to change that around and say that's not the case. That's certainly the case. That's way before everyone likes to blame the Jews in the Talmud today. I say that's an extension of that. What else did you guys talk about?
Where's the question? Do you have the question for Adam directly? Because he has to get out of here. So do you have a question just for him?
Sure. Hi, Adam. Nice to meet you. I believe in God, by the way, just to be clear here. It may not sound like that. But you mentioned something about the grace of God. Is there any place on the earth not in the presence of God?
God would be like a metaphysical being. So that's not really like an applicable question. So like, for example,
it's not?
No, it's kind of like asking what color is a square. It's just like category error.
So you're saying, well, my point is that there's no place in God's creation where God's not present, right? And we're not in the presence of, whether it's a planet or a person, no?
If God is omnipresent, yeah.
Well, I believe God is omnipresent. Do you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So then God is everywhere regardless. Someone doesn't have to believe, for example, our friend doesn't believe in God. That's irrelevant to God's existence, right? Obviously.
Yes.
Okay. I agree. And just, I guess, I think, are you familiar with the Hebrew Bible?
I mean, somewhat, yeah.
Okay. So like grace, like chesed, is like a very powerful thing. And in the Hebrew Bible, it's like a choice. So it's like you're being judged regardless, like karma works regardless, but chesed is a choice. And the New Testament stuff kind of differs away from that. But I guess the question for Adam, are you like a Trinitarian? So
I am. Yeah.
Okay. So when you think of God, when we're mentioning Yahweh, in your mind, you think Jesus.
Well, so let me just lay out the Orthodox Christian view to avoid confusion. When you say God, you can use it in the sense of like a nominal sense. Where you're using the name. If you're using God as a name, then you're referring to the Father. That's the traditional Trinitarian view that was laid out in the Council of Nicaea, and that seems to be what Scripture portrays as well. The word God, when it's used 95% of the time, it's referring to the Father, even in the New Testament. But when you use the word God as a predicate, then you can be referring to any person within the Trinity. So the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are three persons in one divine essence or one divine nature. So three divine persons, one divine essence. So Yahweh could technically be referring, there are some Trinitarians that might say Yahweh is not referring to Jesus, it's only referring to the Father. I'm not sure that that's the case. I would say that Yahweh can refer to Jesus, but usually when Jesus is being referred to in the Old Testament, it's the angel of the Lord.
So you're an Orthodox Trinitarian. You're Orthodox Christian.
No, I'm a Protestant. I follow
Okay.
I'm an Orthodox Christian as far as I take the Orthodox beliefs, but I am not an Eastern Orthodox Christian. I take the monarchical Trinitarian view, which is the same like Trinitarian view you'll see throughout pretty much up until the schism.
Okay, I think I follow
further.
you. So
Yeah.
you don't. So you have beliefs that hold a belief as even a singular belief that doesn't necessarily align with a single early church father, for example.
And that does align with the early church fathers.
So all of your beliefs align only with the early church fathers?
Not all of them. As a Protestant, like I'm going to affirm like I have a problem with the last of the ecumenical councils. I don't think iconography is necessarily a good thing. I don't worship icons. I don't kiss pictures.
So the 6 through 8, the last two, the last three.
Well, it's just the seventh one that they went over iconography. The first one is the Council of Nicaea.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Okay. Well, anyways, I'm pretty.
Okay, cool.
I try to align with what makes the most sense biblically, and then I do adhere to like what the early church says heavily. I do affirm sola scriptura, but I heavily lean on the church fathers because I don't read and speak Greek nor Hebrew, and they were in the context of the time, particularly the earlier ones.
Okay, so great. I'm glad you clarified that before I started framing. So you're not an ortho bro.
No.
Okay, so I'll put that attack line away. Next, Sarah. Next person.
Okay. Did anyone?
Can I mention something? Chase had mentioned something earlier, and it was bothering me as the passage with the people eating, women eating their kids. The famine was actually caused by Babylon. That's why it was bothering me. I don't remember it being specifically like just randomly. It's Babylon is what caused the devastating famine in Jerusalem during the siege of the city. So just wanted to revisit that. Sorry.
Okay.
Hey, Sarah, one more thing to Jed. Hey, Jed, you had said something about like
Jed.
slavery.
We're gonna hold Jed because Adam Adam is 20 minutes over the time he told me he should get out of here.
Got it.
Did anyone else have a very specific question for Adam?
My mic works now.
Can I go very quickly?
Yeah, go ahead, Ben, and then we'll get you a spin.
You understand that to measure morality or measure anything, you can't use the thing itself to measure it. So when you say God is morality, that's like me measuring a fish in fishes. Like, oh, that fish is one fish big. I can't measure the fish with the fish. You understand that, right?
No. You're going to have to clarify that for me because I maybe you misunderstand my position.
I don't. You're using the same thing to measure morality.
What was my normative framework?
It's moral. You're using the same thing to measure morality and the weird part is you even know things are immoral because you know which parts to excuse and say are hyperbolic or that was artistic rendering or things like that. You know which parts to do that because you have a morality system inside you that goes against the things that you're reading. So you know which parts to excuse.
Well, but even Jed was utilizing God on God violence, like in terms of his Jed was running an internal critique, and Adam was like reversing that internal critique. So even Jed was using God to measure God's morality, right?
Well, let me
You can't say God is morality and then use God to measure morality. You can't do that. That's like me saying that this how many inches is this? Oh, well, this is a sharpener long, because the sharpener is the measurement system. So this is one sharpener long. You can't measure it against itself. That's not how fucking measuring works.
Yeah, I think you
That's what a
misunderstand
ruler
how-
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ruler is what you would measure it with, right? You would hold the ruler next to it and go, here's the measuring system. Here's the thing I'm measuring. And you would set them put next to each other. You wouldn't take and say this thing, you wouldn't do that.
I think what Benjamin's pointing out is that to use God's morals to judge God is ultimately circular, because if you just say good equals God and God is good, then you haven't actually judged God. You haven't actually done any assessments on God. You've just used him to say he's good by his own standards, which is completely circular.
And you've literally then justify any evil that's done that anybody else would consider evil, like flooding the whole planet, because you're butthurt. Then you can justify that.
Okay. Can I respond now?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So first, quickly to address Jed, if you did that, you would refute your own case. So I'm not sure you would want to do that. Secondly, so what's happening here, that's why I specifically named my normative framework, my normative ethical framework. Maybe you didn't hear me when I said that earlier. I adhere to a virtue ethics framework and a natural law framework. And then my meta ethic would be a moral realist framework. So if my meta ethical case is true, right? Moral realism is true. There are objective moral facts and duties, right? I would try to find a way to ground those facts. And so how am I going to ground those facts? It's going to be either a theistic way or a naturalistic way or somewhere in between, maybe a deistic way or something like that. And I would argue that you're more likely, like, you're not going to find any explanation for naturalistic moral facts. You're just going to have to appeal to a brute fact. So there's no explanation. There's no theoretical virtue there. Whereas under theism, we have, if a good God exists, then we would expect there to be something like moral values and duties in the creation that he has that we can appeal to because he is a good God. So there's actually like a whole philosophical argument that underpins that. It's not merely an assumption of using God to measure God. The measurement of what's good is going to be through a normative framework. What is good from an ontological perspective is grounded in God. That's the purpose there. So I think that's kind of where the disconnect is. Does that make sense?
Did I not hear you say God is morals? So that's how you're measuring morals?
God is the good from an ontological sense. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
But I have a philosophical argument to defend that premise. Like, I actually would make an argument to defend that, not just assert it. But that wasn't the focus of today's
right. But it
debate.
would still make all your morals circular.
No,
and so when
because I
God
would
does
have an argument
anything,
that's
when
not
God does
circular.
anything, you have an excuse for it, or you say that that's a fake part of the Bible where it's metaphorical or hyperbolic or whatever you're saying. And like I said, the very interesting thing is I do believe you have a moral set that's outside of this, because that's why you understand which parts look really bad and you have to excuse those parts. Because if you thought those parts were good, you'd be like, no, why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't you go take these women and essay them and do things like that? Why wouldn't you do all these things? Why wouldn't you flood the earth? If you didn't, you know which parts you have to excuse because you have a moral system, but you excuse it because your God's just your God and everything he does is good. It makes
like
zero
you didn't
sense.
hear anything I just said.
No,
Yeah,
I heard
think,
it. I heard
think,
it.
Ben,
You
what he's
spit out a
saying,
bunch of gobbledygook,
and then
I didn't understand.
No. I think
get
he's offering you two perspectives. He recognizes the like God morality in terms of that piece, but then he's also recognizing it from a human standpoint, looking upward, applying his philosophical arguments and the different pieces there that he fed into it. So it's not just like thing good. Therefore, how do we determine thing good? Oh, thing good because thing good, right? He's coming around with other pieces that he's utilizing. I understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying. Spin, did you have a thought to add in here for Adam, and then we'll let him go. I don't want to.
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. Adam, it's nice to see you up here. Hope you return at some point. I had a small little stroke, so I'm still cloudy. So please forgive me.
That explains his
seriously?
politeness. That explains his politeness. And also good debate, Adam.
Yeah,
and that's what I just wanted to. Say you wrecked this dude. Please come back. I had a whole intelligent line that I was going to say, but I just lost it. So I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Adam, if you, because I know you do have to go, if you wanted to say any final thoughts to the panel or to Jed or to the audience, feel free to do so.
Again, thanks for having me up here. This was, I knew this would be I thought this would be a more challenging debate. I typically try to do more I like to stick to philosophical topics, but I appreciate you, Jed, for being a good sport. I thought this was a good debate, and I hope that we can have future conversations. Thanks again, host, and everybody who asked questions. If you haven't already, feel free to come check out my channel, where I loafingly don't post enough content, but try to stream at least once a week, because I have a lot going on. So don't always have time to make a lot of content, but I'll definitely be back. Looking forward to, if you guys have anybody who's interested in having these sorts of religious debates, feel free to, send me a nudge as a candidate. I think Christianity is true and I want to defend it. So happy to do so.
Yeah, Adam, we actually, we have a very high volume of religious debates, and I know they've got another one in the bag that they're working on for a Seriously Saturday, actually. So you're on the roster. Don't worry, we'll reach out.
Cool.
For sure. Thank you, Adam. We appreciate you. I'll let you go. And then if anybody is watching over on Adam's end, I will have to disconnect just for safety purposes. But if you do want to continue watching, please feel free to come over. We're at the Raging Tomato right now. We will continue the panel Q&A from here, and then we'll move over to the Gauntlet. Adam, thank you so kindly. This was a pleasure.
Absolutely. Take care, guys.
Thanks, you too.
Bye.
All right, I will add Adam Scott. Okay, Effigy, are you with us, my love?
Hi, am I here?
Yeah. Whew, okay. Yes. Okay.
God, why does OBS
I just want to say hi and
erase
unmute.
all of my sound settings?
I don't know, but I'm sorry. I didn't want to keep him any longer.
No,
we
that's
already
fine.
had him
That's
30 over. But let's see. Where did I know Clay was up here? Fuck it. We'll just go out of order. All right. Jed, I assume you have a little bit more time to spare. I did make that assumption. I do apologize. You've typically hung out with us, so
Yeah, I'm good to stay for a while.
okay, perfect. I will then just we'll go back around the room. But be sure, if you already asked Adam a question, to keep this one a little more brief with Jed. Okay. Effigy, any thoughts to Jed? I know you're probably team Jed, but if you had any thoughts, I wanted to give you the opportunity.
Yeah, I'll just throw out what I was going to ask Adam. And it goes off of what Balderson was bringing up as well. If you say that God is the good, it's like saying that a specific rock is its weight. If that rock's 5 pounds, it is the 5 pounds. A rock can be that weight, but it can't be the concept of the weight itself. Like wrapping the good in a divine person doesn't suddenly make it a concrete reality. You're just renaming an abstract concept, calling it a person, and intentionally making a category error so that you get to run away from the fact that your character God is a subject and has subjective morality. So you have to bake in the good so that it overrides the subjective morality of it. Goodness isn't a thing you can hold. It's a description of actions, a description of intentions, character traits. It's not a substance, it's a property. And that's like a complete fundamental mismatch of metaphysical definitions. So I just want to throw that out there, that this idea that the good is a thing just keeps coming up over and over again. And I think it's a misunderstanding in multiple levels.
That's really well said. And I think that it's incredibly circular to judge God based on God's own standards. But I think that the reason I chose to do that in the debate was because I think it's pretty powerful to point out how even if we judge God based on God's standards, he still fails because God contradicts himself all the time. If God says X is bad and he does X, that means he's failing his own standards. Unless we appeal to the do as I say, not as I do moral framework, which is a very characteristic of a tyrant.
Well, right. If they argue that God can't be immoral because the system comes from him, then necessarily God is amoral. And so you're getting your moral system from an amoral being in my eyes. Like that's what the implication of what they're saying is.
And there's nothing objective about God's morality whatsoever. Even if I were to accept that this God exists and that the Bible is true, all a Christian can point to is that God has his own opinions, his own subjective moral standard. And there's nothing intrinsic within the universe that demands any of us care what God wants more than
And
what
most
we want,
importantly, it can
especially
change its
since
mind.
his goals don't correspond to ours.
That's it. That's all I really had to say. Let's get to the fight.
Thank you, Effigy. Spin, did you have any thoughts to Jed?
I today, if you don't mind, may I reserve for the gauntlet, because anything that in question that I have for Return of the Jedi up there is not appropriate for the Q&A.
Aw, we love Jed. He's always so sweet here to everyone. All right, I'll pass it on to Chase. Any thoughts for Jed, please?
No, I appreciate the debate.
Is his mic going out for everyone else?
No, I need to turn it up.
Like it's like maybe you're away from it or it's picking up feedback or something.
Yeah, it's like there's a voice, but you can't hear it really. You know somebody's talking, but you can't hear the word.
Mm-hmm.
How is this?
Like a whisper chop.
It's coming in choppy for me, Sarah.
What about me?
Yeah, it's coming in. Everybody else
Sounds very bad.
Up. Everybody else mute up, and that might be helpful.
Well, I had a new mic. I just went ahead and unplugged it if it's not going to cooperate.
Yeah, you're good now.
So I did enjoy the debate. Anyone that knows me knows I'm a big fan of respectful debate, wherein we let each other get our points out and we, try to stick to the actual topic at hand. So I did appreciate that. The only thing I guess I would ask Jed is if you had the chance on a debate like this again, how would you prepare better for the slipperiness? Because it seems like what theists do really well is a lot of the book is not well defined, and it's easy to hide from concrete facts and objective morals and things when what you're saying is not well defined. You can kind of hide an ambiguity. And that one wasn't serious, but this one's serious, which is why I asked for like a clear-cut criteria for how I, as a reader who, let's say I'm on the fence, I'm not one way or the other, how can I delineate? And I just haven't been able to get an answer from that. And so I guess I would ask how you would press him on that more in the future.
Well, and that's a great question. And I think it also ties into what Benjamin was saying earlier, too, is that he has some kind of moral framework he's working with, which is what prompts him to interpret some verses as metaphor or hyperbole or not true, and some verses are true. Whenever it says God is good, that's when the author is telling the truth. But whenever it says God kills a baby, that's when the author was actually making stuff up and he wasn't actually saying what happened in reality. And maybe one thing that may help in the future is changing the prompt from the Christian God is an immoral tyrant to the biblical God is an immoral tyrant. Because if we're talking about Christianity, he kept bringing up like, oh, the early church fathers believe this and all scholars believe that about this verse and they interpret it this way. But if we're talking about the God of the Bible, I want to talk about what the book actually says. And I don't want to do this nonsensical tap dance where we reinterpret everything the Bible says as metaphor or hyperbole because, oh, this passage contradicts my understanding of morality. Therefore, God couldn't have said that. And like Benjamin pointed out, if God is actually your source of morality, if the only reason you know right from wrong is because God put his morality on your heart, then you would see no reason to make excuses for the problems that you see are problematic, because you wouldn't see anything God does as problematic, because every single thing God ever does should be perfectly moral. But of course, any reader of the Bible would recognize that even that doesn't work because the Bible is self-contradictory. God contradicts his own commands and his own values all the time.
Yeah, that's what's trying to think of the right way to put it, but it's interesting that they're batting 1,000 on the verses that we have a problem with being untrue. There's not one that we all have a problem with and it's true. That seems interesting to me that they seem to know exactly which ones come across a certain way.
Well, and to Adam's credit, he did take responsibility for a few verses which we might call problematic, like the worldwide flood. He didn't run away from that one, which is good. But I hear it was just hyperbole excuse with the Deuteronomy genocides all the time. And I'm so sick of that excuse because it just plagues me as the most dishonest version of apologetics you can possibly have. Whenever the Bible says something you don't like, just assert that the author he's not lying, but it's not true. But it is true, but I don't want it to be true. It's this tap dance where you want to have your cake and eat it too. The Bible can't say anything that we know is abhorrently wrong, but it also doesn't tell lies. But it's just it makes
and
me,
that's actually
makes me sick.
well personified in what he said about my Babylon point, where he said Babylon caused the siege, not God. But I understand why you'd want to absolve God of this, but God explicitly says, I will hand you over to your enemies. I will create siege conditions. I will force you to eat your own children. He used Babylon as the tool. That's like saying God didn't flood the earth, the rain did.
Yeah, and the same exact thing happens in 2 Samuel when God orchestrates the grape of David's wives, where 3 times God says, I will bring up trouble against you. I will take your wives and expose them to all Israel in broad daylight. I will do this thing in front of all Israel. 3 times God takes responsibility for it. And the exact mechanism of God orchestrating this grape is up to interpretation. I believe it's actually Absalom's advisor who plants the seed in Absalom's mind. So my interpretation is that God manipulated Absalom's advisor in order to compel Absalom to do it. But that part's completely open to interpretation. But one thing we know for sure, because the Bible makes it explicitly clear, is that God is responsible for the grape of innocent women as a punishment for something their husband did.
Yep. So I guess David knows which chair to sit in the hotel room. So.
Oh, all right, Shaman, we'll kick it over to you. Any thoughts for Jed, please? Oh, you are muted, sir.
I would say to Jed that he mentioned something about slavery, and he said something about in Egypt they had slavery, and it's proven that slavery is bad for economies. And I would argue that probably that time of the Egyptian period in what would be Middle Kingdom, where they had the alleged 600,000 to 2 million Hebrew slaves, may be the strongest economy in the history of the world, actually.
Just because the economy at the time may have been the strongest doesn't necessarily mean that it's the most optimal way to set up a society. And perhaps Egypt would have had a better economy if slavery wasn't allowed. And if all of those people working on the pyramids or whatever slave labor that Egypt was having them do, if Egypt instead gave them rights and gave them money for their work, maybe the work wouldn't have gotten done quite as fast, but there would have been a lot less suffering as a result, and there would have been a lot less suffering and more happiness overall.
Interesting. Or someone could argue the opposite. The antithesis of that is that perhaps if they had double the amount of slaves, they would have been even twice as productive.
You could also argue that if the slave masters put down their whips and got to work themselves, then the work would have gotten done even faster. If everyone works together, then the job will get done.
Interesting. That sounds a lot to me, and I'm no constitutional scholar, but that sounds a lot like the Christian moral foundations of the founding fathers of America to me.
Well, the founding fathers were pro-slavery.
Were they? No.
Oh,
slave.
yeah.
I don't think that. Wow.
Most of them owned slaves themselves.
Thomas Jefferson did like them. Dark.
No, they had the slaves for sure. For sure. But the morality of slave or no slave, like if you're in the business of having slaves, you wouldn't care if the slaves, the slave doesn't have the ability to come to say, "Oh, master, I have a back pain, or I have a foot that's falling off." Like, there's no one to report that to, right? You're a slave. Get back in line.
It was a bit of a mix. Groups like the Quakers were abolitionists by and large.
All right. Let's go ahead and move on to Ant. I know you're probably Team Jed. Did you have any question or comment for him at all?
No, not really.
Okay. All right. Clay, I know you're going to go directly for Jed. Thank you for your patience on this one. Go ahead, Clay.
I can see the veins popping.
They always pop out, especially when I go into an inversion.
I'm thirsty.
Oh, you
Okay.
do. You have the inversion table. That
Just
inversion?
if
Is
I
that-
do anything upside down, or even if I lay sideways, the veins pop out of my forehead. But anyway,
Oh
So yeah, obviously, I
Well,
know
they're about to pop out even more sitting up.
my. Go ahead, Clay.
I know that the last time you were here, you did an awesome job. You did an awesome job today. I think both of the gentlemen today did an awesome job. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah, for holding this debate, and everyone on the panel. Good questions so far. I wanted to ask you about justice, but before we get to that, how do you feel about the bird's eye view, which Adam mentioned? Of course, we have our human eye, then we have our social view towards things. We try to reach some type of, objective morality. We could call it like objective as in the sense of like that's our goal, not the sense of like there's only one end goal, right? That type of objective. How do you feel about that bird's eye view?
well, I think there definitely needs to be a balance of caring about individual freedoms and rights and goals and caring about the society at large. Because one thing that helps is the veil of ignorance. So if you were to say, if I'm going to put, if I'm just inserting myself into a society without knowing who I'm going to be, what kind of person I'm going to be, black, white, slave, master, if I don't know who I'm going to be in the society, what kind of rules would I set up for that society to ensure that I have the best possible chance of living a good and fulfilling life? And with the veil of ignorance, we could easily say slavery needs to be abolished because I don't want to be a slave. And so if I support a society that allows for slavery, there's a chance I could become one under the veil of ignorance. So I think that's a really good tool to help give us this bird's eye view.
I like it. Yeah. So essentially, what I feel like you are pointing out, it just like my view of what you're pointing out, what Adam was also pointing out, what pretty much everybody reaches and strives for is justice. Okay, or a justification. We would actually call it a justification as to why the evidence on the table is right for a specific conclusion, why I would accept that conclusion, why this is or is not good or moral. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think most of us, probably everyone sitting here would say they value justice for sure. And I would think a big part of justice for me is that people get what they deserve and innocent people don't suffer consequences for others.
Perfect. So we're on agreement on the philosophical level, I feel like, so far. Now, with justice, is your understanding of justice circular, or does it have any other meaning to it? Does it have something outside of it that can come in and say, we can point to these axioms, these laws and logic, why justice is justice, why the baseline would be good or bad, which is the morality, but that's not necessarily the circularness of it. It's just a baseline. We still have the scale to weigh. Is it anything outside of that scale that we consider for it to be measured?
I think that justice is partially subjective and partially objective. I think it would be fair to say that from an onlooker looking into a situation, if I had 3 kids and I gave 2 of them a piece of broccoli, but no broccoli to the 3rd kid, assuming that they all like broccoli, that would be not justice, because I would be playing favorites and giving rewards or resources to some people but not others. Or if I had 3 kids, one of them crashed my car into the garage, and instead of punishing him, I punished his sister. Right? I'm punishing someone who didn't commit the crime. I would say those situations are examples of objective justice, where I think it's pretty fair to say there's something concrete that we can look at, equal distribution of resources, and people being held accountable to their own actions. But when it comes to what's the punishment for one specific crime, I think that's where subjectivity comes into it. Because when we have to say, speeding gives you a $200 fine, but driving in the HOV lane gives you a $400 fine. Who's making these rules? Some of them seem kind of arbitrary. And I think that with a lot of crimes like that, it does come to subjective opinions based on people, and especially the people making the laws, as to what kind of punishment we're going to imbue with certain crimes.
Perfect. Yeah, no, and I absolutely agree. I do like to use the objective point of view only for things that I am hyper unaware of, I guess you could say. The things that I look at and I go, I can't possibly reach the goal, but I can have a pretty good guess of where the direction is. So now we're talking about virtues. What wisdom and might and all of these things are, and whether they are beneficial within the scales of justice. And I like this, bro. This is interlocuting right here. This is real philosophy. Okay. So, with the virtues, we can discuss all of the different virtues and whether they are beneficial in specific situations. But those specific situations don't necessarily denote another situation or the whole picture in of itself. You'd agree with that?
Well, when it comes to virtue, that's where I think a lot of subjectivity comes into play, because you mentioned might, like being powerful, and that's certainly a virtue that some people have, but other people could care less how much power or dominance they have over somebody else. Another really great example of a subjective virtue would be faith, which most of the Christians would probably assert that faith is a very important virtue. But of course, skeptics and atheists would say that faith not only is not a virtue, but it's detrimental to basically every single situation. So depending on the person, we might consider some stances virtuous and some not.
Perfect. Okay, so then the final question, and I'll leave it at this, and then we can go on to the next person. Is God, in your view, of course, you don't believe in the Christian God, you just believe that we have an understanding of who he is and what he accepts as virtues and all of that. But under that understanding, is he subject to his own commands?
If this God really exists and he's omnipotent, then he's not bound by his own commands in any sort of way that would restrict his behavior. Where if this God is all powerful, he could certainly say not to punish your children for their parents' sins, but he's not literally bound by that law. So it's within the realm of possibility. Like, it's logically possible that a God could exist and violate his own rules. But I think that if we were to call this God good, just, and moral, then he would need to follow his own rules, because presumably he's giving us these rules because they're good and moral, and it would be good to follow these rules and bad to break them. So if he's breaking his own rules, he's demonstrating that he is an immoral God.
Very good. I appreciate it, bro. I will accept your view as your view. Obviously, I don't agree with it, but hey, this is why we're here. We're having the conversation. I really appreciate it, and thank you, Sarah.
Cool. Thanks for the questions. Those were good.
Clay.
Yes,
I love you, Clay. Those were excellent questions. Adam Ska, to you, sir. You are muted, sir. You have to hit the unmute.
I'm muted.
There you go.
Sorry. Thank you for letting me on the panel, Sarah. Hello, Mr. Balderson. My question to you, Jed, is just, who are we to question God and his motives? It's very simple. God is God. Well, why did God do this? Why did God do that? Who are you to ask? He's God.
I think that's a very
And
dangerous.
sorry, no, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was going to say I think that's a very dangerous position to have, because you could say you could make the same argument against a king. Who are we to question the king when he cuts off somebody's tongue for saying something he doesn't like? The king knows best, and he has all the power. I'm just a peasant living under the bridge. Who am I to question his grace? And I think the same thing could be applied to God. Just because you have a lot of power doesn't mean that you're necessarily a moral agent. And I think that we have an obligation, a moral obligation, to judge this God based on our own understanding. Because if we start off with the assumption that God is perfectly moral and just and can do no wrong, then we've put the cart before the horse, because we're assuming he's good before we analyze his actions. And the time to make our conclusion about God's moral character is after we examine what he does to see if it aligns with what we consider moral.
I understand that to a point, but you equate it to, well, if I was a peasant, who am I to question a king? Well, that's the point. That's the authority. You're not to question the authority. And the way you talk, though, I'm going to be honest, the way you talk, it's reminiscent of, honestly, Lucifer and why he questioned God. Why am I not above you? Why am I not this? Why am I not as equal as you? Well, because you're my creation, ergo I can do what I like with you, because I am the creator.
Damn, the devil. What a grab, Sarah.
Yeah, I think that it's... If we refuse to ever challenge authority, then we're putting ourselves in a position of permanent subjugation. And if our authority is in fact tyrannical, then we're never going to be able to live a life on our own terms. And if the government is suppressing people, we might think that individually we're powerless, but in the case of a tyrannical government, if we stick together and uprise, governments have been overthrown all the time. That's happened all throughout history. So
you're saying we should find a way to overthrow God?
If every single
take our rightful place?
If every single human in existence was in agreement that this God sucks and we're going to reject everything he has to offer, I think God would have to reconsider his terms. I mean, he could wipe this all out and start fresh like he's done in the past. Or he could say, maybe I'm the problem. If every single thing that I ever create with free will doesn't like me, maybe there's something wrong with me and my ego. Now, I don't know if God has that much self-awareness that he's capable of introspection like that. But at the very least, I would rather keep my moral integrity and get sentenced to hell for standing up to the tyrant, as opposed to getting on my knees and being another one of the slaves in line.
That's the same way Lucifer thought also.
And evidently God's not that great if Lucifer and a third of the angels are having uprisings in heaven. Evidently God's leadership style isn't really...
No, it's because really God chose an inferior being to be in his image, and Lucifer didn't like that because he was created in the perfect sense. So ergo, his ego got ahead of himself like yours is about God. So you and Lucifer are almost parallel to each other, except one's divine, you're not. Well, so to question God and his authority, like, oh, hey, why did he flood the earth? Well, what were they doing? They were blaspheming against God. They were mocking him.
It doesn't say
they were doing immoral things.
It just says that they were wicked and their hearts were consumed with wickedness. And of course,
they're wicked. They're doing immoral things.
According to God's standard. So God is deciding these people are doing things that are like...
Hold on.
And I'm not a guy, but I think it's that all those people had impure blood because they'd bred with Nephilim and whatnot. And they all had impure blood, and Noah's line was the only pure line left.
Those are Nephilim. There's no such thing as Lucifer.
Yeah, I wasn't going to bring up the book of Enoch or anything, but yeah, that does tie into it. There's a lot of religious people don't consider the book of Enoch to be a part of the Bible.
The Nephilim are mentioned in Genesis before the flood. So it's entirely consistent with Christianity that Benjamin's right, that God was trying to wipe off the Nephilim. But God doesn't actually say that wiping out Nephilim DNA is his motivation. He says it's because human hearts have become corrupted with wickedness all the time, and there's not a single person.
That's because the Watchers came down and they gave knowledge that humans were not supposed to have. I've read the book of Enoch. They laid with human women. That ergo you get the Nephilim.
It says that
the
in the
flood was
Bible
the
too.
Nephilim.
So I think that humans and let's just say what they are, fallen angels that came down and were rumping and riding everything. God wasn't too pleased with that, so he's like, all right, I'm going to put a hard reset on this. There's only one line of human that hasn't been corrupted. Let me bless that line, show them a way through what I'm about to do. And if they mess up at any time before this flood, well, they can go with it.
Yeah. In any case, when it comes to comparing me to Satan or your idea of Satan, what I think the difference is that,
Your view is of Satan. I didn't say
yeah,
you
well,
believed in him or anything like that.
no, and I'm not accused. No, I'm saying when it
All
comes to
right, I
you
apologize.
comparing me to your idea of Satan, I'm not saying that you said I believe in Satan, but in any case, the biggest difference between me and Satan is that I'm not out here saying I want to be in charge. I don't want control over the whole world. I don't think that I should be the leader. I think that God's behavior is immoral, and I wish he would leave us alone. That's it. That's my position.
All right, we'll move on to.
I'll leave it there for the gauntlet.
Thank you, Adam. Good questions too. Mr. Balderson, final question round to you, and then we will move into gauntlet mode.
Thought you did an excellent job, Jed. I found it amazing that you understood my point exactly, but he somehow didn't understand it at all. It just was beyond him. And it's because they can't answer those things. I thought you brought out some very excellent examples, things that any normal person would find abhorrent, and that those things were perfectly acceptable. And this makes zero sense. And like I said, like you said, when you repeated it, he obviously has, all these guys have their own moral systems. That's why they know exactly which verses are fucked up and why they have to come up with excuses for those verses. But magically, the ones that are good, which again shows their moral system, they're like, yeah, those ones happened. That totally happened. Like it doesn't make any sense. I don't even try and go into the Christian apologetics arguments, because it's always absolute nonsense. Even the more wild ones like Andrew Wilson, it's always bullshit like this, because they can't actually answer for anything. They're horrifying and pointless debaters. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. If you already know where you're going, please start heading over to the gauntlet now. Otherwise, I'm going to set up the raids. Spin, did you have a question? I saw your hand was up for a second there.
Yeah, and Sarah, please give me just a little bit of latitude so I can get it out. Where does it say in the Bible or a biblical or biblical documentation that it is okay to do harm to children?
Well, for one thing, there's a contradiction here, because Jesus says that anyone who harms a child should have like a weight tied around their neck and thrown in the sea. Now, I'm not aware of any time when God, as a general rule, says, I'm okay with you hurting children. But in specific circumstances, God himself harms children and specifically commands the harm of children, like when he drowns children in a global flood, or when he plagues Israel and 70,000 innocent people died. It doesn't say that children died, but they probably did. And of course, God also commanded the total genocide of those 6 tribes in Deuteronomy 20, where he says, leave alive nothing that breathes, which includes children. Oh, and God also was complicit in the genocide of the Midianites in Numbers 31, when Moses commanded Israel to slaughter all the boys, all the baby boys, but keep the young virgin girls for themselves.
Okay. I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic. Okay. And I am just unaware of all my teachings and do not remember anything ever being taught or prescribed, if you will, that God said that it's okay to do harm.
Well, Deuteronomy 20:16 through 17, God says to completely destroy 6 of their neighboring tribes. Now, again, that was a specific instance where God was telling Israel to commit harm to children. As a more general rule, we could look at.
Can I stop you there for just 1 second? You
go
said
ahead.
you said Israel, so that would you correlate that to the Torah, or the not the Torah, the yes, the Torah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so
and
this
before
happens
you
Deuteronomy.
before you answer that, if you are watching over on the Raging Tomatoes side on YouTube, Facebook, to X, Insta, whatever, on the Raging Tomato, I am raiding you over to the Gauntlet. We are officially switching over to Gauntlet mode now. If you already know where you're going, please head that way. If not, the mods will provide the link in the chat, or just hang tight. It will automatically redirect you and raid on over. All right. We love you. We'll catch you on the Gauntlet side. Okay. Go ahead, Jed. I apologize.
Yeah.
May I make a small correction to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jed, I'm sorry. The teachings were, well, Clay, help me out here. The teachings are as that we preserve life in the Catholic faith, if I'm saying that correctly. I then come back to the original question I had for you. I'm sorry. I know it's kind of mixed up. But.
So you basically,
what you're having a problem with, Spin, is you're talking about what the preacher says to people at the front of the church, and he's digging through the Bible and pulling out things that the Bible says. And the guy at the front of the church don't talk about those things.
Two different things.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, the way Christians will interpret this is that in the there's an old covenant where God was really harsh and commanded parents to stone their children if they cursed them, like in Leviticus 20, verse 9. And then Christians will say, now we're in a new covenant under Jesus, where we're no longer held to those harsh rules. But I don't think that absolves God of commanding the death of those children in the first place. And I'm not aware that the New Testament specifically calls for or God in the New Testament specifically calls for the harming of children. Most of that happens in the Old Testament, but again, that doesn't absolve God of doing it in the first place.
Could you expound upon that? Because typically, I know that the scriptures do give a reason as to why certain actions must be taken, like stoning somebody to death and that sort of thing. Was there like a reason why specific people were told to stone other people to death?
Yeah, so in the verse I mentioned in Leviticus is a general rule where God says any child who curses their parents must be stoned to death.
Can you give me the reference?
Which I'm super pro weed, but I don't know how much you got to give to a kid to get him stoned to death.
Yeah, the reference is Leviticus 20, verse 9.
Okay, thank you. I and Sarah, I yield to you now.
It's floor's open, gentlemen. Floor's open.
Okay, verbatim here.
Yeah.
Anyone who curses their father or mother is to be put to death. Because they have cursed their father or mother, their blood will be on their own head. It's
all over. If you read the Hebrew Bible, the 3 books of law, I mean, stoning is like we should get a count of how many times the punishment is stoning to death. It's hundreds.
Yeah, we'd lose track. Yeah, there's too many to count.
We should figure it out, but it's a lot. Okay, so you can get stoned to death for many things.
The sad thing is that we always look at these stories and we judge this entire book like devoid of its actual history. That's usually the biggest problem, is that we're not actually sitting here talking about the history of these people, the formation of 3 different countries that all of these laws and political things and myths and stuff are derived from, a group of people who were destroyed, taken into slavery, and then when they came out of slavery, they decided to conglomerate all of this stuff. Multiple books from multiple places. It's like we never really talk about that. We usually talk about the fiction of it and the storybook of it, but there are real reasons why, there's a harshness to it at a specific historical time.
Sure, but one main thing that you also have from a historical perspective is that these books of laws were written around 550 BC, 50 years into the Babylonian exile, and those were the laws of the land, through those empires, right? So there, it's kind of, as far as from a purely historical standpoint. But I just realized something here.
There's a reason the Ten Commandments look like the Code of Hammurabi.
So I just looked up the word there.
Clay, I just realized something right now, just real quick. You're going to love this. Mm-hmm. So I realize now with our good Christian friends, see, the idea and effigy, this may convert us both. Listen to this, right? So what they were saying is that sure, Yahweh was a tyrant and it's all fucked up and these laws are crazy, but don't worry, because when Jesus came, he fulfilled the law. So he didn't abolish it, he fulfilled the law. So there's a new covenant. So all that old stuff is not necessary anymore, right? Which just sounds great. But that's why I realize I'm doing the debate tomorrow, because Paul made all that shit up.
Okay, so I wanted to specifically talk about the verse in Leviticus. So I looked it up. That word there, curse.
I'll address the match tomorrow.
Yeah, I know you looked it up too. Yeah, you looked it up in probably like the King James Bible or something.
It's good.
What I like to do is I like to actually go back to the original language, right? This is where I really don't understand how people can't even do this. It's literally just go to the Blue Letter Bible. It'll tell you what these words actually mean, right? So it's specifically like the first word there is abate. And so abate, if I look actually up the word abate, it means to become less intense, violent, or vice versa. So these children who are becoming violent towards their parents, what are we doing here? Are you telling me that a child who becomes violent towards their parents, all of a sudden we should just let them be violent towards their parents? What are we doing here?
I think maybe there's some steps you could take before you kill them.
You're drawing a false dichotomy here, because our two choices
it's
are
not a false dichotomy. I read the scripture. You're wanting it to mean something that it doesn't mean.
Our two, I'm willing to take your word for it. That's what the verse says. It says children who are violent, but you're making a false dichotomy between, here's our two choices. We can either allow the child to be violent or stone them to death. And those aren't the only two choices. Mm-hmm. If you've ever watched the show Super Nanny, you know that there's a lot of violent kids out there who hit their parents. They bite, they kick. Kids do this kind of stuff all the time. Does that mean we should allow it or kill them? No.
Yeah, but I said,
which is to correct the behavior and actually be a good parent.
Yeah, but unaliving is like never mind.
Is the furthest punishment?
Let me do a couple super chats that came in. Fourth Wiseman dropping in over on Mr. Balderson's side says, I finally found that drop of water I left in the ocean. It was exactly where I dripped it whilst the entire ocean moved around it. Even though I couldn't see it, it remained there for me in the future. God. Shout out to you, Fourth Wiseman. So glad you're here tonight. Spin City also over on the pilled side donated. It's like $40. Says fuck your goal again. And also another $10. Fuck your goal yet again. So Spin's got like 80. I think is it $80 worth of credits, worth of bootable credits. So all y'all motherfuckers better watch out because he can boot you. Also, Kazak sent some love over on the Cash App. It says, my condolences for your recent loss. Thank you, Kazak. I'm trying not to talk about it, but it kind of hurts every so often. But much love to all of the maters and all of the support that you guys show. Artemis will truly be missed at least in our home. It's kind of been a sore spot, but thank you. All right, back to you guys.
I remember now, Sarah, if I can have the floor for just a second.
Go ahead, Spin.
So when I read Leviticus 20 and 21, I compared it from the NIV to the King James Version. Okay. And what I was doing was trying to cross-reference it with the Catholic Bible and all the other things. But unaliving a child for bad behavior, wouldn't that be like the ultimate punishment? And then in turn, would send the parents or in our teachings or our beliefs to damnation. Would you concede or agree with that?
Well, according to God's law, it wouldn't condemn the parents because God
Yeah, not in the
specifically
Hebrew
told
Bible.
them to do that. He
Well,
says
say that-
if your
say that
child is
again, Jed.
unruly,
I'm
if
sorry.
they are violent or curse you, then you should stone them to death. So no, the parents wouldn't be punished for doing that. That's what God
Or have
told
the
them
right to. It said have the right to. It's
Well,
not. It's not suggesting.
I think what Spen's pointing out is that's the
Crazy.
Jewish law versus the
Yeah.
Christian teaching, and specifically the Catholic Christian teaching.
Yeah,
That's not the
Spin.
Christian
That's
teaching.
what Jed's talking about. Literal law in the Hebrew Bible. Like, and you're
Right.
He is not. Yeah, that's a Hebrew Bible law, but it doesn't say if your child disobeys you, stone them to death. It's saying that you could, like, meaning like there's degrees of words, right? Like,
you're actually incorrect about that, Shaman. It says
sure?
anyone who curses their parents or mother is to be put to death.
Yeah, curses. That's what I'm saying. That's a degree of disobeyment. To curse your parent is the highest form of disrespect, and that would be the furthest, which would be the stoning. But there's degrees of disobey. You can't like, make your bed. No, stone. It's for example, when
Shaman,
Elisha.
if I may just a second, because I'll forget.
No, go ahead.
So would you agree that putting that child or unaliving that child or whatever the circumstances, it is the ultimate penalty?
It's the ultimate penalty for the kid, sure. Yeah.
Would you think that would be let me ask it this way. Would you consider that morally correct if I just told my mom to go fuck herself?
Well, no, I don't think that's maybe it depends on what your mom did, but I don't think that you deserve death for cursing your mother. Absolutely not. I'm a big advocate of freedom of speech. I think people should be free to curse their parents.
But you got to remember the time, Jed. It's different strokes for different folks.
Well, there's a fundamental misunderstanding of the language
It's true
as well.
If you're
the
dependent
language
on your
there,
parents,
we just
then
discussed
certainly you
what the
should be
language
obligated
actually.
to follow their rules.
At those
because
time,
you need
children were
them
property.
for
You have to remember,
support.
children were property at that time until very recently as well. They were
You're admitting to the
Look it up.
relativity of all of it. To the
This is
subjectivity of all of it.
Yep.
No,
But
I'm not.
shouldn't we,
Yeah,
if,
that's what.
if the Bible came from an all-knowing, all-powerful God, shouldn't we expect the truths in the book to be transcendental and be true
Exactly.
regardless of the time period?
What
It
is the
seems
word
like if
for
we're
it?
having
Man.
to evolve it with the time, then we're having to
Tell-
add
t-
to it things that weren't originally
But it's
meant
not the
for.
same language. That's the
Hey,
problem.
A
The
better
language
one.
that you're using,
No, it's
curse,
not.
means
That's not the
something
problem.
completely
Okay,
different
let's-
in Hebrew.
let's
It's
use a
literally
better
right here on my
version.
phone. I don't know if you
It's
can
not the fucking
see that,
problem.
but no, the literal language. Shaman, what does the word
Yes, sir.
kalal mean?
Halal.
Kalal. Kalal.
How?
That's how you say it.
What?
It's
Spell it out for them.
Halal
Clay,
means
I'm
bright.
fine with
Bright
your
morning star.
interpretation.
Morning star. Hello.
I'm fine with accepting
No,
that the
I'm
verse
not
is
sure
actually
what his
saying
name
children
meant,
who are
but
violent
he
towards their
came from
parents.
Krypton and he saved Earth.
but the thing
That's
is
true.
kalal, right?
Spell it.
A with Q with and then A with the little line over it. LAL.
So I think
So
what might be useful.
translated,
This is
right?
a fallacy.
Strong's
Original
input,
meaning
right?
doesn't have the meaning that it has
Oh,
right
so we
now.
can just make words mean whatever we want them to mean then.
Clay,
Yes,
I'm
that's
fine
literally
with
how we do
accepting
words.
your
Okay, so
literally
then the
how
Hebrew
words
meaning has no context here.
But
No,
I
no,
do
no.
think it's worth.
He's saying it means to diminish, to despise. But the problem is it has
It
three
means
meanings, and
be
the
violent.
usage is different.
It means
No,
to be
no. It
violent.
means, but its degree is.
Abate.
So it's one of the. It's
To
a.
Abate.
Yeah,
means
that's what.
violent.
Yeah, it's one of those compounding words. I'm not as familiar with that, but
I'm not sure what the flex you're trying to make
Hold on,
is.
hold on,
If
guys,
the
guys,
Bible
guys,
doesn't
you don't
mean
understand
kill them.
language.
Guys,
James
let's
trying
pick
to say what
something.
the
No,
language
you're
means.
not making it any better as a
It's
moral
recorded.
argument.
being violent.
Your,
Wait,
your
guys, let me
viewpoint
pick-
means
hey,
nothing
guys,
because
Clay.
you won't even recognize the definition.
Hold on.
You
Go
won't
ahead,
even
Shaman.
you won't even recognize the original definition of the word. Therefore,
Granted
your music is not making any good sounds. It's just garbled mess.
But I'm willing to accept your word.
Hey, Clay,
I'm willing to accept your interpretation. I'm willing to accept that the verse actually means being violent towards your parents. But what you don't seem to understand is that it's still immoral to command parents unalive their children for being violent. That's still immoral. Cursing or being violent, it doesn't matter.
So my question.
But listen. If that's the law, though, at that time, how is it immoral? If that's the law, hey, the law is your kid's a disrespectful douchebag. Go ahead, throw some rocks at his ass.
No, but you have to.
Okay, well, I'm following the law, so I don't know why you're getting all butthurt about it.
Why do you Christians give him this much ground? You Christians are
because it's the law. It's the law.
You're not even Hebrew. What are you doing?
Clay. Can we pick something that's more?
It's the law. So if that's their law, why are they getting judged for following their law?
Let's pick something.
Jed, do you believe in damnation or hell in layman's terms?
My interpretation of the Bible is that God will literally send us to a physical or sort of physical place of hell where we experience constant torture forever and ever.
Okay, so you do or do not believe?
I don't actually believe anything in Christianity is true. So my position is that hell's not real, heaven's not real. I see no reason to believe in God. But if I'm analyzing the Bible, my interpretation of what it's trying to say is that if you
want a war with God's
offer of heaven,
this is all internal critique for us, guys. We don't believe in your fairy tales. We don't believe in these places exist. We're all just pretending so that we can have these
something that's more concrete and more black and white. Listen, in second, Clay, in 2 Kings, chapter 2, verse 22 to 25, when Elijah, the prophet, was walking around and the kids were going, "You go away, Baldy," and Elijah cursed them, and then right after he curses them, the two female bears come out and kill.
I was going to let that one go. Fuck them.
Let's use something. So the kids make fun of a bald head. That's not a curse. Hold on. So kids make fun of his bald head. He's a prophet. That's not cursing, and it's not a parent, right? And they're teenagers. That's fine. They're like, oh, they're teenagers. And then he curses them. And of course, this is ad hoc fallacy, right? But he curses them, and two bears come out and maul 42 of them. That's a better version of this.
That was one thing I almost brought up during the debate. It was on my list.
I can't believe you didn't lead with that. That's like the everything right there.
Well, I think you could even go more mild, as in like in Proverbs, where we're no longer talking about these laws. We're talking about Solomon, who was thought to be very wise. He's talking about beating your children with a rod to save them from Sheol or hell. I think even something much more mild like that, where it's just like, if your kid needs discipline, why don't you beat him with a rod, is pretty morally unacceptable.
Okay, Jed.
Yeah, but those are still your property. In the case of 2 Kings with Elijah, those are not his property. Those are not his children. He has no. They were yelling something from across of calling him a bald-headed.
Kind of like the participation trophy fairies of the parents that we see nowadays.
It's a hard one to explain.
I have another question. Fuck. Never mind. Sorry.
I have a question.
We got you, Spin.
I have a question for you, Spin. If hypothetically you had children, little children, let's had an 8-year-old running around, and they called your hypothetical wife a bitch, do you think that stoning them to death would be the answer for that?
No.
Is that something you would do?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Yahweh frowns on that answer.
Okay, so I've got it back. The laws or the biblical laws that you have been talking about, is that lived in societal norms today, or even practiced in society as we know it today?
In Islam, in certain countries, and the funny part is everyone says, "Oh, those Muslims, those are Jewish laws, guys." A lot of these Muslim countries are enacting Torah laws. That's the funny part.
There are certainly some things. I'm not aware of the law from Leviticus of stoning your children being practiced by modern Christians, but there's a lot of horrible stuff the Bible and the Old Testament promotes, which Christians still do to this day. Like, for example, circumcision, where God says every single boy on the 8th day of his life, you need to mutilate their male bits. And a lot of people still do this disgusting and horrible practice. It should be banned and made illegal. But
Jews,
that's
right?
that's one example.
Hold on. Don't let me defend this. I was circumcised on the 8th day, and every son of mine, which is more than one, has been circumcised on the 8th day too, and I'm not Jewish.
I
You should
don't
stop doing that.
We're
Don't do that anymore.
We've been doing it since the time of
had
Abraham.
A child, I would not think of that type of procedure to be a biblical practice. I mean, Shaman, I know you could probably help me understand
Abraham.
a little better.
Well, Abraham, there was the covenant started when El Shaddai told Abraham, and Abraham circumcised himself. And since then, every son from the father of Abraham is supposed to circumcise himself to stay in the same covenant of El Shaddai and Abraham. That's where it goes. Jews later changed it to the woman and the covenant and still circumcised. But that women matriarchal covenant stuff happened in 2nd century AD. That's new stuff for them. But the covenant.
Jed, let me ask you a question. I've been trying to get in, but everyone's kind of going at it hard.
Now's your chance.
By your logic about the kids being stoned, is my mother an immoral woman for beating me with a belt because I acted a fool?
Yeah. So we know that
murder you?
optimal parenting does not involve violence towards children.
Your little quips don't work.
Effigy.
Jeb's not.
They do work.
There's far better parenting styles.
I mean, to be honest, Effigy, if she was, if I pushed her the right way, she could have stuffed me in an oven. Sure.
Well, no, you bring out two disanalogous things, and then you're like, "Are these two the same?" It's like, no.
No, I didn't say they were the same. I'm saying, is the morality the same? Is she wrong for being a strict mother because she chose to discipline me instead of just letting me run amok?
Well, now you're conflating being strict.
Well, you're asking why. It's funny that you're asking Lucifer for his answer now.
Because you can be a strict parent and exhibit discipline without physical violence. You don't need to hurt your kids physically. You don't need to cause
so rainbows and puppies and vanilla ice cream, right?
Even if you do use physical punishment, there's a whole jump between giving your kid a swat on the rear or something like that and stoning them to death. You understand that the stoning them to death is a little extreme. Like they can't even learn that lesson. They're just done.
No, I understand the difference in extremes. I'm just saying he's saying morality wise, both are the same and wrong.
I didn't say they're both the same.
I have a question along this.
No, I didn't say you say they were the same. I said the morality of it is the same. It's wrong either way.
And let me interrupt for just a moment. Fourth Wiseman, setting the Big Ten, says Walt Disney's stories could be considered fair. Is that spelled right?
Pharaohic.
Okay.
Whatever that means.
If it weren't for character illustrations, where's the illustrations in the Bible in your mind? Any thoughts?
According to King Solomon, if you spare your son the whip, then you hate him.
I think the fourth Wiseman cursed his parents.
I believe he's saying that, if in a future society where this society has disappeared and they're digging up our remains, a person could look at a book of Walt Disney stories and they would be more similar to like the Pharaoh, where we can go and we can see the pictures. We also have words and writings to go with the pictures, all that. He asked, where is the pictures in the Bible? Is I believe what he's saying in that.
There's and Clay, you can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a version of the Catholic Bible that does have illustrations. It's like a children's.
Yeah, there's a children's Bible.
Actually, Wiseman, and we all know I'm not trying to stick up for Christians, but just out of pure I got it right. No problem, Wiseman. Out of pure curiosity, I went and saw the 1560 Geneva Bible because I was doing a study on the different Bibles, and I looked, and that had what do they call? They call that when they had them in the old.
You were
books,
trying to find your faith.
but no, I was not. Absolutely,
You are.
And so I was looking at it, and this had the really fancy pictures in it. In the 1560 Geneva Bible, one of the originals, and the picture boards in that were one of the parts that made it the most expensive. And one of those, and this is always irritating for Christians, and I've sent it to both Clay and Sarah and Spin. It depicts the earth as being flat in Ezekiel's vision, and that's where the Ezekiel's wheels come in, and the angels with the four faces, and they're holding up the basically firmament, and God is sitting in a throne on top of the firmament. And then super interesting, there's a wind, a north wind, it says, that's outside of the firmament and behind God, and it's named Aquila. And that's super interesting to me.
Now, if I remember correctly from the Catholic Children's Bible, it did depict excuse me, it did depict something of a non-spherical Earth, but I don't know if it was. I don't remember if it was just the illustration or it was.
Well, I think more to his point, the original documents that they translated from have no pictures, have nothing like that, no drawings of these great historical figures. There's no wall of little pictures or anything like that. It's all just words. There's
but Balderson, you're right. In the 15th century, where is exactly when all of the artistry started to come through, like Pope Alexander Sixtus, who is known as like the Borgia Pope. That's where the white European Jesus came from, because it was his son Cesare Borgia. And so all in the 1450s straight through is where all those new depictions of the angels and all the angelic realms, and Raphael and Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, like this is all like late 1400s to early 1500s. And that the people that were paying the most, of course, was the church. So they were getting commissioned to paint biblical descriptions. But the Hebrew Bible, flattish earth, that's from the Hebrew Bible, the description.
Yeah, I was going to point out the Bible very unambiguously claims that the earth is flat. 1 Samuel 2:8 says that the earth is resting on pillars. Psalm 104:5 says that the earth never moves and it's resting on a foundation. Psalm 96:10 claims that the earth doesn't move. In Matthew 4, it claims that you can see every single kingdom on earth from one single tall mountain, which would be completely impossible if the earth were actually a sphere. And then, of course, Isaiah 40:22 calls the earth a circle, or in other translations, a disc.
So Genesis chapter 1, the water is divided by a firmament, which is the waters in the sky. Genesis chapter 1.
Yeah, Job talks about the firmament too and calls it a hard dome, like a cast metal mirror.
Well, okay, but there's a contradiction right there. A dome is theoretically round, or
the dome is round. The earth is flat.
That's the firmament, but the earth,
I'll show you.
The earth is a dome on top.
This is biblical earth.
I can't.
Basically, they're saying that Earth's a giant snow globe.
It's not so much a snow globe. It's more like the earth is a pizza. And you know how they carry out the pizza with those like metal trays that are in the shape of a hemisphere? There's a hemisphere shape over the flat earth.
So are they
the firmament?
So the firmament, and please forgive me, I'm not understanding the term firmament. So like the crust is like
think of the firmament. The firmament's up in the air. So you've got a flat earth, and then it's got the crust around it. The crust connects to the firmament, which is a dome that surrounds the top of the earth. So it's like the sky. And then the stars are suspended from the firmament, and the sun and the moon are on the inside. It's like the outermost reaches of the atmosphere, and we can't go beyond that.
Is it stuffed crust?
Yeah, it's actually filled even, because it's got shield underneath. That's the part that most people forget. Shield.
And Clay was asking about, does it come on that little plastic thing? Yes,
plastic table.
There's multiple of them. The earth is resting on a bunch of pillars.
According to the Ezekiel's vision, God sits atop of the firmament in a chair, And that would be Polaris, because then in the vision, the sun and the moon are also in the vision. So God is definitely in Polaris, would be the seat of God. And then the other stars rotate around God in perfect precision.
Turns out when we actually observe space, by the way, it's actually flat.
No, well, that's where the archons are.
That's a bit of a misnomer. So now we are kind of getting into my world as a physicist.
And by the way, as a physicist, you would know that they have said that there's a 2 million light year void that supposedly our galaxy.
Looking at the Bible because of this, what it was the 1560 Geneva Bibles, the first Bible, arguably, that was translated into English. The first one that was widely used. And that is the Bible that caused the King James to create the King James Bible, and he outlawed the Geneva Bible. The one he outlawed, though, was the 1599, because the church actually banned the 1560 and then made the 1599 with its revisions. And then King James made the King James Bible, which then outlawed the Geneva Bible, which is where our original Pilgrims came from. And so the Geneva Bible became the Pilgrims Bible, and that's what the original settlers in the United States believed. That's why I was following that track.
Real cool. Oh, sorry, Sarah.
I wanted to read because Kazak sent in in Fourth Wiseman too. Cyborg Rooster, also known as Kazak, sends a big 50. Says Christian God was never a tyrant, but had leniency on his creation, yet craved the love/worship from man. That's why he tested those whom he tested. That's why he incarcerated the son. Incarcerated? Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Then the son came and became the sacrificial lamb for all people. Any thoughts to that one?
Yeah, I want to point out that if God is craving love and worship, that means he's not self-sufficient. A perfect God would have no cravings and no desires.
I think he yearns. He wants you to like Cheap Trick says, I want you to want me. He wants you to
Well, apparently during
to yearn for him.
Apparently during the temple period, God loves the smell of burning flesh. God loves the smell of burning flesh too. Don't forget.
Yeah.
I think incarnated is actually the word he was trying to say.
That's why my brain stopped on that one, Clay, because I was like, wait a minute. I was like incarcerated, but yeah, I was thinking
we're gonna throw God in jail.
That's what I was like. My brain filled in the space.
You got a 3 to 5.
Auto text, thinking it was going to be reincarnated, but then I was like, wait, what?
So could I go back to the she-bear real quick? What did you say that the she-bears did to the children again?
Mauled them.
Stoned them.
42 children. No, stoned them. The bears
were 12 gauge.
I think
do you
it's
want to say
hilarious.
kill? Because like you could just go straight for the and just say kill. Did the she-bear kill them? Do you know?
Yeah, mauled.
It said mauled. I actually know this verse because they make fun of a bald guy, and then bears go and maul the kids, and so I think that's hilarious.
Okay, so I got the actual translation. It says cleave. It says cleave, right? Now cleave is not mauled. It's not kill, right? Cleave actually has a specific definition. I'm gonna let you guys look it up. You can look it up, and you can decide for yourself. See, this
cleave
is the
funny.
Yet again, you are trying to attribute definitions that do not exist. This is crazy.
I think you can survive being mauled. I don't know if you can survive being cleaved.
That's what I'm saying.
What?
I want to say something to that.
Divide. So when you talk about the 42 children being divided, maybe the she-bear just divided the children from each other, right? That's a possibility. But you don't even consider that, right? What you do is you go straight to they killed them. They killed these children, right? This is the crazy part about it. Right?
I never said kill. It said mauled.
Words. No.
Oh wow, we're going to assume in a really fucking violent book that there's even more violence. Wow.
Have it right. Look, this is what I do. I go to the Blue Letter Bible.
The Blue Letter, your Blue Letter Bible.
No, it's literally, bro. It's got it. It's got the word right there. The word in Hebrew.
So Clay, you're saying that these two bears came out and they were like, okay, I want that guy on. I want Timmy on my team, and then the other bears.
No.
The word.
No. The word.
I don't understand.
The word is Tishmitna. They mauled. tishmitna.
It says it, bro. I got it right here.
I'm looking at the Hebrew right now,
word.
dude.
It's in Hebrew.
Look at my app.
The letters.
My app's right.
3 letters there. There's 3 letters, or they're not.
No.
Okay, so
No, 3 Hebrew letters?
2 different verses.
I'm
Three
not
Hebrew
trying to, Clay. I'm not trying to, I'm looking at Hebrew
This is
and the
Christianity in a
English
nutshell,
translation.
guys. In a
No,
nutshell.
Sarah, will you put
Agree with
the other one back up for a second? I have a comment for it.
It's so hard. To
It says they mauled because there were 2 bears. So you're looking at maybe the singular word for something, but this is they mauled, tishmitna, they mauled, and to maul means in English to attack and injure violently, to tear or mangle, or to assault.
Yeah, we're looking at the same verse, but it says tear, right, in mine, right? But then if I actually go to the Hebrew word, which is balkal, that's the Hebrew word there.
You're apologizing for an old prophet who didn't know his self-restraint. When some kids go, look at you, bald guy, and he curses them with God's fury, and then bears come out and maul them. Bears attack kids because an old prophet can't hold himself back.
If it's a Christian story. It sounds more Odinist to me. There's the bears. You guys sure you didn't steal this?
It's not really a Christian thing. It's a Hebrew Bible thing.
Long before any Hebrews met any Vikings.
Can I just have a second so Sarah can move on to the?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Spin.
So there's a statement. That's why he tested those whom he tested. That reminds me of, the reference. God will never put you in a situation that you could not handle. And the verse that comes to mind would be John 3:16. For God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. So that second line should answer what my belief and a lot of people's beliefs in here would be.
Yeah,
so
it's a total lie from God's part that he would never put anyone in a situation they can't handle, because in the Bible, God does that all the time. He intentionally unalives people. He smites people with lightning bolts, and he sends fire down to destroy entire cities. He puts plagues into people so that they can they pass away on purpose. God smites people all the time, so he's constantly.
Well, wait a minute, Shaman. Wait a minute.
Well, maybe we don't blame God on this one.
Also, look at the disconnect in this between the first sentence. God was never a tyrant and had leniency, but then you take that first sentence out because that's the part where
maybe it wasn't God. Maybe he was working with demons. Elisha had demons on the side. It wasn't God. Actually, Elisha
me being a former fireman, I put myself
man, and he tested people. He incarcerated his son, and then had his son killed to save people from the rules he made. So he could have just skipped all that shit because he's omnipotent. He makes the rules. He could have skipped all these parts. That's what's called a tyrant.
Are you angry right now?
People to worship you.
I don't understand why you're yelling.
I don't
know why Ben doesn't do this argument. Ben is his own debate.
Because
I just don't understand why you're yelling, bro. Bro, that guy on the screen, that's not really me. There's just an image of me, bro.
Actually, my voice is starting to
your AI.
I know. That's why I'm having that
conversation. Before we
one last comment, if I can,
I do have to take off. So I do really appreciate Sarah, you hosting the debate. This has been a ton of fun, and as always, the discussion has been very lively. So thank you guys so much for having me, and I look forward to the next.
Have fun with your war with God in your rebellion.
Yeah, well,
let me know how that works when you get there.
Coming my way.
Funny thing about that,
shoot lightning bolts out of his ass.
Everyone shut up for a second. Jed is literally giving his final statements. You guys all know how I feel about final statements. You shut the fuck up and you let them talk. Okay, go ahead, Jed.
Well, that's it. I appreciate you guys having me. I am not worried about God smiting me because I see no evidence that he's actually real. But if he is real, then we're all doomed, because a lot of Christians have this assumption that God is going to keep his word and that he's going to let people who worship him go into heaven. That's not necessarily true. God could change his mind and torture every single person for eternity just because he wants to. That's the kind of a tyrant he is. And then you would probably still say, well, I deserve to be tortured anyway. So if God takes away his gift of grace, then that's his choice. And he's always justified in everything. So
they would say, according to Hosea 23:2, God doesn't change his mind.
Well, actually,
that
but then
all sorts of
Nineveh,
things in the Bible, like when Abraham convinces God to change his mind about committing genocide over Sodom. So there's lots of examples of God.
Hosea 23:2, God is not a man, should he change his mind? See?
But he did change his mind.
It's a contradiction. It's a very
wrong, dude.
God does change his mind, and you're right that the Bible claims he doesn't change his mind. This is
I'm joking, man. Come on, dude.
Thank you, Jed, for putting up with my brain fog.
Of course.
It's nice meeting you, Jed. Or seeing you again. Sorry,
I was gonna say he's been here before.
I misspoke.
Hope to
Jed,
talk to you again, sir.
They're gonna keep
See you guys
holding
later.
you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hosea
He's
23:2.
always so sweet. I love Jed.
Clay-
Let's see. We
I'm sorry.
have Fourth Wise Video with the Big Ten says, do you realize Ezekiel is a Roman terminology fishman? Ezekiel. This is
Origin.
Ezekiel, get it?
Yeah.
he cracks me up. Fourth Wise when you're
The keel of a boat.
Clay, let me ask you a question, if I may.
hold on, we still have 3 more.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sarah. You want to do them now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry.
Cyborg thrown in another 20 says 100% from the faith I've learned and eyes I've opened, Earth is not round.
Incorrect.
Well, round and flat are two different things. It could be round and flat.
It could be fucking concave.
Well,
okay.
it could be depend on the perspective, right?
What it's not is a globe, is what the word would be. Then it's not a globe. It can still be circular and round shaped.
It's an oblate spheral.
It's a fat guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a geoid.
Ho ho ho.
Well, blade spheroid's correct too. Geoid's more precise.
I coined that term, by the way. Tetrahexagon. Understand what that means.
Cyborg again with the big 20 says, God, I am who I am. My name is I am Sam. I am Sam. He gives life to those he chooses and takes whom he chooses. Who are we to challenge who gave us life? The potter can choose how he forms his pot. Clay would know about that. Right, Clay?
I like that a lot.
Can I answer that?
My favorite thing. Go ahead, Shaman.
Well, I would say
I like it hot also. I smoke it.
I would say I think the Hebrew translation is "I am what I am," but let's just say that Yahweh told Moses, Yahweh told Moses, who didn't speak Hebrew, never even knew who Abraham was, and thought he was Egyptian. Let's just say he told him during the burning bush, like, I am the creator of everything, and Moses believed him. Even if Yahweh and the Elohim were the creators of man and mankind, or even the entire dimension we call Earth, it still doesn't necessarily carry that that's the creator of existence itself.
I just figured it out. They're just leaving out the last part. I'm Popeye the Sailor Man.
Like Anunnaki, right? Even if the Anunnaki came and created man, the Sumerian tell the Anunnaki come and creating man, it doesn't mean that they therefore created the universe.
I beat you to it. Walk like an Egyptian.
Talk like an Egyptian. Fourth Wiseman with the Big Ten says, when man disconnects from nature, man cannot read what is clearly shown to him. To speculate otherwise or rely on a tech to show you doesn't give you ability to read nature. The device is doing it.
What I need a little more. I need a little more clarity to that, because it sounds like
basically if I have to use a tool to understand what nature is providing to me, then I'm not properly understanding the nature in and of itself.
So I guess what would be,
there's all kinds of things I can tell about the soil and about the land and everything else without any tool telling me. But as soon as I start using a tool,
I think I would
measure gases, radiation, light.
I think I would need to know the definition of what he means by a tool. Are we saying like a book as a tool?
Could be. Yep.
I mean, that's what I took from it. So sorry, I just
no, I don't think so.
Teaching is a tool.
Yeah, but it says the device is doing it, so the teaching is doing it.
Well, I think what he's saying here, and what Sarah was saying, is you kind of lose a little.
He said the word tech, which is why I assumed that it was a device that's telling him things about nature that he could have figured out on his own.
Which is like reading a book.
I think Fourth is going deeper. I think Fourth Wiseman is going deeper. He's saying that.
I would be remiss to say that he's saying like a book, or I mean, in today's modern world, right?
Tech.
He's going deeper. He's saying that as we disconnect from nature, we're going and relying more on what we read in the tech, and basically we're getting further away from the truth.
Okay, I understand it now. Yeah.
And it says the device is doing it, not you. It's the device is doing the understanding of nature, not you.
Yeah, but I mean, if somebody is not a naturist or something like that, like me, I show me a fucking plant, I've got to look it up to see what the fuck it is. How do you differentiate without that tech or the teachings from
this applies to any system. Like if you start out with something that helps you cheat, then that's how you learn how to do it. You don't learn how to do it the right way. You learn how to do it under this cheat way. This is why like masters, like fucking a masters of a musical instrument can basically pick up a fucking broomstick, throw a freaking dustpan on the back, find a couple strings and throw it on there and sound better than you do with your Gibson guitar.
Master failing before you master winning, because if you can learn how to fail, you will learn how to win.
Yeah, but
it's just the same as grounding yourself, right? I don't mean like putting yourself in the baby in the corner, right? But grounding yourself, become one with nature, right?
Earthing.
You synchronize back into it, and you have a better understanding not only of yourself but of the nature in with what it is. How do you know the ground is wet, right? You could. Or how do you know it's raining outside? You can turn on the TV and the weatherman says, "Hey, it's raining outside," or you just fucking walk outside, right? But
you have the same knowledge.
Well, that becomes like a realism, or like myself, a realist.
What about
right?
What about when you can smell the rain before it comes?
Yes.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on, Sarah. To smell the rain, and I understand what you're inferencing here, right? But how do we know that smell is rain without being taught what that smell?
Let me answer this one.
His very first sentence is when man disconnects from nature. So the answer would be go hang out in nature a couple times. It's going to rain, and then you're going to start recognizing that smell.
Actually, listen to this. This is going to be mind blowing. So when they saw the Native Americans, they said, these foolish people, they're actually dancing. They think they can dance and bring the rain. As a matter of fact, it's the complete opposite. They were dancing because they were celebrating the coming rain. Just like before an earthquake happens, all the animals run away, and we're like running around the malls and shit. It's because we're disconnected from nature. Like they know ahead of time from being in there. And,
well, they also believe that the dancing would also bring the rain. That it
there are certain holidays. So there are certain processions and certain holiday seasons where across all Native Americans, the Vikings, everyone, there's certain things. But when they know that a rain's coming, they start to celebrate the coming rain. Like Native Americans specifically have.
With my technology, I knew it was going to rain a week before it happened.
As we were told, the conquistadors said, like, these ignorant people, they think they're bringing the rain. They're celebrating the rain coming.
Well, they
know it's coming.
It was a superstitious tradition that if
they had those as well.
Yes, there you go.
Seasonally, 100%, but. I'm saying that, yes, of course, they like every spring before spring, they're going to dance. They sacrifice animals. The Vikings would put blood on the seeds. And yeah, of course, there's the seasonal stuff too. But we do what we do now. Now we have spring sales.
Fourth Wiseman explains a little further. He says being connected to nature gives you the ability to foresee what nature has in store ahead. Yes. It can be insect life or bird life. Go hand in hand, and are a good technique to read futures. Yeah.
Would that be something like a projection?
That's what I was just going to say.
Hold on. Mrs. Balderson's talking. We let her talk always.
So when you have the experience of being in nature and seeing these things happening, what you're also recognizing is that the Native Americans were having this celebration because it was part of what signaled that they needed to go into the next stage of survival. They're probably harvesting. They need to start storing things for the winter. They need to start setting up, moving towards areas they can stay in the winter. When you learn from nature, you learn what's coming next. You can predict. You know when to sow your seeds. You know when to harvest your seeds. Nature is supposed to teach us so many things. Everything is a cycle. We have the tides that happen twice a day. We have months, we have weeks, we have seasons. All those things are important. And when we're detached from nature, we think we can do anything at any time. And the fact of the matter is, certain times of the year are for certain things.
Well, one ought to think that once you find that, or you connect with nature, as a foreseeable future, wouldn't that be a projection or prediction? I'm sorry.
It's pattern recognition. So one of my best examples right now is in about 5 days, I'm going to have to go down and spray my lower garden with an enzyme that kills aphids. I know that I'm going to have to do that because last week I started seeing ants out in my garden. What happens when I see ants? Ants carry aphid eggs on them. And then those ants crawl all the way up your plants, and then they drop them little aphid eggs on your plants. And then all of a sudden, about 5 days later, you got some mama aphids dropping themselves some little baby aphids. And about a week after that, you start having an aphid problem. So because I already saw these ants, I'm already preparing for this aphid infestation before it ever happens so I can stem it off at the flow. And that's from me being out in nature, looking at these things on a daily basis and noticing these patterns.
Yep, that's a perfect prediction.
So, Ant, I didn't know you were that much of a bastard. Stay away from Balderson's plants.
Ant's trying to get high. So yeah, the prediction essentially that all that is just a foretelling, a telling of what's going to happen.
Through the bones, the aphids come.
That's a little different than say prophesying, because a prophecy technically is supposed to be a divine foretelling or divine.
So I want to add something about what Ms. Balderson said. So basically, that people that are one with nature, it becomes more instinctual than just visual and all that. It's like a feeling.
Well, so
like you resonate with the land around you.
Stick with Doppler radar.
Yeah, like you could say a Christian not getting married, he probably not going to have no babies.
Yeah, but we're back to Ant, what you were just referencing is a prediction.
Well, it's a pattern recognition and an extrapolation from the pattern recognition. I've seen this part of the pattern. Now I can assume that I will see these other parts that I've seen that come after this part again and again. It's just a pattern recognition thing.
Right. It literally becomes like secondhand nature.
Yeah.
So the prescription. So what would be the prescription to have that or
we give the prescription all the time on here. Go touch grass.
Go touch.
Literally.
Oh, no, I was going to say that the prescription would be go touch grass. It just like
get a little sunlight.
Like I will say too, with your area spin, like the river was one of my favorite places, right? So a lot of people think of Florida as the beach, bro. I mean the springs there. Beautiful, gorgeous on the black water, and then you got the springs coming out, and it's perfectly clear. Like that touching grass, right? You know that spring is always going to be there. There's always these aquifers coming out of the earth right there. It's a pattern. So if I go to the spring, to that particular place on the river, I am going to have a good time, right? So I'm going to eat healthy, enjoy life. This is my prediction.
Right. So the prescription would be put yourself with that natural anomaly, basically.
Go back into nature and you will start reconnecting with it. Or like the feeling my wife was talking about, already that I've been hand shearing alpacas.
Oh yeah.
I use this giant ass crazy shears to do it. And while I'm doing it, I gently lay my left hand on the alpaca. And if they're gonna kick, and they do occasionally, before they ever kick, I've already got the thing away and I'm pulling away from them. These guys are grabbing them because I can tell that alpaca is getting ready to kick. I can feel its body like tense up.
Is that the whole thing about making sure you have boots?
Hey Ben,
But that would be an experience. But that would be an experience based.
That's going out in nature, bro. I'm experiencing it over and over again. It's teaching me.
The point is that nature teaches you how the world works if you pay attention, but you have to pay attention to the way the world works to understand it and work with it. Otherwise, you're working against it.
Yeah, could I spin too? Because I think I know where
are we talking over each other, or can we like have a systematic?
This is why I'm in the desert. 1 month.
Elbows up.
I wanted to compliment Ben with the shears on charcoal. That blanket was badass, bro.
Oh, thank you. Her blanket, and dude, that thing feels like chinchilla.
It's for sale.
Wow.
So if I could,
will ship it.
The thing you were driving at here is, can you do predictions without that, right? So without going out there, like, are there predictions that you could make that actually would be valuable that you could just simply make without getting into nature? Does that kind of drive home what you were asking?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get out. Thanks, Clay.
Right, and then that would go to the counter on what Fourth was saying there, which is that technology seems to be driving us away. Now that is a question, as a posed question.
Well, that's because we're becoming less reliant on everything else because of technology. So we're losing our basic instincts that we've had since time immemorial.
Yes.
Well, I mean, let me go back. Let me go back to my professional days.
Large scale natural disaster. It wipes us right back to being in nature, and that's when people are fucked.
Well, I'm going to go back to, if I may, Ben.
I agree, Mr. Balderson, because they won't know what to do with themselves.
Yeah, but you're talking about like planetary natural disaster. You're talking about like a comet hitting the Earth or something like that.
Hey,
so I would go back to.
Can I say good night? Can I say good night, guys?
Yeah.
Good night, Omar.
Let Omar say night.
I just got back from a cruise today with my family, and I have a long night tomorrow with the debate. So, and then catch up on some sleep.
Yeah,
you're good to see you, Omar.
Let's both wear blue tomorrow, Omar. And I'm
gonna put on my rabbi prayer cloth and get to work.
Is your Omar? Is your debate an open panel afterwards?
Yeah. I'm hoping that.
I will be there, sir. I enjoy talking to you very much.
Yeah, me too. I'm coming in good faith, where I'm just gonna plant some seeds and let's have some thought processes here, And by the way, just one last thing real quick. It's important to know, like, a lot of energy and a lot of fear has always been put towards not just Satan, but Lucifer. But remember, if you go read Isaiah 14:12, it's just simply a mistranslation of the word Hallel, which became Lucifer later. In the 4th century, I can't remember that guy. Jerome translated it and personified Lucifer, and
Saint
Lucifer
Jerome?
became Saint Jerome in his Vulgate. He translated Lucifer into Latin, but if you read it in Hebrew, it's basically just Isaiah telling the king of Babylon, "Oh, he's mocking him. Look at you, oh shining one, brightest amongst the night sky, only to fall with the rising of the inevitable sun," meaning that God is the sun and is going to make the morning star, which is Venus, not so bright, just like Venus is the last thing you see before the sun. So he was kind of mocking him, but it became a personification. And Aquinas in like the 1200s wrote about Lucifer as a person, and then Lucifer became this antithesis to Jesus on earth. So God and Satan, and then Jesus needed his Skeletor, and that's where Lucifer came from. So every inch of energy anyone's ever put into Lucifer ever has all been based off of mistranslations and stories written about mistranslations. So I hope.
So is Crucifer being Christ being crucified? Is that's a myth too?
I never said anything about Christ being crucified. I said Lucifer is no such thing. There is no figure of Lucifer until There's no biblical Lucifer ever. And the first time he was written about was in the
word
1400s.
Lucifer is the Roman demigod of Venus. That's why it's
okay,
used to
Shaman, do
describe
you have a
Venus in
second?
the sky in the passage.
Can you give me a
the
second?
morning
In
star
the
is Venus.
Hallel is the Hebrew word, and it's a Hebrew Bible.
Shaman, can
That's
you have
ad
one more
hoc.
second?
That's going back.
No,
that's going back. I'm sorry. That's post hoc, right? Yes. Lucifer is the Latin word for Hallel, which is the Hebrew word. The book is in Hebrew.
Okay, so
Lucifer has a
Shaman,
context
you got a
in the
second?
language that it's in. Lucifer means light bringer, which was the name of the Roman demigod of the planet Venus in the sky.
Yes.
Like it already had a context. Yeah, it was just taking place of a different context.
Lucifer is the Latin word for Hallel, which is Hebrew of Venus. Yes, that's what I said. I'm saying Lucifer as a being and being the prettiest of all the angels and falling down to earth to trick us all. That's later.
Yeah,
That's a story later. That's what I was saying. But
Shaman, let me ask you one question. Let me ask you one question, Shaman. Hallel, I think, is the word you use.
Not halal, Muslim. Hillel, Hellal.
Is that where? Because in the Catholic Bible, it references hell. Is that a translation?
No, that's Jewish hell is Sheol. What is it?
There are actually multiple things that are translated into hell in the Christian Bibles.
Sheol.
Sheol, Hades, and one other places.
Yeah, I can't tell you with effigy talking and trying to get in some stupid.
No, effigy's right. Effigy's right.
Yeah, effigy's right. So shut the fuck up, Clay.
What?
Effigy knows his shit. Ironically,
on somebody, but you were literally not telling him what the word was. Is that what you were doing?
Yeah. I didn't mean this.
Hell in the Christian Bible is three separate places that are all translated into hell.
Ben, drop effigy. Use one of my credits, please.
What happened to like a civilized conversation? One at a time.
What do you think you are?
No, you're just wrong.
All right, effigy. All right, housekeeping. Spends 10 using $10 to put FG in the back for 10.
Oh.
See you later, FG.
I'm gonna anyway.
Shaman, would you mind, Shaman, repeating that, because I couldn't hear a fucking word.
Okay,
1101. Yeah.
What effigy said is correct. So the word Hallel. So if you just look, do this. Go Isaiah 14:12, Hebrew to English translation, right? And so what it's talking about is Hallel. Hallel is the name for the morning star, which is referring to Venus. So when you look up at night before the sun rises, the brightest star you see is Venus.
Sure.
And so he's referring to Venus as the king of Babylon, meaning the false light. So he's referring to him as, look at you shining brightest in the morning, in the night sky, only for your brightness to be diminished with the rising of the inevitable rising of the sun. Meaning, when the sun comes, when God comes, the king evaporates, basically.
Okay, so I don't want to keep you. I know you want to get off the panel, but in the teachings of my faith, which is Catholicism, they don't reference, Clay, the word that you said or Ben said. Can you remind me of that, please?
Sheol.
What is it?
Sheol.
They
that's hell. That's a different word. Different word.
They don't use the actual biblical term. They reference it as hell, or some people use damnation. Damnation, yes.
No, it's different. So it's a different thing. Hell, which is actually hell is from Viking, isn't it? But the word Sheol, or whatever the Hebrew word for hell is Sheol. It's a different. It starts with an S. The word I'm talking about is Hillel.
Is that a Islamic or Hebrew term?
No. Halal and kosher is when you sacrifice an animal in a biblical way. And that basically the prayers. It's called.
Sorry, Shaman, I was confusing.
No, it's Hillel. Hillel means Lucifer. Latin, so Hebrew, Then you have Roman Catholic Church, and they translate the Hebrew Bible into Latin, well, Greek and then Latin, but then the New Testament's primarily in Greek. So they transmit everything into Latin for the Roman Catholic Church. So Hillel, which means morning star or Venus, in the reference of Isaiah speaking to the king of Babylon, becomes Lucifer. But Lucifer is still referring to Venus, but Lucifer as the shining one, Lucifer, the most beautiful of all the angels, Lucifer who was sent down to heaven. That's 14. That's later.
Right.
So that's not biblical.
I get it. And
later. You guys, sorry, you owe me one more $10 dono to fulfill the goal. Technically,
use one of my credits to fill it if you want, Sarah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can do that. All right.
Anyway,
John, let me just say one more thing, if you have just a second.
Yeah, of course.
So Lucifer. So in the Catholic translation, Lucifer is
an angel, a fallen angel,
a fallen angel as bad. So in the Catholic damn it, the Catholicism teaching, Lucifer is bad, which its inference is of damnation or purgatory, if you will.
Yes.
So
and that
the translation
way later.
What I'm trying to wrap my fogged brain around is, in other teachings, Lucifer is or would be inferenced to or held to the standard of God, correct?
Lucifer would be held to the standard of Satan as the antithesis of God and Jesus, and your in Catholicism. Like
would Aquinas that be an inference to the Antichrist?
No, that's different. That's to come, right? That's to come. So you have God, and that you have God the Father. You have God and Clay, corrective. You have God the Father, you have Satan. And then you have Jesus, the Son of Man, and you have Lucifer. Lucifer and Jesus are battling on the earth, and the connection is God and Satan, right? So the origin of good and the origin of evil, so to speak. But I'm saying that Lucifer is
always subject. It's always
medieval.
What I'm saying is it's subject to the translation
and the denomination.
But remember, the stories of Lucifer started. The stories of Lucifer start in the 1200s with Aquinas, the 13th century, and they developed on significantly later and later and later. I was just trying to plant a seed. I'm going to say goodnight. I was just trying to plant the seed that even something like Lucifer, that we've seen so many movies and believe as a child, I believed it. When you find out that it actually has no biblical references and was a development of a story, then it's the question is, what other things? Okay, but Rocky. Anyway, see you all tomorrow.
It's too bad you're
Thank you very much for helping.
It's too bad you're leaving, Shaman, because hostile Hyperborean is backstage. I know you guys enjoy your conversation.
Who's that?
You'll know him when you start talking to him. You'll be like, "Oh yeah, I like that guy."
Oh shit! Well, ask him to come tomorrow because we're gonna need some people who don't believe that.
Tomorrow. It's gonna be fire tomorrow.
Lucifer was the falling star.
Vocab is the proper guy. And by the way, Captain Tazariak and Vocab are arch nemesis. But on this Paul thing, they would agree. Actually, the ironic part.
That's funny.
Thank you, Shaman.
Hey, Spin. I wish you health, and I wish you. Thank God you're here. Right. That's step one.
I should have listened to Balderson and a few other people, but yeah, thank you.
Quit smoking, and do more breath exercises.
I got this. You should see this fucking thing I got to breathe into every once in a while.
You need to breathe into the God's air, like proper.
Sure,
breathe.
Yeah, get outside, get some sun.
Sarah, thank you so much.
Like Sarah,
Rocky, Clay, Balderson.
We'll see you tomorrow, Mark. Looking forward.
Don't come. Hey, Clay, don't come for me tomorrow. Wait until you hear what I'm saying, and then maybe you're not coming for me. Maybe you're going to say, "Hey, thanks for
your argument, though." We already did
I
that.
already,
Clay
man,
has
you
got
do,
a
though.
Gatling gun coming for you. He's like, I got all the bullets.
Yeah.
I
Cat,
said I want all the smoke.
big, small, whatever you need.
So Clay,
I got
whenever
something.
in the
Alright.
Bible it
See you
says
tomorrow
about you meeting
See you, Omar.
fire, or you when they reference fire and brimstone, would that in our teachings that would be considered damnation or hell?
Correct. Yes, that is actually hell in your teaching.
You're too.
So when the word Satan or Lucifer in our teachings, or the teachings that you and I know,
Could it be?
why is it referenced to fire and brimstone?
So
Mostly because of fucking Dante's Inferno. You would be shocked and most that how
That's
much
actually accurate.
that's derived from Dante's Inferno.
Yeah.
Like the entire
Well-
idea of the 7 levels of hell and purgatory and all that directly from Dante's Inferno.
Isn't it 9? Isn't it 9 levels out?
But the
yeah,
the-
9.
and
Well, originally,
My bad.
it wasn't originally that the fire and brimstone. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Clay, or anybody, wasn't fire and brimstone originally a Jewish?
Yes.
This is destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah.
So the symbolism there is fire destroys entirely. Okay, so once it's burned up, it's gone.
Boy, how do I
Brimstone
know that? But go ahead.
It's remembered forever. Okay, brimstone is a smell that you can never not smell again. It's very sulfuric, right? So because it will always be remembered, you will never. If you ever smell brimstone, you know what the hell brimstone smell is. So
it smells like
I've been waiting.
It's another definition of hell.
All right.
But that's the symbolism. Now, in your faith, on the other hand, it is something that is not only both of those things, but because it's remembered, it's a fiery, torturous place.
The wages. God damn it.
Yeah, God damn it, Rocky. He's asking a question about his faith, and I'm actually able to answer it. Whereas you just come in like
so in reference to that, the fiery hell or the fiery place would be damnation in its on its face, right?
Yes, on its face. Yes.
Okay,
Hey,
thank you. I'm done.
Ben, when you have a second, I would like a moment, but let Rocky and Clay do their thing.
Yeah.
I was just saying the wages of sin is death. And hell is the punishment. I mean, the fire and brimstone, you are burned up and you don't exist no more. It's death.
I was burned up because I'm being
Death
cremated.
is not a place where you go for eternity. The wages of sin is not eternal life in fire. It's eternal death from fire.
But Rocky, that would be considered your soul, correct?
Well, thank you for confirming that God's a tyrant.
The Bible says that fear not the person who can kill your body but not destroy your soul, but fear God who can destroy both body and soul. So you people who don't want to be with God, you get what you want. You are eternally separated from God. You no longer exist. It's not eternal fire. The fire destroys you eternally.
But Rocky, wait a second. I'm let me comment on that for a second. Ben, you're muted.
The thing that this is all deriving from, the Sheol, where the Abrahamic Bible derives, what they would have called that area is actually just like a black goop. That's what Sheol is just like a black goop.
There was a place called Sheol where they would throw all their garbage, and it was a pit that would burn eternally, but everything would get burned up
Gehenna.
They would throw it in there and it would get burned up. It's a representation of judgment. You are thrown into the pit, you're burned up, turned into ashes, and you no longer exist.
Yeah, but anybody before
it's not Sheol, it's Gehenna.
But most people what that believe in the Christian faith, they pray that when they pass away or expire, or whatever you want to call it, that they want to go to the pearly gates, if you will, for lack of better words, right?
Yeah, most Christians, yep.
Yeah, most Christians, thank you. But at the end of the day, thou shalt be judged by God or Jesus or whatever part of the Christian faith you're a part of, though.
There's a second judgment.
And then faith without works is dead. So faith is how you get judged. Yes.
I really want to get on my point. I mean, look at how much blood has been spilled over just religion, whether it's Christianity, Catholicism, or Buddhism. Everywhere, all across everything, everyone is like, "Oh, it's my God, it's my way."
Yeah, but that's superficial,
and it has to be. Oh, if you don't believe it, then you're going to hell, right? Like,
well,
if you don't believe
that is your beliefs or your teachings that are given or planting the seed. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
But you're still but that
here's the greatest thing above all. We've killed more people in the name of God, right?
Who are you talking about?
Human beings killing other human beings in the name of
are you
faith.
Talking like judicially or somebody in the streets?
We're talking about crusades.
Who's like running their microwave or some shit? Turn the fucking shit off or mute yourself.
Yeah. So you could tell that to the people in 1940s Germany. No, you can't, because let's be real. That was all about what's the term? Genetics. That wasn't God.
Oh,
yeah, that wasn't a God thing.
Really? So the overtly Christian genocide of Jews had nothing to do with God. Nothing at all.
I'm talking about 1940s Germany.
Percentage of Catholics and Lutherans.
Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait, the 1940s Germany was Christian? Explain that one to me, FG. Explain it to me.
Nearly the entire population of Germany is Catholic and Lutheran. Yes.
East Germany didn't exist until after World War II.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Right.
They were just talking about Germany.
Are you anti?
The entire country is Christian.
Nine. That came from Christians?
You guys communists or something?
Do you not know history?
But
yes, they are fucking Christian.
There is no teaching, FG, that I am aware of.
They had God is with us on their uniforms. What are you talking about?
Bro,
they made a treaty with the Pope. What are you talking about?
Whatever.
I know
That's
Christians don't like to think about this, but the Holocaust is a Christian genocide. Sorry.
Third
Sorry,
Reich was
guys.
Christian, y'all.
That's all bullshit.
Catholic and Lutheran.
Now hold on, Clay. Listen, that's not the same what you're saying. So they used the religion. So the story that was sold to the German people is not that, oh, hey, we're gonna go torture Jews and steal all their stuff and be horrible people. That's not what they were sold. So the leadership, while they were not Christian and they were not decent people, that doesn't mean that the decent people of Germany weren't sold a different story in order to get them to go along with it, bro.
Yeah, I know what it was.
Also, let's not misunderstand that.
It was actually about bringing back Germany itself, right, or the German people.
Well,
but the anti-Semitism was baked in for over 1,000 years in Christianity.
The anti-Semitism was the reason for the for
was
the 19th
he was
Germany. I will give that
anti-Russian.
Why do you think the
However,
pogroms
however,
happening in East
it
Europe?
wasn't Christians
What do you
doing
think
it.
Fiddler on the
It was
Roof
a
is
country,
about?
a nation state. Christians didn't own the state
What are
of
you talking
Germany.
about?
What are you what are you talking about? This is bro. Guys, don't forget the Third
Who
Reich.
killed the most Christians during World War II before?
Bro, I have never heard this
Goddamn
argument.
Russian.
Please,
This
explain
is
to me
really easy, Clay.
all
Go
the
look up the religious
Christian
makeup of Germany.
morality
Just go
behind
look it
the
up.
Third Reich. Go ahead.
Go look it up. Go look it up.
I think maybe the little mustache guy was right. So, fuck you guys.
Okay. For the wise man sends all his love. He says, when you read hieroglyphics from all over the world, you'll see multiple insect diagrams and bird diagrams along with wheat or barley or corn, etc. This is the cycle in tablets that are being explained. Ben, I know you probably got something to add in on that.
100%. In fact, they even leave formulas and stuff. They even leave formulas and stuff. My friend Jeffrey Drum goes around to these megalithic sites and goes and studies all those things, and like some of the things that are just very functional about these megalithic sites is just amazing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Vincent says, I'm curious, under what framework are non-Christians using to judge what's moral or not? Effigy?
What, like every moral framework? What are you talking about? What specific framework? Like, morality comes from us. I don't see why we have to keep prefacing this. There's any number of moral justifications you can use.
Yeah, but I guess my question.
He does ask for a specific
I know
framework.
that Christians need to farm out their morality to somebody else, but the rest of us, we're big boys, and we can do the right thing without God telling us to do
Right.
it.
I just, like, when they ask this, it's always because Christians have this one singular answer for their entire morality, but that's not how it actually works. You can justify morals from the point of view of like consequences, duty, religion, rules, rights, virtue, stoicism, social contracts, fairness, ethics. Like you can justify it from any number of things. It's a very dense, complicated thing that can come from a bunch of different spaces, and they're like, but where's your one justification? Just like my God.
With his morality.
Yeah, but the justification has to come from yourself, not a teaching.
Morality comes from us.
It comes from society.
Isn't that what I just? That's no, it doesn't.
Literally,
you have to be
morality
taught.
Comes from us.
You
have moral emotions that you have evolved that can be seen in children before they ever even learn how to speak.
It's another yelling match.
Vincent throws another. Shut up. Vincent throws another 5 to add on to it and says, you can't use our shit to judge. Can you if you're not Christian? So, but you
see,
Christianity did not invent morality. That's a
kind
joke.
of silly to say that I can't read your book and take it seriously if I don't believe it. I can read the book, take it seriously, and see what the morals are and make a judgment on those morals.
100%.
He's saying you can't utilize those morals as your framework.
Why not?
You're going to, if you're going to say that. Well, hold on, because you're saying the framework is flawed. It's cyclical. One thing can't just come from itself. So if you're going to sit there and deny the moral framework that's provided by this Bible, then you can't borrow from it and say, well, we just know because of this, and we pull from this, we pull from that. But then the very things you're pulling from, you're crippling the foundations of it, but then you're still pulling from it.
Well, see, I actually
fire, dude. Fire. Sarah just shut all you guys down.
No,
I actually do have an answer for this question. That Germanic society has held these rules that we follow basically for thousands of years, and through societal norms that are ingrained in us from being born into that society, we all kind of just follow
Odin.
them.
Is Odin perfect?
Actually, Odin didn't leave near as many societal
Odin isn't a moral person.
The Bible says
personage.
that
He's not a moral personage, right?
So
Okay, hold on.
Is religion?
This would be like if you. This would be like if you say, "Oh, Bones of Doom is backstage too now." Hi, Bones.
Yeah, I
If
actually
you,
didn't put our religion into this. It's the society that's
yeah,
been.
yeah, but
Well,
there,
but your society contains your religion.
Okay,
Yeah.
but here's my
Is
thing.
that
I'm
is
allowed
it subjective or objective?
Your religion.
all right, let me put it this way. If I say Pythagorean's theorem is flawed and a shitty calculation, you shouldn't use it because it's flawed. The foundations of it are broken. Here's why, right? And then I provide X amount of reasons why. But then you're like, hey, I need you to go do this math over here, and that math happens to include Pythagorean's theorem. And I'm like, oh yeah, well I can use Pythagorean's theorem to solve this math problem over here. It's like, well, but you're using something that you just said was flawed.
So I have to 100%.
I got an
agree with
answer for
something to use it at all.
The Bible
I
says.
can't agree with parts of anything.
Sarah, is that statement is that subjective or objective?
Well, okay, so that's the thing is the those that deny the Christian morality or say, you know, Christian morality isn't a thing because we as humans just know, right? They would typically claim that morality is subjective, but humans we just do right. This is why some people do wrong, some people do right, but we can all sit here and agree on one panel. Most of us, unless you're a sociopath, we could say, you know, harming children is bad, right? We can all agree with that.
Sure. No.
I got.
So what? So I'll shut up after this, Sarah.
Shut up, Rocky. Hold on.
So it could literally be both subjective or objective.
Well, I've heard T-Jump, right? T-Jump has made the declaration that objective or morality is objective. However, it's not based on Christian ethics or moral grounding, right?
Right.
He provides it, but the way he provides it is from this like made up universe that's all perfect.
No,
and
it's emergent from conscious agents.
It's from playing too video games is what it is, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So then
that's way crazier than the shit you guys talk about, right? Mm.
I was going to say that the
So to
Bible
some
says
people, it's
that
both.
God gives us all a conscience, and
It's
we all
just more autistic, not crazier.
I can totally hold up your system against itself to point out how it is inconsistent. That's totally a valid use of your own system against
I haven't
itself.
seen that. I haven't seen that, Ant.
Well, then pay attention. I don't know what to tell you.
Has anyone brought up Epicurean's paradox yet?
This is where I say that it's not me misunderstanding it; it's you just not explaining it well. This is like Effigy going, "Look it up, bro."
What? I didn't make it. What do I need to explain to you, Clay? What was I unclear about? What do you need to hear?
You said you can hold the system up next to itself and explain to me how it's an immoral system.
No, I'm talking in abstract terms. You can't hold up any system against. Excuse me, Clay.
Hold on, stop. Because here's probably where Clay should go. Because Ant, what are your thoughts about the Bible?
I don't think about the Bible.
Okay, but what if I said, do you think the Bible is true? What would you say?
I would say that there are parts of it that line up with the historical record, but that a lot of it is more likely to be allegory and, for lack of a better word, mythology. I don't want to use that word because the people practicing the religion don't see it that way. That's a little degrading, so I try to avoid using that word.
Okay, so but overall, you would believe that the Bible is probably like one big joke overall.
I find it's inconsistent and in parts incoherent when trying to line it up with nature.
So, but the only way that you could disprove the morality based on God is by utilizing the inconsistencies within the Bible, correct?
No,
I could just attack it through first principles.
First principles.
Absolutely.
First principles aren't in the Bible.
So what?
So you're holding it up to a measure not of its own. Wow.
We're holding it up to a measure of society as we live. And in our society, it's not okay to harm babies.
But that wasn't his claim, Ben.
Clay,
I have multiple ways I can measure something. It depends on the question.
Hold on. Ant just said that he would view the Bible as being analogies, mythological.
Allegories.
Allegories. Thank you. Right. So, what if the harming of the babies was an allegory? What if it was just simply a fable? Right. So you're utilizing information that you would very well believe that could be made up, but you're using that as a way to say, well, he would harm babies. We know this
because even if I view it as made up, it was used as justification to carry out those actions in that era. So whether I believe it's made up or God actually did make the command, it's irrelevant. It achieved the same outcome either way. So I can still look at the two things and make a comparison.
And I can show you whether. I want to say that I agree with you. I have found limited inconsistencies in the Catholic Bible, but I don't know that I would agree that mythology might be the right term to use. Or
I already conceded that.
No. I was agreeing with you in part is what I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah, but so you don't see the inconsistencies with your original claim, which is that you can hold it up against itself.
Yeah.
Determine the morality. Where
the same way I can hold up the Lord of the Rings against itself and compare it to itself.
Where now you're holding it up in the allegorical sense and saying it's a societal standard. There's two different one of these things. It's not like the other.
Hold on.
You were asking me to engage in a thought experiment, a thought problem. I wasn't subscribing to anything. I was just going along with the thought problem that was being presented to me. Nothing else.
So, Ant, wouldn't if you were holding it up against itself, you have to be using its own system to measure its own system?
Yes.
Wouldn't it
Yes,
be perfect?
internally critiquing. Yes.
Wouldn't it be perfect then?
No.
No.
Yes, that is exactly how.
No, because if it cannot,
definitions, it's not.
Listen, stop. If the model cannot predict itself, it's not a good fucking model.
But okay, wait a minute.
So if I can hold it up against itself and it doesn't hold up against itself, bad model.
Yeah, but
is that simpler enough for you?
Every different reference reference, every different version of a Bible will always contradict the previous version, right?
I don't know. I haven't read all the different translations of the Bible.
Okay, you've got the King James version, then you've got the new.
It doesn't matter if you list them off. I haven't read them. How can I answer this?
Hold on. In society, though, okay, do you believe that killing people is bad? I assume you. Okay, right. But within society, we still technically kill people, right? We have
you have
We
self-defense.
have our actual the judges who are saying, well, I put you to the chamber, XYZ.
I am personally against the death penalty, but yeah, we do have it as a punishment.
Society. We have
capital punishment exists. Warfare exists.
Okay.
Do you think that? We even have abortion, right? Which is technically killing. Okay.
It's killing. Yes.
Right. So do you think if society, based on this, you're saying that morality comes from society, do you think that if we turn it on its face as well, we could say the same thing about society, right? Based on those exceptions that are still built into that, there's always exceptions to every rule, correct, Ant?
I can't guarantee that, but okay, I'll grant it.
There's always an exception. Oh, there's just like all of the data. There's nothing that's ever 100%.
I'll agree to it because models. All right, as the saying goes, all models are wrong, but some are useful. All the models that we use are not like complete. Like they have limits. So yeah,
Mhm.
you're going to hit limits to any model you're using for sure.
Right.
Can I
So
say
hold
that?
on, hold the fuck on. Okay, so if I take society and if I pretend I'm treating it the same way you're treating the Bible and God's morality, if I was an outsider looking into our society and you say, well, the moral framework comes from society, they determine killing is bad. Oh, but wait a minute. The same society that says killing is bad are killing people in self-defense. They're killing babies. They're killing people who are being punished. They're still utilizing murder, right?
No,
but
no.
killing. They're still killing.
Killing, not murder. Murder has a specific definition.
This is where morals come in. And morally, we decide what thing is killing and what thing is murder.
Correct.
And we do that based on our culture, not religion.
How did we lose the plot? We've lost
hold on. How do you know that this baby killing thing in the Bible isn't a justification? How can we say it's actual murder? What if his definition is different in the Bible?
What if
there's an exception and a
Bible?
justification? Well, Ben brought it up when he was backing you up.
Okay.
So that's the argument I'm using, as there's an exception to everything, and there's always a justification, and the justification is based on the society that determines that justification, correct?
But as awful as an outsider are deciding whether that is moral, of course you're using your moral system to judge their moral system. If I used their moral system, the only thing I could ever achieve is an internal critique to see if they are living by their own system. I couldn't then from an outside perspective judge whether it was moral or not. I would have to use my system.
Right. So I'm using your moral
Where's
system.
the argument then?
Hold on. I'm utilizing your moral argument in your insider piece of, society deems what morality is. Society determines what is right and what is wrong, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So
let
me
put this way.
as an outsider doing an internal critique on your society, I would say y'all are some fucked up people because y'all be killing babies like left and right. You are murderers. You are murderers,
I'm not
correct?
killing babies. What are you talking about?
Abortion is a thing, and I would
against
deem
abortion.
that. I'm not saying you, but your society that you are saying determines what morality is right and wrong.
I think it was straw man. I think the
I would
position
flip
is
that
straw
on its
man.
head.
It's not society. It's by individual, and we've lost the plot. It's not about morality. It's about immorality, right? We don't judge the character of the deity, no matter what the religion, based on the moral understanding. It's about immorality, right? So the whole point of the panel is the question is the Christian God is an immoral tyrant, right? We're not talking about morality or what our morality hinges upon. It's an ontological question. It's a cosmological question. At the end of the day, each individual on this panel does not make the rules.
If you don't have rules for morality, how do you judge immorality?
Well, no, I'm saying we ultimately don't set the rules cosmologically. When I wake up, I can't prevent animals from eating each other.
I don't have to set the rules. The rules are already set up, apparently, by this God person.
If he
it's a circle, dude. It's just
me
a
and
full
you
fucking
actually
circle.
probably agree more than anyone else on this panel. So you're probably attacking the wrong person.
Okay, but
I'm equal opportunity in that regard.
Let's make a reference.
And over and over and over. It's a circle.
Let me make a reference for a second. The book that I hold in my hand
was making
is
a good point.
the Catholic Bible. In this book, it allegedly teaches you values, morals, and has everything to do with what the teachings are, correct? So whatever faith you are, in your version of what you call the Bible has what your faith believes in, right? So if I put this Bible next to King James version, it's going to contradict. It's going to contradict itself.
Ever so slightly, because
we're losing the plot. This is not how we judge the immorality of God or the
Well,
deity. It's not
to
by
be
any
fair,
system.
hostile. That was Jed, the original debater. That was his affirmative position, and he was doing an internal critique within the religion itself. And so that's probably how we got
I'm saying
here.
that's an error. So Jed's messing up for sure.
A little bit. I would agree. It's not his fault because essentially he is looking at it from the outside perspective and trying to do an outward critique, calling it an inward critique.
He's saying is God is an immoral tyrant based on God's moralities that he has prescribed.
No, he's saying that God himself. He's saying God. He said God himself does not follow the moralities he prescribes himself.
Right.
That he drowns babies, he kills babies, he gets other people to kill babies, he empowers others. Well, then how do you say don't kill babies? Because
then they justify it by saying,
but the prescription, Ben. But the prescription,
mysterious ways.
But Ben, wasn't his prescription that when the I can't fucking.
Go ahead,
Ben. The what he was prescribing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Jed, is that when a bastard child or a misbehaved child, the prescription was certain unaliving, correct?
That's the Bible was prescribing that. He was saying that is immoral. That is God telling people to harm children. And that is immoral. And he says,
why is it? But my pushback would be, I have read the King James version and I've read the Catholic Bible. Clay, correct me if I'm wrong, please. I have not read anything where the prescription in the Bible has said to unalive a bastard child, if you will.
I'm not sure what you mean by
that. Just went over the passage multiple times.
We went over it multiple times. It's in the
explained that it was a mistranslation.
Clay, help him.
Yeah, and he understood. I was saying that it was actually a mistranslation, and you know what? He still doesn't believe in the morality of it, which is fine, and that I think we came to an agreement on it. He doesn't
still
agree.
Not moral.
Well, that's your subjective morality. It's your personal.
Yeah, my superior subjective morality is that a violent child doesn't deserve to be killed.
Something you are doing outside of Christianity, doofus.
What about Joshua? What about Joshua?
I think all of us would, and here's the funny part. Even the Christians, all of us would agree a misbehaved, even violent child should not be stoned to death. Which one is going to pick up and go start doing that to children?
I don't know, man.
And bringing Tolkien into this is immoral. Are you muted? I think you're muted on your end.
Yeah, sorry, I was working on some food. How's it immoral?
It's immoral because Tolkien is just God's great gift to Earth. Okay.
He's a great writer. I agree, but he's not above critique.
Yeah.
Well, I think everything that we do in life, even ourselves, we would critique. So there's no real argument there, right?
So where's your
whole point of our existence here is critique? Huh?
Yeah, I think we're missing the plot. You can address this.
I can't hear you.
You can address this easier than by referring to the Bible.
If you're still watching, I'm sorry. If you're still watching over on Flying Spaghetti Auditor's side, I apologize. I should have cut that a long time ago. But we are over at the Gauntlet on YouTube. So that is at the Gauntlet Debate. Go there and you'll be able to find us and continue on if you'd like to continue watching. But
we were behaved and we appreciate him coming.
Yes, no, absolutely. And we love you all for watching and hanging out with us on Jed's side, but I do have to kill it on that end just because if there's a peen flash or something, I'm going to have to call Jed very quickly and I don't want to wake him up. So we love you. We'll either catch you over here or join in next time. Bye.
Sarah, can I ask you? Can I ask you a question?
I
real quick?
interrupted Hostile, so I wanted to hand it back to him.
I'm sorry, and then I have a question
just
for you.
referring to the Bible or whatever denomination how they interpret or commentate on the Bible isn't the way to address this question. It's by looking directly at reality. It's a cosmological and ontological question. It has nothing to do with the interpretation of Scripture. It's an overarching issue.
That's the argument that they're presenting to us. So we're going back on them.
Yeah,
but you can include the Christian God in that. You can lump it.
But to be able to critique or to be able to have a reference point, where would be the reference point?
I understood
reality at large. So use John, right? Use the Gospel of John, right? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, right? So we're talking about reality here, the entirety of reality. It's not just the Bible and the stories in the Bible and how you interpret it. We're talking about the experience one goes through when they live in reality. What if they didn't have a Bible to reference? We can still talk about a Christian God, right? Like, say orally somebody is transmitting, right, the idea of a Christian God to somebody, but there isn't a book in reach.
Oral transmission.
Right?
That's actually how they used to transmit the Bible.
I know. That's my point. I'm saying that
sounding like a Hebrew.
We're losing the plot. You can address this right at the source. We don't need to talk about the Scripture.
That is not how the Bible works. Okay, Bible literally means book of little books. So you can't have a book if you don't write the shit down. What the fuck
the question is the Christian God an immoral tyrant? Right? It doesn't say, is the Bible explain immorality?
You watch the book of Eli, you think that all of a sudden now it's just whatever that guy said. No.
I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand my position. Yeah.
I think all religions can come to.
That's how that works.
What the fuck are you on about, Clay?
Every religion.
Is this question about the Bible being immoral?
Every religion can find morality through conscience. God gave every man a conscience. So you don't need a religion necessarily, but to misunderstand the scriptures and say that it's wrong because you know what morality is and you don't understand what the Bible's trying to tell you. But you've been given a conscience. Everyone here has a conscience. So when you shear your conscience, when you go against your conscience, you get more and more wicked. That's what the Bible says.
If there was one thing that was proven here tonight, if there was one thing, it's that none of you fucking Christians agree with what the Bible says.
Speaking of hell, Rocky, you're being booted to the back. Spin's using his credit to bring up Bones. I don't think I've ever seen that happen in my entire life. For Spin,
it's happened a few times actually.
Really?
Yeah.
And shout out to James.
All those times happened while Spin was suffering a stroke. I do believe that while most people become crazed assholes after a stroke, Spin might have become nice. I don't know what the fuck. It's just a thing.
Don't worry, the leading scientists are on this.
Shout out to James and his new membership over on the Gauntlet. We love you. Welcome. We appreciate you. Enjoy your emojis and your access to the videos. Okay.
Hostile made him Democrat.
So Hostile, you still
is
have
a
not.
Democrat. He denies being a Democrat. I swear to God, he's a fucking Democrat.
Nope.
He tries. He's like what is it called? Rhino? Is it called a? No, it's not called a rhino. It's called a
libertarian.
What is it? No. It's
neocon.
It's where you like pretend to be a right winger, but then when you actually apply your stuff, you're actually
that's a rhino.
Rhino, Republican in name only. Rhino.
Yeah.
Or
okay.
libertarian, which is actually more accurate.
What he really is.
You still have not given me a baseline or a prescription to where you're getting the
morality.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not about morality. So forgive me, right? Maybe I misunderstand the issue. I thought the question was, is the Christian God an immoral tyrant? Not, is the Bible moral or not? Which question is?
Well, what I'm correlating it with is if God wrote the Bible.
Yep.
Right? Sorry, Sarah, I lost it. Sorry.
No, you have to
I'll
go
get
to
it
the
back.
source is my point, right? Like we can just, this is an ontological and a cosmological issue. It's not a exegesis issue.
They don't
It's
know
not
what
about
those
how
words
you,
mean. Hostile.
it's not about interpreting the Bible which way. It's not about
Really,
morality. It's about
the only thing-
immorality.
The only one that knows what
Right?
words are. What a retard!
Okay, if God was immoral, if God was immoral, and he allegedly or
Yeah, we don't need to look
towards
towards
wrote the
books for that,
Bible,
right?
What?
We don't need to look towards books for that. You experience it in
Okay,
your immediate reality.
all of us up here, we could go and knock on his motherfucking door or call him on his cell phone so he can fucking tell us what the word or his word is.
No, it's about the experience of immorality. Then you work your way to the question of is God that, right? Is
Well,
the
how do you
Christian God
know?
that?
How do you know what immorality is if you don't know what morality is? Where's
That's
your
what I'm
baseline?
trying to
We do.
fucking
We have
ask
the
to do.
dichotomy. I'm not saying the dichotomy doesn't exist, but we're addressing a specific part of the dichotomy. It's about immorality. Now, if you wanted to talk about morality, then you can talk about the what angry bro. Can you let me talk? Can you let me talk for just a second?
Hold on, Clay. I'm asking him a question. He's answering me. Let him fucking answer me.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Osdal.
Yeah, so the question is about immorality, right? So we can't go looking towards the values or what Angry American is calling the prescription of Christianity. We need to look at the immoral parts of the argument, right?
Wait,
I didn't think the question I didn't think the question was, is the Bible moral? The question is not that, right?
No. Can I be a little more descriptive?
No,
Sarah?
hold on. Immorality is the violation of established moral laws, norms, or standards.
Yes.
Amoral is like the lack of. So
Right.
if we were saying an amoral tyrant, then there are no moral groundings, right? I could understand that. But immoral is violating the moralities. So how can you say that it's not about we can't baseline morality in order to discuss the
book. I'm saying with the book, right? We have 45,000 different denominations. That's not where we're going to find the morality in the immorality dichotomy. We're going to find it in the cosmology of Christianity, right? Which isn't a specific verse. It's not a specific story.
No. You could. There is no way that you could descriptively say it's one verse or one book of the Bible. There is no way in hell that you could either.
That's my point. That's why. So look, that's exactly my
In the
point.
stars, y'all.
Well, not in the stars, y'all. Like the church fathers were developing a
stars.
cosmology around the Bible, right? That isn't explicitly stated in the Bible, like the
I
perfection
ate
of
the
God.
bread and drank the wine. Now I know.
What are you talking about?
What are you, Clay? What are you blabbing about?
We can't find it.
Am I
in
not
words.
the only one who drinks?
Okay, if we can't find it in the words, and you're saying it's in the cosmos. Okay, where in the cosmos, sir? I looked up into the stars.
Not in
and
the
I found-
cosmos. You literally don't know what cosmology means. That's
I don't
animated
know
was
what
right.
Hilarious because you were making something funny. You're saying you know what you meant.
Okay, so I actually have a
Why are you
question.
so retarded, dude? Holy
Effigy
shit.
was actually right.
You said there's
you made fun of Effigy. Clay, you made fun of Effigy
Yeah, I'm gonna hate on Clay.
for saying you didn't know a word, and then you just expressly.
Yeah, I know. I was being sarcastic, asshole. You're being retarded.
You weren't being sarcastic.
Just because you got a vernacular,
Okay,
you got
cosmology. Explain it to me.
You
then.
thought cosmology was
Holy
the
shit.
cosmos.
All right, hold on. Let's do something real quick because
You got
hold on.
an
Everybody shut the
extensive
fuck
vernacular.
up. Everyone shut the fuck up. All right, your goal currently sits at a 1 out of 10, and you only have 12 more minutes to finish the other 9. So, Ant, can you show all of our fine friends here what we need to do to unfuck the chat right now so that we can continue the show?
Well, damn chat. I thought we were on a roll, but we can fix it. Set the ship right. Just need a few donos if you can spare it. And for those who have donated, thank you so much. Do appreciate it. It's been a really good conversation tonight. I think we had two really good guests, and I hope they come back.
Amen to that.
We need a show for them to come back to.
Where'd Ben go? Did his there's a pussy in front of his I was like, what happened to Ben's camera?
POS friendly pussy.
Yes.
Yep.
Ben, would you be so kind as to tell all of our amazing audience what they need to do if they'd like to continue this show after the next 11 minutes?
Well, if you want to keep watching me sharpen shears and laugh at everybody, then throw down some donos. It's been a good week. This has been a good conversation. We know you don't want to stop it. Bones just got here. He's ready to pick at some people. I mean, Spin brought him up just for the fight. Keep it going, guys.
Yes, sir. Clay, fight some water for us, baby.
You know you're getting off on this. And
ain't
doing this shit for free.
Damn.
So at least pay my pimp Sarah.
Yeah, a panel full of 9 dudes and 1 female, and they're all getting off to it. An audience of 90% male. So, yep.
Damn, Sarah, I didn't know Clay was pimping you out, man.
No, he's being pimped out.
I am the pimp. You are all of my whores.
We are the pimp. You the pimp. We the hose.
Yes.
Yep, there we go.
Effigy.
We're the tricks.
The hose.
You know how dumb this has gotten. You know how dumb this can get. You know you want to see how dumb this can get. So you better give those donos in so we can dig this hole all the way to China.
Ooh, China. It's so funny because now when my son says China, he specifically says China. Hostile, you're having a good time. What do they need to do?
So if anybody needs money, it's me. I recommend, just if you're gonna give money, give it to your boy. That's all I'm gonna say.
And we're gonna boot Hostile off this panel.
Damn.
Spin, tell them what they need to do, sir.
Well, if you want Sarah to pimp us hoes out, you got to pay the lady. So we need to pay the lady. And also, if you want me to keep being nice, you got to pay the lady.
Yes. Jody, I hope you figured out what you need to do. You are muted. I did mute you earlier, but go ahead. Tell them what they need to do.
Y'all better like, subscribe, and dono to Ben and Sarah immediately.
Yeah, right meow.
Yeah, now Ben's pimping us the fuck out too.
Yes. Ben has co-pimp privileges. Bones, does Spike have some words for us?
The time is near. It is time for all of you to donate to Sarah, or else this time Spike is going to cut up your bed sheets. Okay.
Oh,
the winter one's gone. The summer one's absolutely shredded. Okay. Your child's favorite blanket, it's going to be gone. Okay. Spike is a very, very petty god.
Now,
so unless you donate, your blankets are fucked.
That sounds immoral.
No, it's not immoral because it's whatever Spike says goes.
That's
fuck you too, Spike. Chase,
yeah, absolutely it is.
Chase, tell them what they need to do, sir.
Well, if we can't figure out what's moral and immoral, we're all headed for eternal damnation. So I really need you guys to donate so I can finish working this out for myself and maybe save myself.
Oh,
choose
saved.
Spike.
And Matthew getting his membership. Welcome to the Cool Kids Club, sir. And of course, sending some love over on Mr. Balderson's side. Fourth Wiseman comes in with a big 20. Clay.
So Fourth says, Clay, the light from the stars and planets and even the moon, which is clearly observed by everyone, has a very similar impact on the physical body and mind, but in smaller dosages due to distances and frequencies uptaken. Yes.
Well, goddamn.
No.
Goddamn.
Well, goddamn, man.
Ride that space swell all the way across the extra universe that we actually invented in our own mind as well.
I feel like you should be doing that in the Crocodile Dundee voice. So
I thought about that as I was getting into it. I like that. But it still leaves out the possibility of an eternal mind, right? So you have your mind, we have our mind, right? Individually, right? And we have the social collective mind, whatever you want to call it, social contract, social theory, whatever. But it also leaves out the possibility of something outside of the universe. I know a lot of people that, the universe, well, I seem to observe the universe, and that's all there is. Well, guess what? That's only what we see. There's actually more outside of that. And if you actually want to go outside of what the observable universe is, you're going to have to travel faster than the speed of light, and you can't even do that. So I don't know what you done seen, but it's probably more than I've seen. I'm trying to look for more. If I can find more, I will bring it to you as evidence. But all that evidence is not observable.
Yeehaw!
We get there one day. We got to get faster than light, though. Thanks,
What
sir.
the hell did I just listen to?
Donate, because every donation goes to a wonderful place. It's either the back pocket of Sarah, which is a beautiful place, and then possibly some good feed for Mr. Balderson. Otherwise, it's just sitting in your back pocket. It's not a great place to look. Well, I mean, maybe it is, but it looks better in Sarah's back pocket.
The best part is that Clay is about as intelligent here as he has been the entire night.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Redneck paddle.
We love it. I love it. And of course, we all love Fourth Wiseman with the big hundo, plus the big fucking red one on the screen. He says, "Get along,
W.
little
Wiseman,
doggy."
dude.
Oh,
Fucking
by the way,
W.
get along, little doggy. Oh, by the way, this is why religion and politics usually ends in a neurotic mind fuck, because it's all a muddle fuck of our past. To go forward, take what you need, then proceed. I'm surprised those passed the filter. Oh, you know what? He's a mod. That's why. That's why. Yes. I think that's why we made him a mod. Because
dude, I still make comments and I get shit held because then I can see it not from because I comment on my phone and I'm like, you motherfucker.
You know, if I type in one big fat red dono in the chat, it won't show it. But if I type in one big red dono, it will. Isn't that crazy? Fat. The word.
Yeah, there
fat.
are certain things that even as a channel owner, it won't show on the screen, even though you type that shit.
Yeah, if
crazy.
I can't put in Fatty's name. I can't.
Oh.
Is that crazy? That's his name. I can't even put it in.
I had when I did Team Fatty. When I do, I'm on his show Sunday. When I did Team Fatty's show and I typed it in the title, like on Team Fatty's or whatever, Twitch wouldn't let me go live because it's like, we don't like your title. We're not going to let you go. I had to change the title on that end just to be able to go live. And I was like, the fuck? Like, so just so you all know, don't name yourself something that people won't be able to type. Okay. Just saying. Shout out to Fourth Wiseman. Big red bell. Ding, 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 ding. We love you.
Big
we love
W,
you so
bro.
much. And
Big W.
Flaco, I see you backstage. I just need a big little cam up and a hello back there, and then we'll add you onto the line. There's one more in front of you. All right.
I just want to adjust one thing, please. Then I'll even leave. I'll make room on the panel. Has anyone tonight talked about... Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Has anyone brought up Epicurean's paradox?
No.
Yeah, at the beginning of the night. Yeah.
Oh, did they? Oh, I
And
missed that.
did anybody rebuttal it properly, or did they just like
It was
thrash
during
away
the
people?
one-on-one debate. It was not during the open panel.
Okay, I think Epicurean's paradox puts a nail in the coffin. I don't think you can. There's a way out of it. The Christians did it by saying that they agreed with the Platonists that evil is a privation. But if you agree that evil is ontologically real, then Epicurean's paradox is the nail in the coffin. There's no way out of it. So what's your guys' stance on that? The Christians on the panel, do you believe that evil is a privation?
Can you say that again for me?
Yeah. Epicurean's paradox starts off by asking the question, is evil real? Is it a real thing? So you have to agree to the problem of evil. The Christians said, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, basically the Christians agreed with the Platonists and said the way around that paradox is by saying evil doesn't exist. It's a privation. It's like the absence of something. It's not the existence of something.
I put it like this. People like to make good and evil opposites. Good and evil are not opposites. They are just two different things, like man and woman.
Okay, so evil does exist in your model.
Yes.
Okay, well, Epicurean's paradox destroys that argument, is my point.
Because it presents it as an opposite.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with it being an. Maybe you're unfamiliar with the paradox.
Maybe so. So explain to me how God having evil being created by him is a paradox.
Yeah, that would mean that he's evil, right? So let's just say the most basic level, if God is creating everything ex nihilo, then evil has to come from his substance. That's a problem.
So here's the problem with that. So what you're posing is that it's kind of like I am my son, or my son is me, right? Where that is just simply not the case at all.
Yeah, that's not that's not an accurate analogy, because God doesn't he's not a progenitor in the sense that parents have kids in a worldly sense.
No,
he's in the realm of being. We're in the realm of becoming. They're separate things.
No, what I'm saying is the creation itself is not the creator, right? So if I create evil, because if I'm God, I create evil, that doesn't mean that I too am evil. It just means that I create
okay, then if evil exists, where does it come from? If God creates it, where does it come from? From God. There you go. So we agree. You just tried to argue me, but we actually agree.
Yeah, that comes from doesn't necessarily mean that it's literally he's evil. That just means he created it. It's like if I'm saying,
let's pretend it's like dad and son. Like let's pretend it's like
in the back going
let's pretend it's like dad, mom, and child, right? Well, those traits that you're mentioning, that it's a part of him, right? It ultimately comes from him. It has to be a trait of God. It has to be inherited in the creation.
Yeah, here's one. Okay, so two brown-eyed parents can create a blue-eyed child, correct?
If
but the parent has the gene for blue eyes.
Bones. This isn't Bones.
Yeah, the gene is there. It's recessive.
Argument, that's fine, but go ahead, Bones.
Well, no, he gets it. The gene is latent there. It's recessive. Right. It's there. The material and the substance is there.
I'm just
so that's a part.
Both of you guys.
Why is it a problem?
Well, it's a part of God.
Why is that?
He has evil. He can be good too. He can be good too. I'll give you that.
But why is it a problem?
Yeah, because he's supposed to be perfect and omnibenevolent. That's the problem. That's the whole point of the Epicurean paradox.
Who said that?
That's the whole argument of the Epicurean paradox.
Now, I got to must admit that omnibenevolent is not a term that I've ever heard used to describe the Christian God.
Me neither.
So I've got
it could just be reduced to be saying all good.
Yeah,
like that's
it is used.
It's kind of like a mysterious. It's another word for like mysterious ways.
It's literally what they were arguing earlier when they said God is the good.
Right.
Yeah. Plato
wasn't here for that, right?
They don't even understand their own
the
argument.
church fathers actually believe that, right? So
hold on. And this is why I kind of said, hey, Hostel's presenting the argument, and he and I can have the back and forth. You guys are going to go off on what the spaghetti auditor said.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this a one?
I wasn't here for the spaghetti auditor. I was
attributing what somebody else said to now what I'm saying. This is a fallacy on its face, easily. Right?
Ow! Holy shit! That hurts.
The fallacy is on.
Has it been like this the whole night?
Yeah.
No, oh yes.
Wow.
Oh,
Get him,
yes.
Clay. Get him,
Sarah,
Clay.
you see my thing in the
No,
back.
actually, sorry. Adam was great. Like, I'll give Adam credit. He did a good job arguing his side.
Adam's been really great.
Adam was amazing.
But after that, it's definitely declined.
right? So this is the thing. See, I can have a really good conversation with someone, but if Bones comes in here going,
this isn't a good conversation though.
I don't know where to go.
It's like watching a fucking kid stumble through the field searching for a dandelion when they're all around him. That's how bad this conversation is.
This in the background. Well, you hear
okay, if you want to continue to talk over me and do the meta, that's fine. I know you want to crash out over me, but I'd rather you finish this good conversation with Hyperborea.
A retard background like Rocky or
he wants to complain. That's fine.
Chiming in with some stupid ass trying to get a gotcha.
You know, the silly thing is Clay doesn't realize that everyone else's mic covers up his. No one ever hears him. No one ever hears a thing he says.
I have a question.
The chaos.
Out of my chat that you can't see or Sarah can't put up. Is it okay if I read the question, Sarah?
Yeah, go ahead.
It was over on Pilled, $10. Hyperbolic, I guess that's your name.
It's Hyperborean.
Yeah. I can't see it because she has that super chat up.
No worries.
How many? The chat wanted to know how many versions of atheism are there, and this is inference to. You said there are 45,000 different
45,000 roughly denominations of Christianity. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess the question is how many versions of atheism are there?
I wouldn't know that. I'm not an atheist, actually. So my position is very nuanced.
You're an Orthodox Christian, right?
No, I'm not an Orthodox. I'm anti.
Oh, okay.
I'm like you could say anti-cosmic. I don't know. That you can't really pin me down. It's called Hyperborean wisdom. Yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying, cosmology is the or what you believe cosmology. If I'm saying that right.
Second time that it's been brought up. That's only reason why.
But to answer your guys' question,
I don't know how many atheisms there are.
There's really only two main arguments for atheism. You have the strong atheism, which is there is no God. It is a positive claim saying that there's no God at all, right? Then there's the agnostic or weak atheist claim that there's no evidence supporting the existence of God, or we haven't seen it anyways. Which accepts the possibility that if you presented evidence of God, then yeah, you would accept it. That's a pretty reasonable position, I think. Other than that, maybe you could break it down into more nuanced takes, but that's the two basic versions of the argument.
Yeah, exactly. I would say that's where I was going to answer it in that way. Similarly, I was going to say that there are fundamentally like a couple forms of atheism, but you could, of course, break it down into a nuanced form. Like there are philosophical atheists. Right, there are atheists who are absurdists who apply their own meaning to their life. There are atheists who are nihilists. So you could probably say there are thousands of different atheisms.
Okay, but that doesn't you would believe
we are nihilists. We don't believe anything.
Well, it depends on the type of nihilism.
Okay, Schwarzenegger.
At the end of the day, it's the position on one claim. It's not an ideology.
Exactly. Maybe they told me to ask you. I probably Effigy would have been a better person to ask, but yeah. And another part of the question: Do you believe in cosmology, or would you believe that cosmology is the origin of all things?
No, I would say that so cosmology is just a description of the ground of reality, essentially, like what reality is comprised of. So I don't think it's the origin of something. Maybe they misunderstand what cosmology is.
I was just reading the chat, man.
Yeah, that's my answer.
I guess it just has to relate to like your meta ontology then.
Yeah, there's like a metaphysic which includes the
you mean like the ontological, like an ontological category?
Well, what is, right? So cosmologies usually deal with ontology, what being is and what is in general.
Okay.
It's basically,
Thank you, Sarah. I hope they got their freaking answer because I didn't understand it, but okay.
Spin. It's been. It basically means there's a creation story, a now, and a future. Like it's the fucking the continuity of that, and you're studying that. That's your belief system. That the earth created this way. These things happened. Here's where we are now, and this is how we live now, and that's going to bring us to this future.
Not to sound like a dick, I don't mean this, but like it doesn't always imply creation. There are cosmologies that start from an eternal. So like Parmenides' cosmology starts with being, and there is no such thing as nothing, so there is no creation.
Well, the inception of the universe, it's the past, the way things began, the way they are now, and the future of it. This is what cosmology is.
I would say that cosmology is strictly what things are, right? So eschatology could deal with timelines and end times, but like
if you reference that into biblical or a biblical prescription that God was creator of all man and all living things, couldn't you or would you or could you correlate that to cosmology in a literal sense?
Yeah, that was my whole point earlier, is that we should be having the cosmological arguments, not the interpretive biblical exegesis arguments. That's not the way to go about this question. So the book comes after the creation of the universe, right?
Here's the problem.
So there's already morality inherent in the universe, in nature.
As soon as Christians begin to talk about the cosmology of it or the philosophical understandings of it, the basis of these things, like I had that conversation with Flying Spaghetti Auditor earlier, but as soon as we begin to talk about that in these open panel forums, what happens is retards like Bones comes in and goes, well, what about the
Oh my god, you're just why are you complaining about me, dude?
It literally happens all the fucking time, right?
Please,
So we'll have
please
that.
get my
We'll
dick
try
out of
to-
your mouth, please. Holy
we'll
shit.
try
Have
to
the conversation
reach that
without
higher
defending me.
conversation.
Good
Christians
lord.
do this. Christians actually
Hey.
try to do that.
Head ass,
but
bro.
like I
Come on,
said, these people try to use the scriptures against us. I have
Bones,
no problem
don't
going
think he was bringing you up.
Clay let you guys
Spin,
talk.
Clay just gets angry in 30 seconds because
Hostile,
I
what do you
speak
say to
and he
that?
just gets really mad. He like starts raging.
Clay-
He's
Yeah, I
like,
would just
Grr,
say-
bones. Why
Hostile,
do you have to contest me?
He let
Like,
what do you
please,
say
calm
to
the
he
fuck
let
down.
you talk.
Calm the fuck down.
Let
Look,
him talk.
Here's the thing. I was responding to Hostile, not Bones. I just talked about you, not to you. Okay, Hostile, what do you have to say to that?
Yeah, I would say that sometimes we make the mistake of engaging with, an argument that doesn't necessarily apply to the actual question. So I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily, because the Christians use the Bible to interpret their morality, and I'm saying that's not even where we should start with this.
But I don't think using it. I think it's a maybe I'm wrong. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. It would be the application of, or the Bible being applied, or the application to your own belief. Correct?
I don't think there's a single correct angle of attack to the argument. You can come at it from multiple directions.
I mean,
there's many arguments you can make here. It's not restricted to just cosmology or the interpretation of the Bible. There's so many ways you can come at this.
I
Well,
mean,
no, I think
honestly,
it is restricted to cosmology. I think
I don't see why. You haven't explained why it has to be restricted.
Well, I have explained why. It's because we have to engage
time.
with reality. Well, I did. It's reality that we engage with.
Okay.
That's the only reason we interpret things as immoral or moral, is because
but going to but hold on, going to the prompt, the prompt, the Christian God is an immoral tyrant.
Yeah.
In the conversations that we've had, I've really not heard a descript or a prescribed way that the Christian God is immoral. I think
so. We almost got there with the Epicurean
am I wrong?
paradox. No, we were
Am I
almost
wrong?
getting there. Yeah, we've wasted a lot of time with superfluous discussion, but
I just, like I said, I just have not heard anything concrete. And
yeah,
and
I think
know
reality
you're probably
shows the problem of evil. It's inherent in reality.
You could keep using an extensive vernacular but nobody's gonna understand what the fuck you're saying. Why not just put
Well,
it in
that's not
layman
my
terms?
problem. That's not my problem, right?
Well, I
I
mean,
understand
it
what you're
kind of
saying.
is, because the whole point to communicating is to be understood, and the whole panel, it needs to
Okay,
understand you.
well, when somebody
I
does it,
understand. I
with the
understand the
word,
vernacular.
but I'm just saying, for the other people you're trying to communicate with and interact with, you know, one of those people is telling you that you're talking above people's heads, and maybe not.
well, yeah, then they need to point out what they don't understand. So mention the word that you don't understand, right? I'm not going to stop and
If you
define
can't
every single
explain
word
it
that I-
simply like you would to a child and make a child understand it, you don't.
Yeah,
really
the
understand
problem
what
of
you're talking
evil is apparent, right? And that's the main issue, is that there's evil to begin with. So the immorality lies with God, not with man. It lies within God. He's the guy creating everything. This is the whole point of the Parmenides or the Epicurean paradox.
Okay, but in those
Hang on.
45,000,
They're
now
not
hold
familiar
on.
with the Epicurean paradox. Hang on, let me summarize it for them. The Epicurean paradox goes like this: Is God willing to prevent evil but not able? If he's not able, then God is not all powerful. Is God able but not willing? Then God is not all good, omnibenevolent. Is God both able and unwilling and willing? Then where does evil come from? Is God neither able nor willing? Then why call him God? That's the Epicurean paradox.
Well, no, it's actually more than that, and it's more easy to explain than that, right? So it deals with omniscience, omnipotence, and omnibenevolence. So it's
what
actually
I take
three.
from, I would like to speak. I would like to speak.
Motherfucker.
Yeah, speak.
What I take from that is actually it's an emotion. It's a power. It's a power of the people.
Yeah,
God
but
is,
they only give it power if you believe. So
right,
it's not
exactly.
it's not a prescription.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
that's my point. Is the whole like faith, right? For instance,
faith is prescribed.
Faith is just hope in desperate times. You want something to latch on to.
No. That
is addressing why evil exists.
Hold on.
Fucking statement.
Hold on. That's my
wait a minute.
belief.
Oh, okay,
That's my
hold
belief.
on. Let me push back on that for a second. You just said, and quote me if I'm wrong, that your faith is only prescribed in horrible times, correct?
No, not at all. That's
I just said it in a different way.
You said desperate times, and
Or
I agree.
okay, I'm sorry, desperate times.
That's not
Thank
what faith is. It's a poor explanation for sure.
Right. So what you're referencing is I just hit a tree with my car and I say, God help me. And that's the only time that I do it. That's what you just prescribed.
No, not at all. I'm
fuck you didn't.
Ben.
The fuck you didn't.
Well, let him finish real quick. Let him grind it out. What else were you going to say?
We're talking about way back, right? When this book was written, and it's been written over and over by
which version of which
We're
book?
not talking about the book any longer.
Yeah, you're lost. You've lost the plot.
That's where I'm getting a little fucking confused, because the book
Hyperborean's whole point is that we got away from the book and talked about the base principles behind the shit. That's why he was making this argument.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Shit.
Go ahead.
Bad. My bad.
So yeah, let's make it easier, because you have to address each one of the omnis because they have rebuttals, and the rebuttals are very specific that lead to circular fallacies, okay, or beggings. What happens is it does he know of evil, right? You have to pair all three together, and you can never get all three omnis together. So we'll start with knowing, right? Does he know that there's evil? Well, if he doesn't, then he's not all knowing, right? Let's go to the next. Is he all powerful? If he's not all powerful, he's not omnipotent, right? If he's not all good, he's not omnibenevolent. Now start to combine these, right? If he knows all things, right, and he is powerful enough to prevent evil, why does evil exist? Well, then it must mean that he's not omnibenevolent. Okay, now rearrange those. If he knows all things and he's all good, right? Why does evil still exist? Well, he must not be powerful enough to stop it. If he's all good and all powerful, right? Why does evil exist? Well, he must not know about it.
Well, no, he gives us free will, though.
I'm getting there. This is a part of the rebuttal. So now that you have all three positions, this is what happens. The interlocutor with Epicurus, which was a Platonist, said, well, no, actually, he does know all things. He's just testing you, right? But that didn't work out, right? Because if he knows all things, why is he testing you? So he goes, okay, well, no, there's actually this bad guy. We'll say Satan for the Christian paradigm. Well, there's Satan. He says, well, isn't he all powerful? Wouldn't he just squash that right to begin with? And he says, well, no. Actually, there's the law of contraries or polarity. You have to have good and bad and hot and cold, up and down for existence, right? So this is called evil as a necessity. And he says, okay, well, let me ask you a question, a rebuttal to that. Epicurus says, can your God create a universe without the law of contraries? And the guy says, yes, but because if he says no, he's not all powerful, right? So he says, okay, obviously yes, because my God is all three of those things. So he says, why? He says, because of free will. He has to give you the choices of the contraries. He has to give you the oppositions, the dichotomies, so that you can make a choice. So he presents one final question to the interlocutor, and he says, can your God create a universe with choices, with free will, and no evil? That's the very end of the argument, and you can never escape it, because if you say no, then he's not all powerful. But if you say yes, then why not? Why do we not have that universe, right?
Okay,
So
but
this is
can
how
we go to a
I'm
specific
going to finish it real quick. How Christians got out of
That's what
this
she said.
is by claiming that evil actually does not exist. They claim that it's a privation. So that's the only way out of this, is the absence of something, not the existence.
Can I ask you a question real quick? I just jumped back on the panel. I'm sorry, Sarah, for earlier. My internet cut out for a second. Couldn't God have created evil and it just be the plurality for us to make a choice between both sides?
I just addressed it. I just addressed
Hebrews
that.
11:1.
Did you miss it?
Hebrews
Yeah,
11:1.
I just caught a little bit of it. I was dealing with stuff here too, so I apologize.
Yeah, gotcha. So you're starting off with the necessity argument. Well, Epicurus says, well, can't God create a universe with free will and without evil? What's your answer to that?
Well, I believe if I believe he's all powerful, then I have to agree that he can do all these things.
Exactly. So why not?
Who's to say he didn't?
You know, I may be wrong, and I'm not as educated as you, but I look at it as like
Clay is ridiculous. That's why.
I look at it as like maybe
evil in
God,
the universe.
because I need to know. Okay, so what do you know of that's outside of the universe? What do you know of that's outside of the universe?
Well, my cosmology, I'm
observe-
saying the origin is
You don't
outside of
know.
the universe.
You
Well,
don't-
I
you
do.
don't
I would
know.
say it's the origin.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what's so funny about it, Bones?
But in the Bible, wait a minute. But in the Bible, God says,
Because he's just like a retard over there sometimes.
Well, no, you did. You messed up. You were the one who messed up, not Bones.
Hyperborean.
So explain it to me then. What's outside of the universe?
Well,
that wasn't even a part of the conversation.
Yeah.
You're not trying.
What?
No, you said he could possibly
Little
derive a
Hyperborean.
universe
He does this
outside-
like little
Stop,
tactic
Bones,
where like
stop,
he says something
Bones,
retarded
stop,
and then
Bones,
completely
Bones,
pivots to a
Bones,
different part of the
chill out, dude.
conversation
Chill out.
because he
Calm
wants
down,
to
calm
leave his
down,
blunder.
calm down,
That's
Bones,
fine.
calm
Clay,
down. Put
I
your little
want
wing
to talk about
in
the
your
specific
pants.
blunder that you
I know you need to jerk off.
Okay, you don't want to. You don't.
Bro,
you
I
don't want
love-
to talk
look,
about
I'm
this.
pretty, bro.
Both of my hands are right here in the frame.
Whoa.
Both of my hands are in the frame, by the way.
Mighty weird here. Stop.
Both of my hands
I
are
am
in the
not
frame right
gay,
here. I
okay?
need
Put
you
your
to
little dick back in
calm
your
the
pants,
fuck
okay?
down.
I know you need to show everybody how big
no
you
one
dick
cares.
is, bro.
Okay.
You're retarded.
So
you
is
are
he-
the most retarded.
So when
motherfucker
are
ever,
you,
bro.
Clay,
How
going
did
to
you get this
actually
retarded?
let me
Bro,
give
all
the
of a sudden
rebuttal
you just start bust
to
out laughing for what,
whatever
bro?
retarded?
Tell me why
Yes,
it is
because what you
bust
said
out
was
laughing.
absolutely
Explain it to
retarded.
me. So tell
Yeah,
me,
sure.
why is it? Like,
Absolutely. So
no, go ahead. Tell me
you
all
posited the idea that God. Okay,
bro, that's so funny and retarded.
So by the way, he's
God,
never
bro,
going to
that's
let me answer.
hilarious.
He's never going to let me answer because what he said was one, retarded. Two, he
Oh,
pivoted to a different topic, and three, now he's absolutely laughing like a retard because he doesn't want to give a rebuttal. So the rebuttal to this is that you said that God did create a universe where evil doesn't exist, even though that's obviously not true. Because sin exists. So under the Christian framework, because sin exists, evil exists by extension of this. So I don't know why the fuck you're laughing about this.
Go ahead, tell me how that works.
When God literally allowed for the creation of evil to happen.
Okay, how did that work? Explain.
Yeah, you said it was possible for God to create a universe where evil didn't exist.
You cite some scriptures on that.
This could have been the universe.
You cite some scriptures on that.
No, I don't need to cite scripture.
No, you can't, right? Because you don't understand what the
I just need to cite what you said earlier. What you said was we're talking about what you said, Clay, not what the scripture says.
Retards act on
I don't know why you're pivoting.
I can totally tell you how the Christian God works, and I never read scripture in my life. What a fucking loser! So tell us all about your Christian God.
This is just so depressing, Clay. So somehow I've drank.
God determine morality.
I've drank that. I came into this with a lot less context than anyone else. Because you guys have been arguing all night. And yet, the moment you say something retarded, I start laughing. You crash out. Hyperborean tries to explain to you why I'm laughing. You don't want to hear it. Instead, you want to pivot. And then you want to continue to crash out. Now you're crashing out with me one-on-one. And instead of letting me give the rebuttal, you're instead pivoting to a different part of the conversation and you're wanting to do meta because you're so afraid of the fucking rebuttal. Once again, I'm going to give you the rebuttal, Clay, since you seem to be completely obstinate.
Where did you derive your
So the
morality
rebuttal
from?
is that you said God actually created a world where evil doesn't exist, when that's obviously false if you're a Christian.
Sir, my question to you is, where do you derive your morality from?
What a pivot, dude! This is insane.
No, I'm asking you, bro.
This is a pivot.
This is the question I want.
This is by definition a pivot.
Question I have.
This is by definition. This is a literal pivot, bro. Dude, your ankles must be sore from how much you're pivoting.
Don't run from me.
No one's running. You're the one pivoting.
You little fucking Weasley bitch. Answer the fucking question, you fucking cunt.
So Clay pivots several times in the conversation, ditches the actual substance to go to the meta, and then claims that I'm afraid because I want to go back to the substance.
Where do you derive your morality from?
And explain this is completely
Where do you
irrelevant.
Get the idea
this is completely.
Let me break it down to you like a 5-year-old.
I know you want
Where do you derive the idea of what is good and bad?
Through the like we're
Where
never.
Did you get, bro? This is what I'm talking about. You have.
Nothing, I am getting all of my power from Spike right now. And right now, I'm asking you. I'm asking you. I implore you.
You need to answer the question if
himself
you have
is literally descending down from the heavens to tell you to actually listen to my rebuttal.
With you not having
so
an answer,
for the third time now, when Hyperborean asked you the question, your answer was God created a world with no evil.
We need you up here. Apparently, he's got your argument.
With no evil.
Apparently,
which is
he's got
obviously false because sin
let's
exists.
Make sure that Hyperborean's here
which
to
under
validate
your
the argument.
framework,
Okay, let's not just assume that Hyperborean's argument is whatever you say it is.
Okay.
Because that's retarded,
so,
bro.
Yeah, Sarah, I think we're done. He doesn't want to answer the question. He wants to pivot. That's fine. Look, Hyperborean can explain it to you again. I don't know why. I don't know. You have me on the side of Hyperborean right here, trying to like desperately plead to you. This fucking. But it just seems like you're completely off.
Bro, you cannot tell me.
Hyperborean and I are experiencing left-right unity. We're locked in arms on horseshoe theory.
Clay, you have to let people talk. You guys, you two are so emotional. It is crazy.
Look, he brings out the he brings out the passion in me with respect to arguments.
Oh, Vincent sends in the big 5 and says God didn't create evil; He permits it. It's a part of free will. And to the Epicurean paradox guy, absent evil, there is no concept of its counterpart. Thoughts to you, Hyper?
Yeah. So the last part of his statement is wrong. So the church believes that evil is a privation. They actually define it as the ignorance of God. So the absolute liberation of an individual is absolute obedience to God and the understanding of his wisdom. Well, the absence of that is the ignorance of God's wisdom. That's the privation. That's what the church says. That's not me. I don't believe that.
ignorance, not naivety. Hold on. He said ignorance, not naivety. Naivety is I don't know. Ignorance is I know, but I'm choosing not to do it.
No,
in the Bible, Sarah, it is very descriptive where God does describe evil, and what evil would look like in many descriptive scriptures. I believe Hebrews Hebrews 11:1, Clay?
Isaiah 40.
That's right. I'm sorry. Isaiah. There's a very descriptive verse, and Clay, you probably can get it faster than I can.
Isaiah 45:7 says, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. He created it.
Okay, you need to look up privatio bonum.
I just read it from the fucking scripture.
No, I'm telling you what the church.
I don't need to look your fucking bullshit up, bro. The scripture is the determiner of what's Christian.
No, it's
what
not.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're telling
before
us
you crash out. Before you crash out, you haven't even heard my position.
He's already crashed out.
This is retarded.
I'm not denying what you read. I'm not.
You actually knows the scriptures.
Hyperborean. Or your argument's failing is that isn't his church.
Well, yeah, you can be whatever denomination, but I'm saying the church at large, the people that will call
scripture, dude.
Well, no, that's the Old Testament. They use different arguments. Okay, you're using the Old Testament, so that's a different argument than what the Christians have.
Gospel bullshit, whatever the Bible.
No, Judaism has a dualistic. Can you just quit crashing out and listen?
Change it, bro. You have said some stupid ass shit tonight. Bone said some stupid ass shit.
What have I said that's
claims
stupid?
About Christianity.
He's never going to answer you.
It's just
He's never going to answer you.
So I'm stupid, right?
Do you believe in
I'm stupid.
Listen, you believe in something else.
I'm stupid, but you're the guy who said that you believe evil is an existent thing, and then you said, "How do I know that the universe has evil in it?"
How is it that
you were the guy that contradicted yourself
about Christianity? People outside of Christianity are telling the Christian what Christianity actually is. This is stupid.
Just because Epicurus's paradox rocked you doesn't mean you need to crash out.
We're not an Epicurean. That's Greek.
You're crashing out.
What he is quoting,
what a fucking idiot.
Hyperbolic. What he's quoting is the King James version of the Bible, though.
Greek theology.
No.
Right?
No, you're not talking. No.
You're so stupid.
Hyperbolic. What he's reading.
I think there's a super chat to be read, and
Well, tell us what it is. Go ahead, Bone. Because I know you got something, right?
It's so fucking peak.
I never get.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Sarah wants to read a super chat. We all know what that fucking means. That means shut the fuck up.
Spins back. Vincent with the Big Ten says objective reality exists despite our awareness. God made humanity aware of morality. God permits evil, didn't originate from him. Evil is necessary so we can perceive good. We need both free will.
that's exactly what I was saying. It gives us the option for our moral choices.
Yeah, Clay is not agreeing with that. Clay is not agreeing with that position.
Hyperbolian. What he's reading
Clay
from.
is agreeing with that because Clay said that God made evil, so evil did exist ahead of time before
no.
did.
No. He's saying he didn't create it. He permits it. That was his previous comment.
No, that's
not you. The commenter. The commenter said that.
Oh, okay.
Not you, dummy. Open up your fucking ears and listen.
You say I said it. You said
You've been crashing out all night. Just try to listen. Instead of crashing out,
when he's reading,
Sarah's panels,
and we actually went full interlocutor on that shit. But I can't have a conversation apparently with you or Bones or fucking Effigy because you can't do it. You
don't know how to have
your own bullshit. Okay,
you're reading Judaism. You're not even doing the right thing. Your exegesis is wrong. You don't even know what you're reading.
He is not reading Judaism. He's reading it from the King James version of the Bible.
What? He's reading Old Testament.
He's reading Old Testament. Read John, and it states the opposite. This is remember the inconsistencies.
Quote the verse in John.
Yeah, go ahead. Read the verse. This is what I was telling you, right?
Yeah,
So
John 1:5. Listen, how about you shut the fuck up and listen? John 1:5. God is light, and in him is no darkness. This is what Augustine used as proof for privation. He said that the Jews... Listen, motherfucker! He said the Jews were wrong, you dumbass! Shut up and just sit back and listen. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're like a kid on the panel. This is a grown-up discussion, and you don't belong in it.
Say that, just like it didn't say it
Here we go again.
Bones, the retard. It doesn't say that for you either. It doesn't say what you said it said, which is that he didn't create evil. Does it say that?
That's what John is saying. Yes.
It didn't say that. No,
that's what Augustine says.
It doesn't say that. Can I create a thing that's not part of me? No, but God can. But you never considered that factor. You never considered that God can create things that are not
my
evil.
position. I'm saying God is evil. That is my position. You don't know your own position is my point.
It doesn't say that, though.
Now you're Jewish. This is wild.
It doesn't say that he's evil. It doesn't say that he's not evil. Neither one.
We just have to agree to disagree. I think that you can't keep up with this conversation.
Read it again and show me where it says that he is not evil.
John, I just read the fucking verse to you. In him is no darkness at all. John 1:5.
So it's saying that he's not evil.
Yes, that's exactly what he's saying. That's exactly what John is saying, which goes against Hebrews. It contradicts Hebrews. You don't even know what you're talking about.
It doesn't actually say what the fuck
you don't know what you're talking about.
This is retarded, bro. And
it's not retarded. You were the only person that looks dumb.
That's not even the point you're trying to make. The point that all of a sudden, because if he is evil, what is it, Epicurean, right? If he is evil, then he cannot also be all good. But if he created evil, which Epicurean does not pose, it's a bad fucking question. It's a horrible question. It's a category error. Retard, just like Bones and Effigy.
No, it's not a category error.
Yeah, you're being retarded, bro. You're saying that these are the only options. You don't believe there are other options. That's fine. No problem. You can believe that. But there are other options. It's possible that God doesn't even exist.
No, the church worked it out. And that's why they said...
Right. That's what I'm saying. You're on the church.
Well, no, I'm saying the actual theologians, the shit that you don't know about, the actual theologians, those guys worked it out. And they couldn't escape the argument.
It's definitely true.
That's why they say evil is a privation. You literally have no clue what you're talking about.
Appeal to authority. Go ahead.
Appeal to authority.
Yeah, appeal to authority. Go ahead.
They saw the problem with the argument that you obviously don't understand.
You didn't. You did not solve the problem. They did, right? Appeal to authority.
No, I'm not solving the problem. I'm saying God's evil. I'm saying God's absolutely evil.
I'm having some fun up here bashing the fuck out of these rereads. Anyway, so this guy is simply just appealing to authority, saying that the
you have already taken multiple stances
so he's
tonight.
not only appealing to authority, but he's appealing to the very authority that he's saying got it wrong.
My stance is consistent. You've taken multiple different positions tonight.
Did they get it right?
You've had 3 or 4 different positions tonight.
Did they get it right?
You've changed your beliefs in seconds tonight.
Did it right?
Do you know that? Do you know that you have changed your beliefs within 30 seconds tonight?
He's a fucking oily little fucking snake.
Well, no, you've been talking for, I don't know, 20 minutes.
Snake. He's a fucking snake. Look, dude, either they
just because your God is evil doesn't mean that I'm the bad guy. You should be complaining to your God, not me.
They didn't.
Your God's the oily fucker, not me.
Yeah, they didn't get it right? Now, I believe they didn't get it right because they're fucking men. But you believe either they got it right or didn't get it right.
Well, no, I'm saying they solved the problem in the paradox, right? You can't escape the paradox.
Right? Appeal to authority. Appeal to authority. Why did they get it right?
I'm saying I don't agree with their answer. You are such a dumbass.
Right? I'll grant you that they figured it out. How did they figure it out, sir?
I'm saying I don't agree with their answer, but they had to wiggle out of it. They have an answer. I don't agree with
they
it.
were wrong. They got a category.
No, they were
error.
trying to wiggle out of it just like you are.
You're wiggling,
But
bro.
you haven't
You're
figured out the
wiggling.
problem with the
Fucking
paradox.
snake, little fucking snake going down in the goddamn sewage. Fucking nasty little shit snake. All right, listen. Either they got it right or they got it wrong. You're saying they got it wrong. Now, how did they
fuck
derive?
is a shit snake?
Oh, so anyway, they got it wrong. You're saying now. Why is it that you're saying they got it wrong?
Because God is evil. They're saying he's not because evil don't exist.
So that's
I'm done
what they
with
say.
I'm done with talking to you. You
How
don't
is
know
it
what you're
that
talking
you
about.
derived that mentality?
Because he's the designer.
So
and
he's the designer.
evil
So
is
you
in the
believe in
design.
that God? You believe in that God?
Well, no, I don't. I know he's a real thing.
So you're
Like I said,
appealing
I'm
to
not an
something
atheist.
You don't know a thing about. So fuck.
Well, no, I know he's
Sarah,
designing the universe.
Shit snake is another word for fuck ass.
It was Clay. You know what? Granted, at the beginning,
It's actually a lot of fun. I appreciate your commentary. It's fun. It's all in good fun. Favor. I got it. Is it for me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Force Wiseman coming in. Thank you, sir. Answer to your question, Clay. What's outside of the universe? You. The you wish you knew, whilst here on the earth, is outside the universe. You'll see. I agree. 100%. That's worth a $10 super chat. I actually very much agree. So there's the three yous. Three of them. The you that you see when you look down. That you. Then there's the you that everybody else sees. But then there's the real you. I don't know that guy. I wish I did, though. Thank you. Good shit, Fourth. Good shit.
So that first use your dick?
What is this? Some sort of shortcutted version of Jungian psychology?
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's my little Clay.
Fourth Wiseman comes in. Another $10. Thank you, sir. Thank you for looking out. Clay, you have missed the fighting water. On another note, Uncle Gunn says your Aussie accent sucks. Here, try this. Say, good on ya. Good on you, mate. I did it wrong at first. Good on you, mate. It's good on you in Aussie slang. One word. Yeah. Good on you, mate.
When he made that face and said cunt, though, I just about fell on the floor. Holy shit, I was laughing so hard.
Look, here's one for Southerners. Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise a lot.
Oh my God, I heard that today. Jesus.
Mayonnaise a lot of shit going on around here. Around is also another word too. Thank you, Forth. You are a gentleman and a scholar, and I hope you have long and prosperous life.
Prosperous.
Eat healthy,
Jesus
enjoy life.
Christ, Clay. You
much
hurt my brain sometimes. I love you so much.
Hyper. Is he still here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hyperborean. Would you agree that Augustine is one Christian opinion and not a reflection of all?
Yeah, that's true, right? But it's not just Augustine. What happened is they couldn't deal with the paradox. They couldn't deal with that problem. So they had to integrate it into their cosmology. They had to correct it. So it's always been a privation since, I don't know, 1200, 1100.
Okay, so then you would...
Scotus said it was a privation. Early church fathers were working towards it, but they were trying to rid themselves of Neoplatonism.
Okay, so then you would concede to say that all translation are not based on one's opinion, correct?
No, yeah, you're right. Exactly. Yeah, I would agree with that. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question?
I've already told you that.
What is that? What is private word you were saying mean?
Let me respond to him real quick. I've already told you that the church's position isn't mine. I'm just telling you what the church's position is.
Yeah, but okay, so then also you would concede that Augustine is Old Testament.
No, Augustine is a Christian.
Clay,
Augustine is
Augustine Old Testament.
No. He's
what? It's not a book in the Bible.
No, I know that. I know that. What?
No, he's not a Jew. He's a Christian.
Right, but Augustine, if I'm correct, Augustine was Jewish.
No.
He was standard, I think.
He just told you
he's a saint in the Catholic Church.
I know who Saint Augustine is, effigy.
I'm done.
He doesn't know. He's actually asking. This is why you can't have a real conversation.
I did have a question though for him because I didn't understand the meaning he said.
Yeah, he's not Jewish.
For being retards, because they.
I thought you were trying to pull a gotcha or something. If you're being serious, I'll answer you. No, Augustine is not a Jew.
No, he's not. Yeah.
I thought you were trying to pull like you're a dumbass guy.
No, I wasn't trying to get your gotcha bitch moment.
No.
I already did that.
Not you.
You guys, just so you know, Ben's actually been very good during this whole entire panel. I got to give him a lot of credit.
Shockingly good.
And asking great questions too. That bro.
You should take notes, Clay.
I did a really great
job. Can I ask my question real quick, Clay? Can I ask the man the question real quick? What is that private word you keep saying? Hyperborean?
Yeah,
that.
Yeah,
I've never heard of it, so that's why I'm asking.
It means to not have something.
Yeah, it's like the absence of. It means no ontological existence, is what it means.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay,
Thank you for explaining that to me.
So I want to go back to just what I originally said. So if there's 45,000 denominations, would you concede that it clearly indicate there is not one universal church opinion?
There is for you Catholics.
Well, most of them since Neoplatonism were on the privation train because the problem is so apparent that you cannot formulate a sound, coherent cosmology without that fact, or else your God's evil. That's why
is it based on but Hyperborean? Is it one prescribed opinion, or is it a mixture of all opinions?
It's the only solution for a philosophical paradox.
Yeah. So like it's very prominent. I would say like 90% of Christians believe in privation. Other ones would probably say that like they would like Messianic Christians might agree with the cosmological dualism, but most Christians don't. They don't. They're monists and they think that there's one substance and it's God, and that evil is an absence of that substance.
Okay, so
it only works with ratio X
in Catholicism, we believe in saints. So how can you correlate one opinion?
Wait, you're a Catholic?
That's what I've been making. That's what I've been saying to him. He's Catholic,
and you thought Augustine was a Jew?
And he's fighting
I misspoke. I apologize.
So the Catholic doctrine emphatically takes the position of privation. That's your position.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I misspoke and I apologize.
Yeah. Most Christians believe in privation. I would say like a handful of probably cult or like New Age Christians don't, or Messianic Christians don't. But like 90% of Christians, I would safely say, believe in privation.
But you do believe in God.
I go back to my original statement. As in Catholicism, there are different opinions of the
cosmology or something, or what? There's not really, because
there's different opinions.
Yeah, even within the denominations, there's different. He was from Algeria, by the way. I was looking that up.
Okay, no. What I was trying to get at in the Catholic Bible, the different saints have different opinions of the translation.
Yeah, this isn't a matter of scripture. This is a cosmological doctrine.
Yeah, but it comes back. But you can, if I'm right, you're trying to correlate it with the cause that the.
Yeah, if you can come up with one saint that disagreed with privation, I would. That would be really cool. If you could maybe like Google that or something. I doubt it. I don't think there's one. I don't think you can come up with.
You understand that specifically the Catholic and the Orthodox Church, part of their claim to being the head church and the true church is through the continuity of doctrine through their lines. So when the saint and Augustine was an originating saint in the Catholic Church, so his doctrine literally carries down that line, and it's supposed to be passed from the time of the disciples, the original disciples, all the way down to the current bishops, and all that is supposed to be one continuous line.
And if you disagree with it, they exorcise you from the church, and they'll condemn you as a heretic.
Yeah, they'll excommunicate you, basically.
No, it's not. Actually, it says it's not a binding official dogma of the church.
Yeah, but the what did you say, Bones?
You'll get excommunicated if you like. Don't
okay, but in an excommunication, wouldn't that correlate to Amish? Because I mean, me personally,
my mom got excommunicated from the Catholic Church for getting pregnant with me to a Protestant.
It's Catholic too.
She gave birth to the devil.
It's all excommunication means is that you're just expelled from the church. You're no longer.
Yeah, it's an explanation.
It has nothing.
No, I understand,
like just
but
being Amish.
and I have heard of excommunication from the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
But I have not heard of it like in today's standard.
They quit doing it mostly in the 70s. By the 80s, they pretty much quit excommunicating people and started.
You just excommunicated an entire sector of people.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's not that particular teaching is not something that is a binding dogma. So you can, go outside of that. Actually, the thing about the Catholic Church is it actually encourages you to go explore the other religions and understand them.
Yes.
Well, no. The problem is that you are correct. Privation isn't necessarily the thing that it hinges on, but it leads to other issues that they would condemn you as a heretic.
Okay, but I want to go back and just touch on this one more time. In today's societal norms, the Amish, and please forgive me, I'm not very familiar with that religion, but what I do know about it is if they say the word again, excommunicate, or throw you out, or whatever you want to say, it is not only from the church, it is deemed by their religious belief or their God or whatever you want to call it, that you are excommunicated from the family as well, because you went against the teachings of the church, or what the church want, or what the
you're blaspheming. You're blaspheming is the only real reason. And there's different ways you can blaspheme, but they would call it blasphemy or heresy. It's the same as any other denomination.
Okay, I've heard it as heresy. Yeah, but yeah.
It's always the same thing.
Let's not act like the Catholic Church didn't like make shit up to be like, hey, that person's this or that. We got to do this or that. Because they got a notorious history of just blaming shit on people. That wasn't even real.
But I am not saying that there is not mythological teachings. So I did concede and said, yes, there is a lot of mythology in the Catholic Bible, and I would not be remiss to say that there is not a lot of mythology in all of the Bible versions in any religion. But the teachings in catechism, they Clay even said it. They want you to go out and make sure Catholicism is the place where you want to be. So,
speaking of the place where you want to be, my apologies, Spin, but holy fuck shit. I look away. I like have to work on a quick email and I realize the goal has ended. The goal has ended. So because I was not paying attention, I'll give you 15 more minutes to unfuck yourselves. You owe 8 more. Yeah, 15 minutes. I'll add 15 minutes on there. So if you'd like to, just go ahead and unfuck yourselves and not irritate me. I need to make a determination. I need to make a decision of whether I need to go make some more coffee or not, because it is now 4:00 in the morning. So let me know if I need to make coffee or not, guys. Okay, back to Spin.
In other words, pay our pimp.
I just don't want to lose my thought.
Pimp.
That's right.
I don't want to lose my thoughts, Sarah.
Go ahead.
So, can somebody remind me what I was the last couple words I was saying?
Going outside of the views.
Oh, right. Okay. So the Catholic Church or Catholicism would not excommunicate or throw you out of the church because you went to explore the other religious practices. In Catholicism, and I'm sure I know there are Catholics on this panel, they invite you back to the church to compare and contrast. And at that time, you make your determination of what religious practice you want to pursue. But the prescription would be to explore the other religions, and the hopes of the Catholic Church is you come back to the Catholic Church. And I was just a run-on sentence, but I lost.
That's good. No, you're right. They are very lenient on their young people or their new fellow shippers.
That's all started with the Amish, though. So I was waiting for it to get.
I was just going to bring up the Amish.
well, wait a minute. Okay, thank you, Ben. Thank you. It goes back to my point. Once you are excommunicated from the Amish, it is not like the Catholic Church and the other religious practices where you can just walk back into the door and say, "Hey, I'm sorry, but I did what you said." No, when you are ostracized or excommunicated from the Amish church, it's, I hate to say it this way, but it's an act of God to get you back in the door.
Yeah, I was just going to say, don't you got to get like a writ from like on high?
They're a closed community like the Catholics. The Catholics isn't closed communities like that. Amish, each community is a closed community.
Well, that's what I'm referencing. The church is, or in the Amish religion, what I know about it, the community, like you have the different, I don't want to say derelict. You have the Old Testament or whatever it is. Clay, help me out.
They're Protestants. They're High German Protestants. They all speak High German.
Communities like that speak Old English, they have their definition of whatever, and then you have, I believe there's a part of the Amish religion's New Age. I could be completely incorrect. Where they're more where, you know, they don't have to pray to God to get a cell phone or electricity or running actual water and stuff like that.
How's that? That's not New Age, Spin, and that's what most Amish are like. They do use limited technology,
Mennonites.
but very limited. And all these people are just
Mennonites.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, isn't that the Mennonites that use like electricity and stuff?
Yeah.
Where I'm from,
They'll still have like
only
they'll
in
still
the
have like cell phones and wear tennis shoes and stuff. But the Amish, like they're a lot more strict with, like, they do have to accommodate to local laws too, obviously,
especially in
right?
like the Pennsylvania and
for like their horse carriages and stuff.
Yeah, like
where the horse and buggy and all that's going down the road. Yeah, that is the if I remember correctly, and brain fog is setting in a little more. So Sarah, I might have to go here very soon. The people that do the horse and buggy, because I'm originally from Pennsylvania, Amish country, so I know a little bit about it.
In an Amish paradise.
I'm sorry, it's called Old Order. It's called Old Order Amish. So, and then you have the new Old Order, New Order, and New Age. I believe that's how it goes.
Hey guys, I'm going to get out of here. I just wanted to leave you with one piece of food for thought about the question of privation and what the limits are of believing there isn't privation. So if you are Catholic, and I'm assuming Spin is Catholic, so I think
you don't have to assume it. I am.
Okay. So there are limitations, right? You're okay to think that privation isn't a thing, but there are 3 fundamental hangups if you do reject privation. Okay, and these are the 3 that can lead to excommunication.
I want to be very clear. I do not reject privation, because in catechism they teach you privation.
Okay. Well, if you ever do get there, be careful of these 3 points.
I would be remiss not to say, right, that in catechism, they one of their teaching is to go out and explore the other religious.
Yeah, that's not a problem. My point is when you do explore, you can't cross these lines with rejecting privation, and those lines are these 3. God did not create evil. No dualism, and creation is inherently good. You can't trip up on those 3 things. So you can't believe.
But why does it clearly say in the Catholic Bible, that God did create evil? It's very clear and distinct.
Well, it doesn't. It does not say that. That is actually a part of the Catholic doctrine that you cannot say.
What scripture did they say?
Hold on. Hyper, Shaman wanted me to make sure that you were aware of tomorrow night's debate. It's between him and Vocab. Fourth, I will leave it to you, sir. It is your call. It's never my call.
Yes, Fourth.
You're in charge. But Hyper, tomorrow night, Vocab Malone and Shaman Omar will be debating Paul, whether he was a real apostle or not. And he thinks that you'd love to be on that panel. So I would highly suggest you make it to the open panel Q&A, the first part, before we even get to the gauntlet, because I know Shama would probably want you in with Vocab on this conversation.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate let me know. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Fourth Wiseman, we want to continue. Sarah needs coffee, damn it.
I do. If I gotta continue, I have to go get coffee. It is 4 a.m, and I will fucking rock with the Maters all night. I just need coffee.
W4th, dude.
Guys, I really want to say before you go, I appreciate the dialogue with you.
Hyperborean, I know that you want. I'd like you to finish what we were talking about before you. I know you're ready to leave, but
yeah. That was basically it. Is that there are limits to the rejection of privation, and those are the limits that I just gave.
But here's my a little pushback for that. In catechism, it was limitless. So I don't. I'd like to know where you're getting that information from, because when I went through catechism, it was very clearly stated that your exploration was limitless. I mean, you could go to a Buddhist temple if you wanted. That's what I'm saying, and explore that religious practice.
Well, you can go explore it, but you can't
Well,
bring
no, yeah,
with into the Catholic
yeah,
Church.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're
correlate that deprivation.
Prom Springer. That you get to go out and fuck around, but if you want to come live back at home, you need to follow our rules after that.
Yes, I'm not saying that they're restricting you exploring.
It's limitless. If you come back and you're
exploring, but you still need to maintain the Catholic belief. You want to return to the Catholic Church.
Absolutely. Yeah. I 110% agree with that. I would concede and say that. But when you're
basically all they're saying
exploring,
is that you would still need to go to like Sunday Mass, otherwise you can kind of branch out and go look at other places and see what they have to offer.
well, no, I disagree with that, because if you are exploring the other religious
It's literally
practice,
a sin to not go to Sunday Mass. What are we talking about?
can I finish?
I'm a
Bones?
former Catholic. Sorry, my bad.
What I'm saying is, I go back. It sounds like I'm beating a dead fucking horse. In catechism, they did not. There were no descript. There was no descript prescription to come back and go to Catholic Mass when you are exploring the other religious practice, because when is church? And the thought is, church is held on a Sunday, right? So how can you explore the other religious practice when you are still tied?
It's like a catch-22. You can't be there because you're exploring, right? The point is that if you want to be a Catholic, you got to uphold their doctrine. That is the bottom line. That's it.
I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah, that's it. You want to be a Catholic, you got to follow the rules. Be a Catholic.
Sure.
They say emphatically, it's a part of their doctrine, that God did not create evil. Orthodox says the same thing. Protestants say the same thing. They all believe that. So I don't. Yeah, I really don't.
James, the King Clay, shut up. Clay read that scripture from the King James version of the Bible, where it was very descriptive. Now
you're conflating the Jewish God. Well, listen. I'm going to explain.
Also,
this
the King
simply.
James Bible is like just bad. It's just
He's reading from Hebrews, right? And this is exactly what they're
Hebrew
referring to
11:1
about these Jews whose God is not God. He's actually a liar and a murderer from the very beginning. This is who they're referring to. It's the idolatrous God. The God. You notice that the Hebrews could never actually consolidate and make it to the promised land. And it's for this reason, is because they never were following God's law, or they never were actually seeking him. I'll give you the verses before I go. I'll give you a few verses that the Catholicism uses to support the claim that God didn't create evil. One I already read. It was John 1:5. This is the message we heard from him and proclaim to you, that God is light and in him is no darkness at all. Habakkuk 1:13. You who are of pure eyes than to see evil and cannot look at wrong. Psalm 5:4. For you are not a God.
Real quick.
I'm just going to get to this, and you all can debate it. I want to get off here real quick.
Yeah.
Psalm 5:4. For you are not a God who takes pleasure in wickedness. No evil dwells with you. That's Psalms. Deuteronomy 32:4. The rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity. Just and upright is he. And then the final, well, there's a couple more. There's James 1:13-14, Ecclesiastes 7:29. But the nail in the coffin for them is Genesis. When he created the world, he ended by saying it was entirely good. And that meant the absence of evil. That's why they separate creation from the creator, and they put evil within the creation, and they say that it's actually an absence of God's substance. That's all. Thank you for letting me on the panel tonight. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, Hyper. We love you. Always a good time. Like, always very deep thoughts with you. We appreciate you. Santa sends a big 20, says the Greek word in 1 John 1-5 is Scotia, a feminine noun. Darkness, a brand of moral, spiritual obscurity, which blocks the light of God when faith is lacking. Both are used by many. King James Version, darkness, NASB is darkness. Any thoughts there?
Isaiah 45:7, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things.
So you understand part of the thing here that's going on, Spin, is that the King James, who was secular, took basically an almost godhood position in the church. So when you're talking about Augustine, which is where this decision came from, and where the
Saint
Catholic,
Augustine, yes.
I said his name without the saint. That's my bad, Kamala. And so then when the King James came along and rewrote the Bible, 360 years later, give or take, this is what King James put in there. So while the Catholic Church then, because King James at the time was very powerful and took a position as head of the church had no choice but to take in that Bible, because King James outlawed the Geneva Bible of the time. So that did not reflect the feelings of the church fathers. That particular translation is King James's translation, and it was forced on the church through his secular power.
Sure, but in the Bible, it also says God sees all good and I fucked that up. In the Bible,
I
didn't hear any of the things that I just said.
No, so, I heard what you said. I'm
so your translation of the Bible that you're pulling from is fucking many hundred years later, after what's being talked about, and it was put in by King James, not by the church, who changed it for his own selfish reason.
So for clarification, the book has been rewritten so many times, nobody really knows what actually happens.
No, that's not accurate.
No, that's not accurate. No.
Well, if in today's world, 100 years ago, that's correct. In today's world, we now have access to the original documents, or at least some PDF of it in some way, and then open access to translations. Although there's new documents coming out, you got guys like Kip Davis translating new Dead Sea Scrolls, things like that. But you have access to viewing the original documents and then taking whatever translations are the current.
I would like to ask.
Can I add real quick to what Balderson said? We also it's really limited to scholars and high up academics. But you also got the Vatican archives, which hold a lot of old documents that the public will never see.
Sarah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Santa wants to come up. Can you drop the StreamYard link manually, please?
Santa needs to learn how to find that pinned comment.
Yeah. Can I ask my question before Santa gets on, because Santa gets crazy?
Santa does not get crazy.
Santa's a little bit more level-headed.
Who the fuck just no, stop. Who just said Santa gets crazy?
Jody.
Santa got a little.
All right, Santa doesn't get crazy. I will defend Santa on that one. You got a 10-minute timeout. Yeah, there you go. Pick anyone to go back. There you go. Fourth Wiseman, paid for your continuance. I would like to see nothing but tomatoes in the chat for at least the time it takes me to go make a cup of coffee. Uncle Guns, lead the way on that one and tell these motherfuckers that they owe tomatoes on behalf of Fourth Wiseman. The only people that can chat anything else in the chat are those who have donoed this evening. They know who they are. But otherwise, I'm going to leave that red dono up. Jody, you can come back when I get back. All right, I'll leave it to you. Go ahead, Santa.
Hey, everybody.
Don't let that shit she just
Howdy,
said.
howdy.
When she said you don't go crazy, go to your fucking head because the rest of us.
He doesn't go crazy when I'm here.
No,
you're
just when
leaving.
when
You're
I'm
leaving.
suggested that I'm making
That
shit
is
up.
true, actually. Yeah.
I'm going to go make coffee. I'll be
So
back,
the
boys.
first part, the Catholic Church is approximately 1/2 of Christendom. So I appreciate everybody saying Christendom is Catholic. That's only half true.
Not even half. Actually, there's a.
Google it.
I
I just
believe
did.
Protestant is the biggest, and then Catholic, and then Orthodox.
I
and then
just
there's-
Googled it.
No.
I mean, so they disagree with you. That's cool. Yeah, I just Googled it because I wanted to check. I didn't know.
Santa, me being Catholic, we make up, I believe it's a quarter of the Christianity. I mean, I could be wrong.
Yeah,
Clay
I
could
may have done a bad query too. You
Nope,
know.
nope. Catholicism is larger than the rest of the other like, major.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
It's
Catholicism
lower
at like
than
roughly like 1.3, 1.4 billion.
I might just be mistaken
Protestantism is max like
America.
1.1 billion, and then
Yeah, you were looking at America. Yeah.
Yeah, I might have been just looking
Like
at
a quarter of
America. Where America-
Now,
we're an American centric view.
if you take the whole world, it would take, if I'm correct, and somebody can fact check it, it makes up half of the fuck.
Non-Catholic, made up of Protestants globally, about 37%. Orthodox.
So I was
Christians
pretty
around
much
12,
accurate. Yeah.
and that's Pew Research Center.
Now, what about the Protestant would be the next?
Yeah,
it would
but
be the
when
next.
you look at, I think I overheard 45,000 denominations.
Yes.
That's anything but a unified group with the same beliefs.
Well,
we all agree that Christ is king.
Okay, but when it comes to whether or not it's privation or the actual Greek word, because what I posted is from the Greek, because I didn't know. I was like, that's a little weird. Okay, let me go to the Greek. I'm not looking at James. I mentioned James and NASB because I'm familiar with them. I thought other Protestants might be. But
what's NASB?
I just went to the Greek. Huh?
New Standard
What is
version of
NS?
the Bible.
New American
Oh,
Standard.
all right.
Yeah. And
Sorry
I believe
for
it
my
was
ignorance.
a rewrite of the ASV, but that's like 1900 some shit. I think
Okay, so that goes
NASB
back
is
to
like
what I fucking said earlier when I held up the Catholic Bible, and if I had a King James Bible, they're not going to translate the same. That's exactly what I fucking said.
One, I could see that being true, but they're not as different a lot of times as people might think. In fact, the Catholic Bible has a few extra books in it, like Maccabees and other things, that the standard, I think it's 66 book
66.
standard. Yep. Right. And so, and then there's a great argument about whether or not the Apocalypse or the Book of Revelation should be in there, because it's not theological at all. It's prophetical. And so, there's a lot of different opinions. I've heard a lot of very passionate opinions. I'm saying I don't know. I just, had a lot of people who are friends of mine that are Catholic, and I'm all, what the hell are the Maccabees? I had no idea.
Well, I mean, there again, I go back to what I said. There are many other translations in all 45,000.
Yeah, there's probably 100 or so major translations of the New Testament.
I would not disagree with that.
Yeah, and so if there's a difference about whether the word was darkness or privation, you go to the Greek.
Well, okay.
And I think I overheard Ben say, or somebody said, hey, we just look at the Greek now. We don't even have to rely on what the translator said in their mode and fashion of whatever it said. This is what the book supposedly
I did say
says.
that. because
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
online
that's
forever
just.
right now.
I think they say it exegeses, but you know, I'm a little off on my.
Ben, can I ask a really stupid
Exegesis.
question to you? Don't hold it against me. In your wisdom or your belief of Odinism, and I've done a little bit of research because it intrigued me. Is there like he's gonna fuck with me because I'm gonna ask this question? Is there like a Bible or some sort of order like I don't know how to ask the fucking question.
We have
I think he's asking if there's like a set rule of tenets.
Yeah, we have the Havamal, which is the words of the wise one, and then there's a lot of other material like the Poetic Edda. The words of the wise one is literally just Odin's words, and it's condensed down, so you're taking out all the other things out of the Eddas and whatnot.
So could you? Oh my God. Could you correlate Odinism to like some sort of Scientological or not Scientological, fuck, the thing in Clearwater, Clay?
Scientology?
Yeah.
No, not even remotely close. Scientology was developed. Dianetics was his book before that, kind of his prelude to Scientology.
L. Ron Hubbard, right?
Yeah, L. Ron Hubbard. Yes. And Dianetics,
you're welcome. You're welcome, Spin.
Dianetics was one of the best-selling books in the world. It was just crazy. Well, L. Ron Hubbard is the most prolific fiction author in modern history. Meaning he wrote more fiction than anybody else, be it playwrights, books, whatever. And
I'm not picking on your belief, but let me ask this question.
And he developed a system where basically alien demons are all inhabiting your body, and they're all ran by a demon, I think, called Xanu. Xenu. Yeah, okay. And you pay money as you progress to get up to new levels, and as you reach each level, you release some of these demons out of your body. And then Thetans, and then eventually the idea is you're going to get free of these Thetans, and that you're going to be a good person.
Okay, so
that's got to be the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my life.
So what I know about Scientology is very limited.
That was Scientology that I just explained.
I'm sorry, Odinism. It sounds like a very or maybe a parable of.
It's a parable of what it's a parable of is the Church of Prosperity, where we have money, we're rich, give us money, and you become something more in the church. It's not really something that's particularly spiritual.
No, that sounds like
and you got to give a lot of money, buddy.
A lot of money. That's why the most famous Scientologists are all ultra rich, because they were able
Tom Cruise.
Like Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise was their Jesus, basically. Like, straight up. Yeah, no, we have
I know, that's why I'm laughing.
And that guy in Dance Fever or whatever in Greece.
We have a Havamal.
John Travolta.
John Travolta.
And our
John
thing,
Travolta. I was like,
see, you guys are the new kids on the block. Our thing was around before yours even existed. And
about 2,000 years, eh?
Yeah.
That's
why they call it the old gods, because your thing's the new thing.
I was just trying to figure out. I'm sorry.
You're all right. You're all right.
Don't wear yourself out, Sven.
The other thing, I mean, if you want to compare the three, and maybe in my foggy brain it's all fucked up, but it's sort of like Odinism is a parable, or parable is probably not the right word, but
parable's
like
fine.
A parable. Odinism is a parable of Scientology.
No, they aren't even remotely close to the same, bro. There's nothing in it. You can't even compare them, bro.
Maybe
like, I don't understand how you're doing it. outside of its religions that you don't agree with. That's like the only parallel that they have with each other. Odinism, you number one, you can follow any of the gods in the pantheon. Some people like Odin. Actually, Odin was not the most popular by any means. It was Thor. Thor is the god of farmers and small folk. And so the most people are small folk, and that's who Thor was. And Tyr was the second, is a kind of a toss-up between Tyr and Thor. And so and in our culture, you earn your place in the afterlife through your deeds in this life. So if I go around, and we have numerous afterlives. So the one that everybody knows, Valhalla, that's only for warriors. That's for not even just warriors. That's specifically warriors of a certain type that are made to be Odin's shock troops in Ragnarok. Then there's Folkvanger, which is Folkvanger, the farmers, the builders, the craftsmen, the blacksmiths. All those people are needed for a society. So you spend your life as a good farmer and you don't fuck people over and you hold your oaths and you're a good man. You get to probably go to Folkvanger. I don't make these decisions. Fucking, if you're a shitbag, there's places for those guys. All kinds of places depending on what kind of life you live. Not paying money to get demons to leave your body or whatever the fuck.
Could I say it this way? Greek is actually closer, except for that with the Greek gods, they're immortal, whereas Scientology is closer to like Mormonism because they do the whole aliens and other worlds type shit. Like when you're doing the comparison here, I think that that's a much better comparison.
That might be fair. I don't know if Odinism wants to be compared to the Greeks.
No, they don't. I would agree. I apologize. I have to explain it to
well,
my
at least
Christian
it's both in this world. He's the one he's talking about has Thetans and Xanu and alien demons inhabiting your body, and after giving a couple $100 to Scientology, you get to fart one out or something. I don't know.
What's up, Asbaroom? I didn't see you there.
Oh, hello, Spin City. How are you doing?
Good. I'm doing a little better.
He should be sleeping.
Okay.
What's up, Asbaroon?
At
hello,
4:30 in the
Benjamin.
morning where he is.
For me, it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
It's morning here.
How do you feel about this morality discussion for the Christian God? Like the morality of him.
Christians arguing,
Actually, see, I used to go to the Infant Jesus Church and pray there, even though I was raised as a Hindu. So I followed Hinduism and to some extent Christianity and Buddhism. But I'm not very well versed with Christian scriptures on the whole, because like when Spin City told me that the Catholic Bible is different from the King James version of the Bible, I didn't know that. I just became aware of that now. So like
it actually is. I mean, okay. So if you ever want to do any research online or whatever, if you read whatever scripture and then go to that scripture in a different Bible, or open it in another tab, the
translation. Yep.
The translation, it might have some similarities, but it would be descriptive in a different dogma. Yes, thank you. Yeah.
Or the difference between English and American English. That might be some of the translations because they wanted to make, especially the New Testament, more approachable to Americans.
Here, I'll give the correlation. In Australia, cunt means something else. In America, cunt means something else.
Quite a bit different.
There you go, Fourth Wiseman. I got you.
All right, I'm out of here. I gotta go to sleep.
Hey, see you, Bones.
Hi, Bones.
Absolutely. Peace.
I'm sorry for calling you Boots again, man.
Oh no,
Night, Bones.
I legit don't care. Spin City does.
Yeah, next time you two can get a room.
I chalk it up to just the whims of being older, but
Brain
which
damage.
You two argue like an old married couple.
True.
I know. I missed that. I feel a longing.
Come back tomorrow night.
I bet. Get in, sweep the floor, bitch.
I heard the subject tomorrow. I'm working on my truck tomorrow, and I'm going to be listening to some mellow new age crap. And just
if I'm on here tomorrow, then something went horribly wrong. Anyways, peace.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'll probably get sucked into listening at the very least.
But if you really think about it, as room, I am by no means versed in Hinduism or
Hinduism. Yeah.
Or Buddhism or anything like that. I would never allude that I do. But you have a book, right?
Yeah.
Many.
The Bhagavad Gita. We have many books actually. We have the books on the 4 Vedas: Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Samaveda, and Atharva Veda. Then we have the book on philosophy called the Bhagavad Gita, which Krishna gave to Arjuna. Then we have stories of gods, the Puranas as well.
Spin's head
so we have many books actually, Benjamin.
Yeah, I knew that. We also have. I knew he was going to say something. I knew that you had many books.
And I'll have you know, Spin brought that up.
Sarah, I was inferencing different books of the Bible and translations, and it just came to me. Well, cunt means something way different in Australia than it does here in America.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I don't think
just a couple of cults hanging out having a brewski, bro.
I don't think it means a different thing.
I mean, I think we could say that about a lot of words. It's all in the context and how it's delivered that it has its meaning.
Yeah, them Australians deliver it with a lot of times with some.
That's a proper cunt right there, bud.
In Australia, it's a cool word to use, and over in America, that's like violence in a word. That is a completely different.
Or strain all the relationships with the females, for a little bit.
Yeah, that shit's violence in a word.
This is like the difference between when you're talking about messaging. Why seems like some children need a fucking rod.
Yeah, right.
I personally,
I'm sure Sarah just put her fucking earphones on and we're talking about cunts. She's like, what?
I know. I came in and that got pulled up, and I was like, "Whoa, what happened?"
Well, good thing Elf's asleep already.
Santa, you've never met my nephew.
It's just a nice word.
I'm just going to say I heard the word before. So Osvaroon, Hinduism, as I understand it,
we love you, Aunt.
Expansive. See ya, whoever left. So I understand Hindu. I've just looked at it a little bit, and it's probably one of the sources of what I really would probably most accurately be described as a Zen Taoist, which you may know is really
Zen Taoist.
Yeah, Zen Taoist is basically Buddhism and traditional Chinese Taoism hung out at a party one night, and they exchanged genes, and what came out kind of became Zen. One thing, like, for example, Buddhism, when it came out of India, for example, a lot of people describe Buddhism as a lighter, mellower version of Hinduism. Would you say that's reasonable, Aswarun?
Yeah, it's actually like what Gautama Buddha, before Gautama Buddha and Mahavira came, there were a lot of meat eaters in our country. It's because of the effects of Buddhism and Jainism that many Hindus gave up eating meat and started following their teachings. So what happened in China was Zen Buddhism became, it merged with their teachings and Taoism, and it mixed actually, So
if Buddhism, I may add, it was also Confucianism. The three of them really kind of were like brothers who loved and hated each other, and they all stole from each other.
Correct.
And so then Zen really kind of took a turn and went primarily to Japan. Do you understand that way as well?
Yeah. It actually went to Japan and it merged with the Shinto religion, and something new was created out of that. But the thing is, in India, actually, like because of the Islamic invasion, they slaughtered a lot of Buddhists, and Buddhism disappeared because of the rise of Hinduism again, and because the Turkic people came from Turkmenistan and they slaughtered a lot of Buddhists. They converted many of them back to Islam. So Buddhism almost disappeared from India. It's very small in number over here.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. That's cool to learn.
How do you feel about
they went south to north.
Alan Watts. How do you feel about the British guy? How do you feel about him?
Oh, Alan Watts.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I would think he oversimplifies a few things. But speaking of the Taoism, Confucianism, Buddhism, Chinese Buddhism, I think he's actually working with the right people. And then when you're talking about Japanese, D.T. Suzaki, you might know the word or the name. He's also very accurate there. Zen, Open Gate, stuff like that. I followed him for a while, and it's approachable for the Western person.
Hey, Shanna, can we clarify that we're friends for Sarah? We're friends.
Why did
right?
she think I'm on a tear? Sarah knows me.
No,
I'm a man.
Sarah,
I deal with my emotions, and it's over.
Sarah thinks that I'm mad at you or something.
Are you mad at me?
No, I love you.
Okay.
But we're friends, right?
Oh, I mean, I'm fine with us being friends. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, DT Suzuki, thank you, whoever put that in the chat. Jimmy Jack Jasper Jones III 171. Man, that's a hell of a
I don't know how to pronounce your name, sir. I don't want to pronounce it wrong.
Asvarun.
Yes, Varun.
Yeah, Asvarun.
Oh, Asvarun.
Did I say it right? Asvarun.
Yeah.
Can I ask why cows are so sacred, though?
Yeah, because actually, like, what happened is the cow's milk, if it's grass fed, it has a lot of medicinal properties actually. So like the economy of the nation depended on cows. Then they created that fear in people that if you slaughter too much of cows, what will happen is that you will end up depleting the resources of the country. They knew that fear that it would deplete the resources. So they made the cows very sacred. Like if you breed animals for slaughter, what happens is that you need to feed them water and food as well. So you'll have to cut down more trees and destroy more forests. And the more you breed, actually, the more barren the land will become in the long run. So they've created that fear in them that cows are very sacred, don't kill them and all that. And cows, actually, the milk of a grass-fed cow, it has a lot of medicinal properties in it. It can heal the body and it can restore your digestive system back to normal if things have gone wrong with the digestive system. In Ayurveda, actually, they say that the first signs of ill health is if something goes wrong with the digestive system. So taking all these factors into consideration, they created that fear in them that you shouldn't slaughter the cows. But there are Hindus who eat cows. The lowest of the lowest. They're known as Madagas or SCSTs. They eat cows actually. After it dies a natural death, they'll take it and eat it. They are like the lowest in the Hindu caste actually.
Okay, as an American hearing about Indian history, who would be the untouchables? And is that the lowest caste?
Yeah, untouchables are known as Shudras. So if the shadow would fall on a person of an upper caste, he would have to go and take a bath. They weren't allowed to draw water from the wells of the three upper caste, the Vaishyas, the businessmen, the Kshatriyas or the warriors, or the Brahmins or the priestly class. So they were like in a very bad condition actually. So below even the untouchables are Mlechas or barbarians. Yeah. So they're like out of the pale of the Vedas.
Now, question to expound on the medical aspect of it. Now, my understanding is that this is my own personal understanding that there's the mind, body, spirit part of that, right? So what I feel that is, especially in American medical profession, that they've kind of lost that last part, which is the spiritual part of it. How does India or perhaps even Hinduism treat that portion of the medical industry, do they handle that spiritual element? I know in American particularly, they essentially separated the psyche and made it a whole thing on its own, and so essentially it's separated out completely, the spiritual part.
In India, actually, like now we're modernized to we've adopted a lot of Western medicine, but the Ayurvedic doctors, they would always give a spiritual aspect to the medicine that was being given to the patient. They would say that you're suffering right now because of your actions in the previous birth that have formed as a bad kind of karma for you. So like actually you'll have to do certain good deeds to elevate yourself, and the medicines can help to some extent, but your actions will be more important than the medicine. That's the belief over here.
Okay, so can I ask Azram just one question?
Yeah.
So your God, I probably missed part of it.
Remember the non-dual Cal?
Your God was was it like a doctor? Meaning, did they consider themselves a doctor or like a high,
There are gods that were in charge of healing. There was one deity called Dhanvantri. He was the father of Ayurveda and medicine and healing. Then there were two twins born to the sun god called Ashwini Kumaras. They were in charge of healing the body and curing any kind of diseases as well.
So they were considered like they were considered a doctor.
Like demigods. Demigods who were physicians.
Now, are you talking original gods, Ben?
Yes, original.
Wouldn't that be more Brahman? Brahman dreamed the dream, and that was the instantiation of this universe.
I don't know.
I'm asking
I don't
you,
know.
expert. I don't remember.
No. Actually, Hinduism is a monotheistic religion too. Like Christianity and Islam, we only have one supreme God called Parabrahma, who is formless.
Yeah.
The other deities like Brahma, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, and all that. Those are positions. Yeah.
So then it would be original would be like a doctor of like
a veterinarian.
So no, I wouldn't say that.
A holistic doctor.
A holistic doctor that believed in the mind, body, and spirit, and that they could heal. They could heal like a broken bone without intervention or something like that.
Yeah, there was one story. This happened around 800 years ago in the state of Bengal. There was this person called Kaurangi. He actually had his when his mother died, the king took another queen, another woman to continue the bloodline, and he had children with her. So his stepmother didn't like the fact that he was the elder son, and she paid the guards actually to secretly take him to the forest, and they amputated his hands and legs. They left him to die. Then actually he came across a mystic called Gorakhnath. He initiated him into a kind of pranayama technique, and he was able to grow his hands and legs back after doing it after 12 years. So he grew his hands and legs back. So those old type of yogic practices are almost inaccessible they're inaccessible to most human beings. I mean, like now if you have a broken bone or if your hand gets amputated, you'll have to go to the doctor only and fix a metal rod, or that part, if it's gone, it's gone. Where to find a person
so basically, Azvarum, what you're saying is and I could be wrong, but and please correct me if I am wrong.
Yeah.
In your religious practice, they do not believe the body heals itself. The gods do.
It's like intermixed actually. Like in our religious practice, it's like how it is the essence of every deity is present inside the human body. Like the human body is a miniature cosmos. Like whatever is there in the external universe, it's present in the human body as an internal part of the microcosm. So when the healing takes place, it's God's energies that is doing it actually inside of you. That's what they believe.
That's what I was. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at.
Macrocosm, interestingly enough.
Sarah, you're the boss.
Ben, they're afraid that you haven't
You're the boss. Can I ask a question, please?
Okay, proof of life. Thank you. Yeah. Now, I'm sorry, you were asking a question, Jody?
Was it Jody?
Yeah, it was Jody. It was Jody, Sarah.
Sarah's the boss.
Jody, elbows up, my friend. Elbows up. I'm not going to sit here and mom you every time you want to raise your hand. Unless your name is Azrun, because Azrun, I do it for Azrun.
I was curious about his. It amazes me that it almost sounds like a princess story, if you will.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you look at this, how many people on the planet, past, present, and future, have been lucky enough to grow their hands and legs back? Like it's like very, very rare. Actually, it's like extremely rare. I'm not saying that miracles can't happen. They can happen, but most of the cases, whatever is destined to happen will happen. Very few cases you'll get like a miraculous cure, like you'll be brought back from the dead, or you'll be able to cure some incurable diseases. There are very small cases like that happening, but most of the time, whatever is destined to happen happens, because in our religion, what we view the world as is, it's like a motion picture set into activity by God Himself. He's designed good and evil for human beings to experience. Actually,
I'm not judging you, and I'm not being judgmental at all. I do not mean no offense. I apologize.
I just told you how our system works actually, and
it's a beautiful story. But that's what's in your Bible.
Not Bible. It's there in there's this thing called the sect called the Nathpanthi. Nathpanthi was created by Matsyendranath and Gorakhnath. They became immortal or something through some kind of tantric alchemy and breathing practices. They found Kaurangi without his hands and legs when he was a 12-year-old boy. They healed him and they helped him heal himself and grow his hands and legs back. But these kind of cases, even though it is true, it's very rare actually. Like most of the times you're born to suffer actually. That's what I feel after seeing the way the world is. Very rarely you'll get that divine grace to help you out.
Yeah.
It's very
May I
beautiful.
ask a question?
So your Bible is. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sense of it. I'm sorry, Santa. So it is a bunch of teachings wrapped up into many like books of what we would consider the books of our Bible, right?
Yeah. You have the Bhagavad Gita. Books. Yeah, too many books actually.
Okay, so I guess the root of my question would be this: where did those teachings come, or what originated, or where were the fuck?
Looking for
the origin of those teachings. I can explain that. My battery is very low. I'll bring my tablet and explain it. Sarah, can you just excuse me?
I'm going to buy you a new battery, Asparun. Every stream.
Charge your phone before you join these fucking panels. Every time. I love you, Azra. Do what you need to do.
Hey, talk about karma. You got battery karma, brother.
It does.
What I'm trying. The question is, where does the teachings come from
may
that
I
makes
kind of
up?
Answer that, Spin? Now, understand, here's why I would know it all. India religion, Hinduism kind of became Buddhism. Buddhism was a mellower version of Hinduism. Buddhism goes up into China, hangs out with Taoism for a little bit. So that's the only reason I know anything about Hinduism.
Okay, so then I'm partially right that in my own thinking that they are taking pieces of other religious practices and making it
that's true from a Western point of view, but not an Eastern point of view.
It's more understandings, if I can.
That might be a fair way. So he was talking about the healing and pranayama, I believe is the one that he said. Okay. And so there is the microcosm, macrocosm. We're connected with everything that is. And through certain breathing exercises, you can change the energetic parts of your body or heal the chi if you're used to hearing that in Chinese. I don't know yoga, so I just understand it's very simple.
Okay,
so now all these people practiced, there's a lot of people in India too. So a lot of people practice stuff. They didn't really have a lot of mechanization, so there were clusters of different beliefs, and they all wrote books, and then they have traveling teachers. That's why they have 7,000 Bibles, as we would say.
Okay, and I have to say, Sarah, I'm sorry. This medicine they have me on right now, it's just fucking my brain up. And I apologize and thank you for the latitude.
I also apologize, Sarah, for being rude.
Yeah.
So the Catholic Bible, Jesus, the books of the Bible that we know as what we believe is true are depictions of other
people's experiences.
Yes.
Yeah, they're more based on historicity, whereas the teachings within Hinduism rely on the historicity of it, but that's not the solid point. The solid point is to understand your surroundings, why things happen a certain way, and how you should behave in life. That is the history is very important to Christianity and Islam. And
yeah, I Clay, you and I agree on that totally, right? But
yeah,
when you go into other religious practices,
right,
it is one person, one set of rules.
Okay,
very
There's
bad.
Not a centralized Hinduism. Right.
This is what I don't. That's what I don't understand.
Here, he's back. The expert is back. Let him answer, please. Did you get a new battery, brother?
No. This tablet is fully charged.
Nice.
I'll argue.
Okay, Sven was asking. In the Bible, the Judeo-Christian history is there were the Torah for the beginning of the Jewish people, or at least being separated out. Then they had prophets, and then they had poetry and different parts of the Old Testament, and then the New Testament comes along to say this is the fulfillment of what you heard about as old. That's the American Bible, if you didn't know. So, Spin, what was your question? How that Catholic Bible would compare to Hinduism?
Well, not in its entirety.
Okay, sorry.
You were asking actually from what is the origin and source of your teachings, right, Spin? You were actually asking that, yeah. And then I had to say that the battery went too low and I had to come back. Yeah. You were asking that question actually. What is the origin and source of your teachings?
Sorry. I don't think
I'm going to meditate and send you a battery.
Okay.
Yeah, he's got a little medication that he's having.
Yeah, and he's probably staying up too late anyway.
Just start there.
Well, okay, so when you take
Varun is familiar with Christianity.
I actually remember now.
Okay.
The books of your
teachings,
yes. they come. I hate to use the word cherry pick from this to that to this to that because it's probably the really wrong way to describe it, right? But would you agree that your religious belief or the Hinduism is like a cherry picked verse from this religion to that religion to your own spin, hashtag spin, on what your belief system is?
This is how our belief system is actually. There are four. It's like there are 4 yugas. They are cosmic seasons: Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. In Satya Yuga, people
now see like that right there is like describing like in our religion, like Saint Augustine, Saint Florian, stuff like
no.
So
these are cycles of time. Spin.
I'm talking about cycles of time.
Kali Yuga is the destruction.
Yeah, cycles of time. So basically, in Satya Yuga, people would communicate telepathically according to what I've read. And people were tall and well-built and strong. So they wouldn't communicate in a written language, or they wouldn't speak with their verb, with their mouth. So when they communicate telepathically, they could deliver the intention itself without any kind of miscommunication that you'll see when it's written or spoken. Because there can be a double meaning to the language that you're saying, or written language also can be incorrect at times. It's very difficult to describe reality. So they had the faculty of telepathy, and whatever knowledge they got, they would attain it through meditation actually, and then they would give it telepathically to the students. It's only recently that people started writing actually. That's what I have been told. So from what I've been told, I hope that's a satisfactory answer.
So Varun, if I could just, I'm sorry. Let me just ask him one last question. So you're teaching. Fuck.
So what he was describing there is kind of like Genesis up until Noah. And then from Noah up into Christ is a time period, and then the Christ time period up into when he comes back is a time. So he's talking about time periods now.
So basically, it's like an astrolot or not astrological, but
it's a feeling that you can't really explain,
or a generation, you could call it.
It would be the cycle of the yugas.
Yeah, it's the yugas. It's basically, when you asked how the knowledge came actually through meditation and telepathy, which they would directly give to their disciples without any kind of miscommunication. But then what happened was that when Kali Yuga came, people had to use their tongue to deliver any kind of communication and write the language, and there was a lot of misunderstanding because of that. So the knowledge actually, they would tune up directly to Parabrahma or God, the Father, and they would get knowledge directly from him in their deep meditational states. That's how we got the knowledge actually. Written language.
I'm a big reincarnation fan, so I like what he's saying.
I'm still a little up on where the actual teaching, and I probably missed it, so please forgive me, where the actual I don't want to say documentation, or the actual scripture or whatever, or the prescription came from. That's what I'm hung up on.
Yeah, they were seers actually. Seers are like guardians of the universe, like the way you have it. They actually they have all their inner faculties opened. They will tune up directly to, in deep meditation, they'll directly communicate with God. They will get the message actually, and they will deliver it telepathically to their students. There was one seer called Vedavyasa. He actually had telepathic abilities, but he was born, he was born to a woman of a lower caste actually, and he had a human birth. Generally, how the seers would create children is they would use their thought and bring a child to life. In Satya Yuga, this is what that's what I'm saying.
So can I ask another stupid question?
Yeah, sure.
If these individuals in their own mind, body, and spirit, these teachings were telepathically given to them, is it actual oral dictation, or is it actually physically written or scribed somewhere?
It was physically written 5,000 years ago. Up until 5,000 years, they say that it's a very old religion. So from what I've heard, it was given telepathically until 5,000 years that passed. Before that, it was only telepathic and oral
if it's
tradition.
given telepathically to different people, it would be like we would know Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and all those like books of
more like the prophets, man.
Well, Genesis works the same way because that's supposed to be Moses as well, except for the historical.
All the first 5 books are the Mosaic Law.
Yeah.
No. I understand.
And so he would be talking about the Ezekiel types.
But I guess the point I'm trying to make, and I'm not trying to do a gotcha bitch moment.
Okay.
What I'm trying to
understand
is what these things were transmitted telepathically.
Yeah.
Is it up to that individual to articulate what is given to them telepathically?
But that actually, this is what I've heard. These people were so advanced, they knew phrenology very well, so they would understand which part of the student's brain was developed, and they would initiate him into that form of knowledge. Like they were very good at palmistry, which is like they would look at a line that goes through his hand, and then they would make out that he's good as an alchemist. So telepathically, they would give him the knowledge that would help him shine in life, following the religious code of conduct applicable to his lifestyle. Actually, it was something like that. I heard that they were very advanced. From what I see, even I too don't know how far this goes. But from what I've been raised as, like this is the amount that I too know. Actually, like knowledge would be given to people who are fit to receive it, depending upon their abilities. Actually, through phrenology.
Okay, so the argument, so the next bit of pushback that I would give you is, how do you know that what they articulating is what they were told or
an interpretation?
Yeah, their interpretation. How do you know? I mean, we could probably say that about any religious practice that was transcribed, but
May I ask a question that may help clear here? Because the Western mind, we think ourselves separate from God. The Eastern mind typically thinks that they're harmonious with or relating to God in a different way other than Moses.
Right. I'm just, what I'm trying to get to the root.
That understanding because it's
Stan, what I'm trying to get to the root of is the actual the actual true transcription, because I mean, obviously I do not believe in telepathy and stuff like that. I mean, it's just not something I believe in.
I was just trying to help, bud.
No, Santa, you're fine. I thank you. You know what I'm going through right now, but all too well. What I'm not catching is who is determining that, or who or what is determining the truth of the transmission.
Message.
Yeah,
well, it's very important for this to happen. Like, to receive these messages, you have to be fit for that first of all. So according to Ayurveda, there is a special nadi or a nerve in the brain. So the student from the age of 12 to 24, he'll have to be a proper celibate. Then that nerve will develop. Then he'll be able to understand all difficult concepts, and he'll be able to understand what's being told. Actually,
so what you're saying, it comes down to like a physical or a piece of gray matter that says that if you are profound enough to have this piece of gray matter in your brain.
Can I maybe put my 2 cents in? So the way I'm taking what the gentleman is saying, Spin, is that these individuals that are blessed by their gods to receive these telepathic messages are received with absolute clarity, and then they bring them to the masses, and then put it out there.
So then they're God. So then, respectfully, Azra, the God, your chosen ones have or they are to be portrayed as the clear
receivers.
Yes, they're the receivers, and the receivers are
like little antennas.
They're known as rishis. Actually, rishis are seers. They are like guardians of the universe. They actually have the ability to communicate directly with God through telepathy. Then they give it to the masses after they've checked who's fit enough to receive it, and then gradually it gets trickled down like that to the masses. So let's say they have 100% of the knowledge. They will test the people who are fit enough to receive it, and that person gets something like 70 to 80% of it. With his special abilities, he'll be able to transmit around 40 to 50% of that knowledge. It trickles down, actually.
The seers, in what you just said, a seer or the chosen one,
or prophets,
prophets should have 100% clarity. What you said that just a few seconds ago, and please forgive me if I'm wrong. You said 70 to 80%. So and I know I'm going down a rabbit hole. I'm just trying to understand the whole story.
The story, you'll have to read it. Actually, there was this person called Veda Vyasa. He actually wrote all the knowledge, the Vedas, the Puranas, the Upanishads. He wrote down everything. And then
that person had that 100% clarity?
He had 100% clarity. He was the one who wrote everything. Up until then, it was just kept in the form of light. The knowledge would come in the form of light, and they would absorb it. But until when this person came, he wrote the knowledge. And after he wrote the knowledge, he chose 4 to 5 disciples, and he taught them each a portion. And they'll require a very
American religion.
They'll take a very long life to learn the whole thing. The portion that he's given each disciple.
What you just described would be in Catholicism. I know it's a very bad example, but the disciples, a disciple in Catholicism would be our saints.
Yeah, this would actually be more closely related to Aaron and Joshua.
Okay, all right.
But that
I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing, but
spin. The way I'm taking it is that the seers get the message at 100% clarity. They pick 4 or 5 disciples. They each get a portion of that message to transcribe and bring to the masses.
Okay, but we in the well, I don't want to say Protestant Bible. It's probably the wrong word. There were disciples. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right?
Yeah.
Basically the same difference.
That's a good example.
So what is the inference of your belief or what you believe?
The hope?
No.
Yes.
No. What I'm trying to say is, like, to get 100% of that knowledge, you'll have to be very pure. So whatever knowledge is given to the masses is how much they can digest. If they want to progress further, they'll have to
somebody pure, 100% pure.
Yeah.
The state of nirvana.
Pure, actually, like according to our religious beliefs, to be pure, they'll have to observe celibacy for life, and then they'll have to be on a certain type of diet. They shouldn't talk too much. If they talk too much, they lose their energy. So there are a lot of restrictions which they'll have to follow to become pure.
What makes that person other than what we would consider a virgin here, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, and even more so, like not just never had intercourse or anything like that, but also the person essentially, right, it is a super minimalist, right? They do not partake in any kind of worldly fantasies. They really rarely talk to people. I mean, it's only out of necessity.
So basically, subhuman. So basically, a subhuman being.
Something beyond human.
Set apart is a better way to think of it.
They consider it higher. Actually, it's the other way. But you're making a distinction there.
Yeah, more like an ascended human in state of mind and body.
Yeah.
In other words, the rest of you fuckers are dirty, and you will spoil him by interacting with him, and make him less pure. So that must be limited.
Is that Goyle?
The thing is actually like there's this concept in Ayurveda.
This Balderson for the W.
Yeah, when you actually breathe in, the breath actually performs 5 types of functions. So the prana vayu is divided into the breath is divided into uddana vayu. The uddana vayu actually is in charge of speech, memory, concentration, and willpower. So what happens is that when you talk too much, it disturbs the natural rhythm of breathing and you start taking shallow breaths. So by the time you're done talking too much, you'll be exhausted. So that's why they're supposed to observe silence. I read that in Ayurveda somewhere. Why are they supposed to take an oath of silence? Too much of talking will exhaust the body.
Okay, so in modern day, where you are, Ezra, I know where you are. You've told me.
Yeah.
In modern day, do they still have that practice of 100% pure?
Very few. Like 1% of 1%. Like now, like because of the food that you eat, you can't observe celibacy. That's impossible. Not talking and like being very chaste is next to impossible with all the distractions in the world. Even in India also, not everyone does it. It's like 1% of 1%. They are the ones who will be dedicated to this. They'll be in some remote corners of the Himalayas practicing austerities. So it's impossible to go and talk to them. And when they get these powers also, they won't tell anyone. My Sanskrit teacher, he knew a person. He had heat vision and he could burn things with his eyes. But then he would say that this is useless. It's not equal to God realization. So it's better to leave these things aside. So my Sanskrit teacher, I don't know where he met him. I spoke to this Sanskrit teacher of mine somewhere like 13 to 14 years ago about this guy who had heat vision. So you can attain these powers. I'm not saying no, but very few will attain it, and the ones who have it will not show it off also.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask this question.
Yeah.
Do you, as Varun, I don't know how deep your faith is into what we've been talking about. Do you believe in your own free mind, body, and spirit that somebody can burn something with their eyes?
I actually I met one American. This is an American, sir, not an Indian. An American. He actually knew an Indian guy who had done some kind of practices staring at the sun with and then he stopped. He quit eating itself. It was known as prataka. He was able to charge his whole body, and an American told me this. His name was Bob. So I used to talk to him very regularly because he used to stay in my area itself. Then I myself asked him, how is this possible? He said there are certain practices if you do, you can go beyond food and procreation and sleeping, but it's very difficult for most of the people to do it. So if an American told me this for the first hand, I myself was shocked actually. That this guy did this practice and he went beyond eating.
No, I'm saying, do you specifically believe, other than somebody telling you what I would, and please don't take this the wrong way.
Yeah.
What I would consider a fallacy.
I know it's very difficult from correct. you're right actually to be skeptical about such things, because most of the human, you don't see this happening in day-to-day life. But I used to go to a monastery once, and that sage actually, he could levitate. I've seen him levitate. He would go all the way to the lake, then he would go inside the lake actually, and he would fold his legs. His legs wouldn't touch the surface of the lake actually when he was immersed in the lake. I myself was shocked seeing that.
I mean, I am what's considered a realist. Okay. If somebody's walking across fucking water, there's a reason they're walking across fucking water. Right? An airplane flies in the sky. It flies in the sky. That's what I mean by a realist. It just sounds like gobbledygook to me that somebody can actually look at something long enough or for a period of time, and it just incinerates. I'm sorry.
Spin. I actually have a story that can argue your point here. Well, argue against your point. I saw a video a long time ago, and they documented this Asian man, and he literally, on video, created fire with his hands.
Yeah. I've seen that video too. That's called.
And then he just disappeared. No one's been able to find him again.
Yeah. He could generate electricity.
He really did. He made fire appear right from his hands.
Jesus walked on water and he raised the dead.
Clay, I said St. Florian's a bitch.
Hold on, Santa. Go ahead now.
Okay. I'm respecting what everybody's saying here, but as incredulous as it may sound to you, Spin, a lot of the atheists or other people who aren't believers are doubting the miracles that are in the New Testament. I mean, how am I going to believe that Lazarus was raised from the dead? How am I going to believe that Tabitha, I think her name was raised from the dead? How was that blind man seeing because of the mud on the eyes? How was the woman healed when she bumped into Jesus? I mean, there's a lot of these things that people can't necessarily go beyond anecdote. And which is, I saw it. I can't believe
I do agree they're incredulous, right? I'm just saying I don't see an anecdotal answer I just, again, it's just one of those things that.
Isn't it the very principle of faith, though?
Yeah, they're both.
Isn't that the very principle of the power of faith?
It is.
Yeah, you have faith that these things be true. Okay, so in his religion, wouldn't that just be the same thing in his faith? I have faith that people can shoot fire beams out of their eyes.
Spin's not giving enough thought to his own religion and the wild things that are said in his religion. Like,
I would never say that I haven't. There are wild things. I would never say that.
Days inside of a whale, and then coming back out after sitting in an animal.
There's some incredible stuff.
Hey, I have a question. Jesus Christ!
I have a question for Azra.
Jesus Christ! Let me finish my fucking statement.
Just bash and spin, bro. You just bash and spin.
I'm not bashing. I'm fucking.
Let him.
I'll sit back while you fucking.
Hold on. Stop. Even if he's bashing him, Clay, you wouldn't let him fucking finish a word. Go ahead, Ben.
Fucking A. There's all kinds of wild shit, like a man sitting inside a whale's stomach for 3 days in his digestive system and then coming back out. That is more than extraordinary. And you don't understand things like reliquaries. You know what a reliquary is?
I'm not familiar with the term, Ben. I apologize.
That's where they take the bones of dead saints, and that's how they make things holy, which is very witchcrafty black magic. In the most holy altars, in the corners of those altars, there's a thing called a reliquary, which makes it a holy place. Lots of really wild things in your own. So you're laughing at him and using a laughing.
No, I'm not laughing at all. I was just trying to fact find.
You were making a laughing voice with it while you were making fun of the wild shit in his. But there's a bunch of really wild shit in yours.
I got a question for Azra.
Yeah, sure.
So, so with with your belief system, obviously, there's a lot of similarities in where some people don't believe that the things that you believe are possible.
Yeah.
You believe those things are possible. Do you find that as many people come after your belief system when you explain these things to them?
Actually,
when I say that, I mean like comparative to Christians. Like Christians get a lot of flack for what they believe. Do you find that your religion belief system gets that much flack?
Yeah, I mean, like they make fun of them. They say it doesn't make sense. Your religion isn't logical, but this much I can tell you. I used to study astrology a lot. Like I used to look at horoscopes and things like that, and everything they would predict just kept coming true. Like a person getting into an accident, a male child being born. They were able to predict the gender of the child itself before it was born. Then what profession he would do in his life, all just by looking at his palm or looking at his shadow or taking his date of birth and time of birth and place of birth into perspective. So trying to convince people about this is not going to take me anywhere, because you were talking about God and these things. I just opened up to, because I was asked a lot of these questions. I just ended up answering it. There's no use in convincing people about all of this.
Yeah, no,
hold on, Clay. Can I say one thing? Because it's going to go right into the Bible real quick.
Can I do that? I wanted to have an Asroon conversation here. So rarely.
That's weird. You like it when other people don't talk over you.
Because I sat here and listened to Spin and Asroon have a great conversation.
It's amazing.
All of a sudden, Clay says, "Hey, I got a question for Asroon," and then Ben goes, "No, fuck you, you're a Christian. You can't possibly have a conversation." Bro, like it's retarded. Literally the most retarded shit I ever heard. Clay can't have a conversation. Go ahead, Adam.
No, you won't let other people have a conversation.
Bro, I was literally just about to have a conversation. I said, go ahead,
I know,
Adam. Not
go ahead,
when
just a minute ago you did. I was just showing you how it felt.
Ben, go ahead, Ben.
I will go to Ben. I will go ahead, Ben. Oh, does Clay not like being interrupted? Does Clay not like being interrupted when he does it to other people? Does Clay not like the same treatment he gets? Oh, little poor Clay, are you going to rage quit because you're getting treated like you're treating others? Is that a Christian problem? Do Christians not know the golden rule, cunt?
Are you done?
Are you done, cunt?
No, because I'd love to have a conversation with
Asroon. Well, then don't interrupt other people, because we would also love to have conversations, bitch.
Are you going to cry more?
You about fucking done?
Cry harder.
You cry harder.
Cry out your butthole.
Cunt. You cry harder, you little cunt. Go rage quit. Go off and cry because you can't control yourself.
Moron, bro.
Maybe make a diary about me on Spin's channel again. While you sit there, oh, poor Ben! Ben mistreated me. He mistreated me.
And I can't
he wouldn't let me ever fight one guy. He wouldn't let us whole gang team one dude.
I'm not going up there.
Poor me. Oh, I'm playing. I spurred out all night. And I hate it when other people interrupt me. I'm poor Clay. I'm a tough lawsman.
What the fuck?
Get the fuck out of here.
Are you okay? Do you need some medication? Did you take your
Get out of
syrup?
here, little cunt.
Did you take your syrup?
Treat other people with respect, and then this doesn't happen.
Bipolar little bitch. Wow.
People treat other people with respect.
Okay, I'll tell you what, man. How's this?
This is literally the exact thing you just did to me, you dumb motherfucker.
Where did you derive your morality from, sir?
I derive my morality from my life.
Oh, so you just determine what's moral.
Yeah, like everybody
just
else.
Like you're by yourself. So whatever you say is what's moral.
Yeah, like everybody else.
Oh, okay. So then explain it to me how it is that your gods essentially are also killers in the world.
My gods are dead, dumb fuck.
Oh, they're dead. Oh, so your gods aren't even fucking real. Holy shit.
dead and real are not the same words. Are you some kind of fucking retard? Yes, you
fucking
are.
real, bro.
You have
Dead
a
means
real
not
problem
alive.
with understanding words.
Bro, what is
You're like, oh, dead is real. My fucking grandpa's dead too, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah, that means
And
he's
guess
not
what?
alive,
He
right?
still taught me lessons that I remember, you dumb motherfucker.
But is he alive?
Jesus Christ.
I mean, you bring your own personal bullshit into this fucking conversation. I'm gonna start asking about it. I mean, don't get in your feelings, because if I ask you about
conversation, there was me
I'll say, is he alive or dead?
to teach you a lesson about
Is he alive
interrupting
or dead?
like a prick.
Is he alive
That's
or
what
dead?
that was. We weren't having a conversation.
Is he alive or dead?
Who?
Your grandpa.
My grandpa's dead.
Okay, so he's dead. He's not alive. He doesn't exist anymore.
That's correct, but he's real.
But he doesn't.
And
No,
so are
he's
the
not.
lessons he taught me, you
worm
dumb
food.
motherfucker.
He's worm food, okay? He's just worm food, okay?
Worm
He's dead.
food is real. Worm food is
Yeah,
real.
he's dead. He doesn't exist anymore.
I didn't
Dead.
say he wasn't dead.
The only
I
thing
said
that's
he
left
was
is a
dead.
skeleton right now.
I said he was dead.
Maybe some
He's
embalming
still
fluid.
real. Guess what? Jesus died too, you dumb bitch.
Okay, and what's that got to do with anything?
Oh, he's not real.
You
He's
brought
not real.
your
Your whole
grandpa
thing
into
is
this.
built
Now all
off
of a sudden
of
you want to
fucking
compare him to Jesus?
Spider-Man. I'm
What
just
is this?
using your dumbass fucking terminology now.
Your gods
Your
are
guy's
dead.
not real.
Your
'cause
gods
he's
are dead.
died.
Your gods
He
are
died.
dead. Mine
He's
is
not
alive.
real, dude.
Well,
He died.
doing
He's not
just
real.
fine. Your gods are
He
dead.
died, he's not
Mine
real.
is not. Your gods are dead. My God is real and not dead.
My system is cyclical.
Yeah, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, fucking round and round in circles we will go, right?
Well, you and
There
I
is
will
no
go
beginning.
round and round in circles.
There is no beginning for it, right?
No, there was a beginning. Yeah,
Oh, but it's not cyclical?
it's cyclical. Yes.
So is it?
Cycles
Does it
have a
have a beginning, or is it
Cycles
cyclical?
have a beginning, and cycles have an end. Do you not know how words work?
Oh my
You
God,
really
bro.
should buy a dictionary sometime. It gets real old. Real old.
Cyclical means that it never ends. That's a cycle.
Cycles have a beginning,
Right?
and
Never
cycles
ends,
have an
right?
end.
It means it never
And
ends. It's
philosophically,
always rolling
the end of
along
one
like a
cycle
fucking
is
wheel.
the beginning of another cycle.
The
You
wheels
dumb
on the bus
motherfucker.
go round and round, round
Yeah,
and
they
round.
do.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
do,
they do.
right? Do they ever end their cycle? No, they continue to go round and round. Yes.
We can guess what size the bus you were riding on was. Very fucking short.
Short.
Yeah, I will be coming to bed. here shortly.
Who's licking the windows on these buses? That's what I want to know.
I am. See, this is the difference between your religion, who's very aggressive and out of place and out of touch with
Oh
reality.
yeah, my
and
religion. Guess what?
that
My
believes
religion was
that people
banned
don't
by
need
your
to be
fucking
so
dumb religion,
fucking
and
retarded.
they murdered
No,
my
you
people.
don't have to be retarded.
So guess what, dumb fuck? You're wrong again.
You don't
You
have
could
to
not be
be
more fucking
retarded.
retarded, Clay. You've spurged out all fucking night on just about everybody.
Bro,
Poor
I've
Bones.
gone
Bones was
beast
even
mode
sitting there just
on
like,
3 people.
why are you
tonight.
on my
This is the
fucking
third
island?
one. Third time, and it had to be you, Ben, for the third one. I love you, bro. You're still my human brother. Human. We might not be Christian brothers, but we're fucking men in this fucking world. Nah, I appreciate you.
That's true.
Are we
That is
kiss and
true.
make up now?
Love you too, Clay.
All right, Fourth Wiseman.
Yo,
Thank you for your
fighting,
2 super chats.
fighting like fucking teenage girls, dude.
Okay,
Literally
Fourth
like a
Wiseman.
couple of high school girls just, oh, you stole my blouse. Fucking get over it, dude.
We're on a panel talking. What do you think females do, bro?
I'd like to ask my question at some point so you can read your super chat, sir.
Fourth Wiseman comes in for a second. You serve supporting the show. This is where it's at. Thank you so much. It says, Clay, even though Benjamin dramatized, acted out what you do all at times, he's not far off. Take note how this interaction seems as recipient or others may receive same. Yes, I call it fighting water. Yes, we all fight water from time to time. This is why I am Clay, sir. Yes. Soon I will be fired and I will become brave.
You ain't gonna get fired ever.
Stinky Paradox comes in. Thank you, Stinky. Says the solstice stands still. Clay, phases exist. Yes, I would. That exist. But Ben specifically stated that it is cyclical, which means that it goes around and around in a circle and never ends.
All right, Clay. Enough monologuing, please.
But I wanted to.
All I'm saying is you can't. Yeah, but our religion
Adam, can you
is.
ask your question, bro? Let's move on. I mean,
no, I had fun.
Wait, what was that?
I think Adam had a question.
Bless
for
you.
bro.
Bless you, sir.
Well, I mean, I did.
Bless you.
Okay.
Damn, the headphones came on.
You know what? Never mind. It'll come back to me. It'll come back to me. I know we were talking to the gentleman down there, and then I forgot what we were talking about because I got invested into the High School Musical here.
Somebody sneezed. Blessed you.
How you gonna catch me on a fucking day where I was fucking mouth breathing while I was hearing alpacas and my throat was all dry all day? So now my throat is I'm gonna go out again because of you motherfucker.
Well, I bumped into you after somebody oopsied on your channel and you ripped my ass for it.
Now I remember my question. So Clay,
Clay's zesty tonight. He's a little feisty.
Spin had to sit here and made a big deal of, well, not really a big deal, but he was astounded that there's other mystical things in other religions going on. But we could say the same thing about Christ in Revelations when he's described, because he's described in a metaphysical sense with fire shooting from his eyes, a sword for a tongue, and so on and so on. So how can you be so surprised that there might be supermen in other religions shooting fire beams? I can believe that without a doubt. Within God, everything's possible.
And like for me, right? That's why I was actually trying to actually have that conversation with him. But yeah, I'm not.
I know I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Your fragile ego.
And Ben, as well as a believer, he doesn't believe in Christianity, but his God's things are pretty wild, right?
Yeah, but all right, let's take that. Let's take that. Did Thor not do mystical and mythological shit? When there was thunder and lightning in the gods, they thought Thor was beating his hammer.
My system is more similar to Asvarun's, where in his he also has a cyclical system, and in each of those time periods different things can happen. So in the golden time, when they say yugas, each of the yugas is a cycle, and then the word in front of it, like Kali, is the shitty yuga, and the Satya yuga, and so each one's a different time. When the times of Odin, they call that there's a golden time, and that's when the gods could do like anything. And then there's the twilight of the gods, and that's the fall of the gods, where they're now out of the cycle, and now we're in the shitty Kali Yuga area would be comparative to his, where we don't have access to that higher understanding and higher abilities, and eventually that does come back.
Osfarun has something to say.
Oh yeah, Sarah, can you excuse me? I'll just go have lunch and come back.
I actually, Asfarun, I'm gonna be shutting down here. My back's starting to hurt. Asfarun, if you want to kind of give your final thoughts and then head out, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, my final thought. Thank you, Sarah. So thank you for having me on your show. My final thoughts is like we should be open to many things. We don't know many mysteries of the world, and fact is stranger than fiction. So I feel we should have a more open mind towards all types of religions and scientific beliefs as well. Through a synthesis of everything, we can come to a better conclusion as to how things work. So that's it, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you, Asfarun. We love you.
Goodbye, everyone.
That's very beautiful, bro. I'm gonna have to do the same. That.
Thank you, Asfarun, for your explanation of your culture and religion. I really appreciate it. I've learned a lot tonight.
Yeah, thank you. What's Adams? Okay.
Adamska.
Okay, thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye. All right, let's go ahead around the room, and everyone can give their final thoughts. Adam, go ahead, sir.
I just want to say thank you again, Sarah, for letting me on the panel. I had a great time. I've learned a lot through you guys, different aspects of Christianity and whatnot. And I enjoy coming here and learning. Excuse me, learning and having these conversations. It's opened my mind to new things and other experiences. So thank you, and I hope to do it again tomorrow or today.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you so much. Salty Santa, to you, please.
I love my cat, and I do like the things that we talk about in here, even though we act like a bunch of alcoholic family members. It does really, I'm glad that at least people can talk honestly about it, because there are some places in the world we'd all be killed for it.
Very true. Very true. All right. Cameron?
Yeah, so sorry for not talking a lot. I just joined when y'all were very deep into Hinduism, and I didn't want to interrupt there. But yeah, thank you for letting me up, and of course, everyone in the comments should comment, and follow Sarah and Benjamin and the Angry American and anyone else who's live right now.
Thank you, Cameron. We appreciate you. Jody, to you, please.
I mean, of course, shout out to the panel. I mean, I wanted to get into some conversations, but everyone just wanted to keep talking over each other. But I do love this. I do love the camaraderie. I don't like the Clay Ben fight. I do not like that at all.
Jody, if you hang around Ben's, my panels, and Sarah's, you're going to see more of that. I promise.
Mom and Dad are fighting again.
Yeah.
Absolute cinema. They don't hold no hard feelings after fucking while we're fighting. We know we're going to be friends as soon as it's done.
Well, yeah, it's passion. It's passion. I love
believe it or not, Ben busts my fucking balls, but by the time I get up, there's a message from Ben. How you feeling or something? So it's whatever it is.
I'm old school. I used to fight. You fought with your friends the most.
Yeah, and it's like Santa, like last night. Like I love Santa.
Shit! Don't fucking start that.
Maybe he'll bring you a tricycle.
If he's good.
All right, finish your thoughts. I'm tired. My back hurts.
I just want you guys to subscribe, and sub. All platforms, if you will.
Pay the woman.
Pay the woman.
Yes. All right, Spin, your thoughts?
Well, Sarah, you know what I've been through in the last couple of days, but I'm sure. But thank you for giving me a little bit of levity and whatever else. I appreciate it. Thanks for putting up with me tonight. We're going to try to do the panelists this evening now. We'll see how my brain is, but thanks for having me again, Sarah, and I appreciate it.
Yep. Clay, to you.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah, and thank you, everybody. The panel, the debaters tonight, absolutely wonderful. I know Sarah's got she's tired now at this point, so I'm going to try to keep it real short. Yes, come on over to the panelists on Spin pre-show kind of thing. We'll be cutting out early if we even do it at all. So hope you guys enjoy that. And then if you like 1A content, go to Let's OTVO's channel, LETZOTVO, and check that stuff out, because if you like me yelling at some of these people on these panels, you enjoy me yelling at some of these coppers, these governmental positions, and I do that sometimes, and you might get to see some of that. So anyway, thank you so much, everybody, and the chat, and Fourth Wiseman, and Copper Tom, and all the big donors. Okay, I'm going to leave.
Thank you, Clay. Mr. Balderson, to you, please.
good time. Anytime you bring in religion, it's going to be a hot one because that's people identify most with their religious beliefs. That's their core being. So anytime you're questioning that, that's going to bring out some heat. And we like some heat every now and then. Some of them are very calm, some of them are very hot, and we enjoy it all. That's part of why so many of us on the panel here are together. At other times, if we all agreed, it would not be fun. So love you guys. You're the best.
Sarah, do the circus one. Do the circus one. I love the circus.
See you later, Mr. Balderson.
I'll take the request. And shout out to all of you. I'm gonna raid you over to Dusty's channel just to be a fucking asshole. And because there's not really anybody else live right now. So now you have to make sure you go over there and send tomatoes just to make sure he knows we're fucking there. But I just feel like
You're
being
opening a can of worms, Sarah.
I feel like being I sent a super chat there, like, was it last week or the week before to drop AJ just because like he showed up in my feed. Like I'm not subscribed anymore, but I was like, fuck it. Like he showed up in my feed. I saw AJ was there. I was like, drop AJ. just because I love AJ.
I'll throw
but
some tomatoes.
Thanks, Wiseman.
Tonight we have a debate. Tonight we have a debate between Vocab Malone, who is new to the show. He's got a pretty good channel audience, and then also Shaman Omar, and the debate is whether Paul was an apostle or not. So we're back in on the religious ties. I swear July is like the month of religious debates. So shout out to all of you. Thank you again for joining.
Oh, Sarah, one more thing just for housekeeping over on Pilled. When you do your do you know how to cash out over there? And if not, I'll let you know.
This could be an email.
You want to do that. You want to do that about the 10th.
This could be an email.
Okay.
Could be an email. Anyways, also I might be actually be going to Vegas sooner. So keep an eye out for that information. There might be another debate that I'm getting added onto, which is really, 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 really fucking big. Super excited. Just for the record, tonight we hit some really big highs over, especially on the vertical. It was over 31,000 views on that end. We gained about 100. We gained almost 100 new subs on that as well. So that was a really big deal to see that our algorithm over there is hitting good and hard, which is great because the verticals are usable for exposure. But you can do a really big help. I know Ben mentioned this last time. Go over to both Adam at TruthOverTea and Jed at Flying Spaghetti Auditor on any one of their platforms. Their links are in the video description, and just leave a comment saying thank you. It really means a lot for all of us to be able to go over and be grateful that they were able to come over, have the back and forth, and we want to welcome them back. Ben kind of started doing this and brought this to my attention. I think it's a really big deal and really shows who the fuck we are. All right.
I put hashtag Mater Nation.
Sarah, can I ask you a question real quick?
Hashtag Mater Nation.
I put hashtag Mater Nation.
I know you.
So that way people know that it's us, that it's coming from us, and that we're
There you
going
go.
over and supporting our new people that are playing in our field.
I love that. Everything should be hashtag Mater Nation.
Hashtag fucking Ben. Hashtag keep your shears clean.
I heard you're doing a 10v1. I was wondering if it was going to be aired.
Me?
She froze.
No, Sarah.
She
froze.
She went transcendental.
Ezra, we need you back.
Yes, I have a resting bitch face. See you guys.
Bye,
Night, guys. Love y'all.
All right. It's cool chatting,
He'll
guys.
be back to give you guys the outro, I'm sure.
Clay, you need to kiss up with Ben.
Oh, that's all.
Give him a good night kiss.
She's almost.
Oh my god.
Clay, I think you need to start smoking some of God's lettuce.
Bro, I did that already. This, it's.
Oh, you didn't seem like it, man. You were on fire tonight. You was a.
Bro, you don't see the long hair.
You were a straight fireball.
It's July. It's a hot month. What do you want?
It's hot.
Yeah, it's hot.
It's very true. Very, very true.
Hey Ben, are you going to send me those videos so I can edit them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll finish hearing them.
Okay.
Sarah is gone again, so I am going to let me see. Where are the media assets? Is that where they are?
Yep, and then it'll be.
I'm glad you're doing well, Spin. Sorry, I didn't say that earlier.
No, I'm okay. It's just the medicine and the effects of after it. It's given me a little bit of brain fog, which they're claiming it'll go away over time. So
I don't know which one. I don't know which one. Oh, here's the circus. Here's the circus. I got it.
Bye.
Bye.
Step right up, watch the panel parade. Each one's got a super no acolyte, talking in circles till heads collide. They're the clowns of reason on a carnival ride. Oh, the circus is in town tonight, spinning nonsense under the spotlight. Big words, small minds, what a glorious sight. Round and round they go. Who's wrong, who's right? They juggle opinions like flaming pies, tripping on logic with pie in their eyes. The questions asked, they dodge like pros, but their arguments wobble like dominoes. Cue the laughter, cue the cheer. The fools are loud, the truth unclear. Oh, the circus is in town tonight, spinning nonsense under the spotlight. Big words, small minds, what a glorious sight. Round and round they go. Who's wrong, who's right?
Spooky Man Bat.